Alrighty, here we go, guys. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the Rookie Critic YouTube channel, and we're obviously going to be talking about some Star Wars Rise of Skywalker. Oh boy. Okay. I honestly don't know where exactly I want to start with this, but I will try to start somewhere. I shall try. I sent a link out to somebody else. I'm going to see if somebody else wants to join as well, because that would be cool. Let's see real quick. Okay, cool. He's coming on his way. If any of you guys want to come on the panel and discuss as well, just let me know and I'll send you a link. But okay. I've already seen quite a few people's takes on this, and I mean, right after I saw the movie, I literally had to talk to somebody. I was fidgeting, like I need to say something, and I was going to go live and just start ranting about something, just start telling through the story. And I was like, no, John Talks let me on his channel, and we talked it through. And man, I was on there for like 6 hours, and I think there's still plenty that could have been said, to be honest. It's like, it's not just for like ranting about how much, whether it's good or bad. It's just the discussion with it. There's so much to unpack with this baby. Holy shit, guys. Oh my god. It's gonna be kind of hard to compress the thoughts. I tried to record just a regular video for this. Instead of going live, I was just gonna literally record a video, and as I'm talking, I'm like saying 20 more words as I'm thinking about it, because there's just more that can be said about one little thing at a time. So it's ridiculous. I'm gonna invite the script doctor in here. What's up, man? I haven't seen you yet on here. Let's see. Cause yeah, I feel like I need somebody to bounce off of, because right now I could just start rattling and talking, and I need a place to go, something to listen to and respond with, because this is not going to be that interesting if I'm just bouncing all over the place. So let's get you in here, buddy. Boom, boom, and all right. All right, link is sent. You'll be here in just a moment. All right. So, okay, Rise of Skywalker. I came out wanting to give it a 6 out of 10. But after thinking about it, I could not give it more than like a 2 or a 3. And that's like tops. I wrote down some goods and bads, some, ins and outs. Where to begin? Where to begin with this one? It moved a million miles a minute. It does so much and nothing at the same time. It feels like it's obviously a bunch of movies cramped into one. I don't want to try to repeat the same things I've heard people say, because I felt the same way. And I've already kind of said this when I was on John Talk stream. So it's like, I don't know how to condense this into like a review format at all. Like, I was really trying to think about it. I can't. Thank God. Okay, what's up, man?
Hello, how are you doing, Jeff?
I'm trying to find words to start, and I'm like, I could start here, I could start there, I could start there. I don't know where to start.
Yeah, that's. I was in that state for a good day and a half. It's well, with a lot of J.J. Abrams films, you kind of have to think, where do I begin? Because he is a film magician, but not the type that you want to see again. It's more like he'll just distract you as long as you can, and by the time the show's over, you're like, wait, nothing happened.
Yeah, that's what I kind of feel like. I don't watch J.J. Abrams films. I think the first one I saw was Force Awakens of him. So, and I'm not used to him. And it's like, in this one, I feel like right from the get-go, even the title crawl seemed quick. I don't know. It's like, okay, title crawl, okay, done. And then boom, we're on the planet. Okay, go over here, cut to the next scene, cut to the next scene, cut to the next scene. My eyes were like strained looking at the planet that he went to, that the Sidious was on, and I'm like just kind of looking away, like, God, this is just really irritating on the eyes. Like, not like a migraine, but I don't want to look at the screen. And then you just cut to Rey on the planet, and I'm like, okay, now they're showing her do a few exercises. I guess that's cute. Okay, cool. And she's like, and then they just go again and go, and then Finn and Poe and Chewie. I don't even know if that was the first 15 minutes.
I was more like the first 7. One thing that threw me off is that Star Wars doesn't really have montages.
No, they don't.
And that's what the movie opened up with, a montage.
Yes, it was a montage, and I feel like they said a lot without saying anything. Like,
And
in that
incoherently
montage
too.
Yes, and it doesn't like they just showed the Emperor is here and I am back, and then that was fake, and then now he's like, I'm going to kill you. I'm not going to kill you. Okay, and I don't understand. They moved so quick. It made no sense. Honestly, I'm like, what if Kylo just like disconnected the thing that the Emperor's on? Like, he just dropped, and then what now? Like,
Yeah, I mean, the one with every Star Wars movie, even kind of with some of the Disney sequel trilogies, there is an identifiable want with, like, Kylo Ren. He in the Force Awakens, he wants the map to Skywalker, so we know what his path is. And the Last Jedi, he kind of just wants Rey. I guess it's a little bit more muddy there, and with this one here, it's really muddy because we don't know what he wants. He's seeking out Palpatine, then he finds him, and instead of killing him, Palpatine offers him, like, supreme, I guess, ruling of the galaxy. But doesn't he kind of already have that as the supreme leader of the First Order? So, I mean, it's just kind of spinning his wheels, and it's just kind of, it's very nonsensical.
extremely.
Like, and that's putting it politely. So, and on top of that, it's all unstrategic within the character profiles of what we've seen so far. Like, why would Palpatine send out such a message when his fleet isn't even totally ready? Hasn't even left orbit of the planet. It's not even like done so in a trap mentality like the second Death Star. So what the heck is going on?
They sit there and they just float. Okay, see, this is my problem. There's so much that I can address that I wanted to address, like when I was watching it, but I have no time to pause and go, okay, wait a second, what is going on here? It's like with the Empire, with the Sith fleet, the whole thing. I'm just like, wait a second, this makes no goddamn sense at all. So the Emperor has basically made 3 armies that are the biggest the galaxy's ever seen.
Big armies.
Exactly. What's up, Black Angus? It's been a little
Hello,
while.
Black Angus.
It is quite chilly here in Russia.
Indeed, comrade. Indeed, my friend. My friend. I'm not Jeffrico today, so I can't do that. But I don't know, man. I didn't even know where to start with this thing, man. I'm just like, there's so much to comment on. It's like, it started with compliments at first, like, oh, that's okay. This is all right. Wait a second. No, there's a lot of things I was not liking as it was going. But yeah, this is a Script Doctor. Don't know if you guys have talked before. But
I don't think so.
No, this is my first time. This is my first time meeting you. Pleasure to meet you, sir.
Welcome, comrade. No, my jacket's drying over there, so I had this. I'm like, oh, this will keep me warm. No, I never thought about the army thing. I think of Palpatine like Sauron. He's got, the ability to impregnate Shmi across the galaxy and stuff. I know there's discussion about like the midichlorians and stuff before, like the vagueness of story that it was Plagueis or Palpatine or the Force reacting versus now at Disney it is Palpatine who is father to Vader directly.
Is that based off the comic book? Because I just recently read that, and it pretty much establishes more so that Kenobi and Palpatine are the father figures to Anakin as opposed to the literal father. Because even the images aren't even possible. They're all figments of craziness going into this world.
Well, from what I understand, Star Wars Theory, he had the original script available or what have you, and Lucas was very explicit about Palpatine being the father versus in the film, like the final product, it was meant to be ambiguous. With Palpatine.
Really? Because I've heard it from Lucas's mouth that Plagueis was supposedly the one that created it. And I was on a conference call with my teacher in 2005. So unless Lucas changed his history again, which is entirely possible because he does that a lot, Plagueis created... why create a being outside of the realm of the Republic if not plans to go there and train him? But Plagueis was killed by Palpatine right after he did that. And that's why the years go by. And when Palpatine meets Anakin, he's surprised that, oh my God, Plagueis did it. And so now Palpatine is trying to slowly manipulate the Jedi. if Palpatine could do it himself, why not do that after he became Emperor? Because there's no Jedi to stop him. He could do it to tons of other women within the galaxy and create a whole army of people more powerful than Vader, because Vader at this point is just a husk in a metal body. So, like, character logic wise, does not make sense for Palpatine to be able to create Anakin and not want to replace him, because after all, in Return of the Jedi, Palpatine wants to replace Anakin with Luke Skywalker, and there's a reason for that, because Luke is younger, he's potentially more stronger. If he commits over to the dark side, it's Palpatine wins. But what's the point if Palpatine can just make his own children?
I don't know. I think it's kind of like Lord of the Rings is so awesome. Tolkien didn't think out like, oh fuck, I had these eagles the whole time. I think
isn't there a line that Gandalf says, like, to allude to that, but like they don't pick up on it?
Like there's something he puts like a stopgap for the story, but it ultimately it's retarded. As a reader, like, oh, you could have just used the eagles the whole time. The fact he has to like complicate it more when he has this answer the whole time, I think was like an oversight. But no, it's like with Disney canon, it's like they've made it. Yeah, Palpatine's the dad, and so with that.
Okay, I haven't heard that from
canon,
any Disney guy yet, but like if that's the case, this just shows how silly they are in recognizing their own IP now.
Yeah, like with there's a reason they wanted to like book in Palpatines with the Skywalker story, because with that comic Invader, that was them kind of solidifying Palpatine is daddy to Vader.
Now, if the comic's the only evidence to do that, and there's no Disney spokesperson confirming such a thing, then it's basically an open interpretation, because the comic is actually quite poorly written.
Sure, yeah, no, I get that, but the whole Lucas story group and stuff, that's why they clean slated the canon, was to make sure everything was tied together, even though they've not really worked properly, I would say, to tie them together.
Well, they notoriously hate George Lucas, so I mean, they'll probably do anything they want.
But yeah, it's overall, like, again, like, it's like a Sauron thing for me. Like, I view whether or not he's actually Vader's father or not, he's part of this recent lineage with Plagueis, like this attempt to manipulate midichlorians and stuff. There's clearly like a power level that they're superseding previous Sith and stuff.
Mm-hmm. He's definitely a father figure to Anakin.
Well,
that's not inarguable. Yeah.
I'll just say for me, I don't care if it's a father figure thing or not. It's just more like, so he gets pretty much killed by Vader in the film, and it's like, it just kind of made sense that he's dead now, and it's like they don't need to have more Emperor. Is kind of how I saw it, and it's just now they had two movies where there's no signs of it, and then now I'm back, and it's just like. I mean,
and there's a way they could do it, which would completely.
I was going to say real quick. I was going to say real quick. Well, it's just kind of like, let's say that you had a hero that, let's say Batman, sacrifices himself to kill the Joker or something, and then just 5 years later, the Joker, no, he's really alive though, and there's no Batman. It's kind of like, well, all right.
Yeah, I mean, in that argument, it's very silly.
There's no reason for it. I don't know.
But like Anakin's story is more of his redemption. I mean, him getting rid of Palpatine is definitely a nice little bonus to it. But in Return of the Jedi, Luke's want isn't to kill Vader; it's to save his father, and he does that. And Anakin is redeemed. So I mean, that part of his story, Anakin's journey, the whole prophecy stuff, everything of the prequels really did kind of hurt the original trilogy more than support it.
Oh, no. I mean, I think it enhanced it.
I mean, sure, that's a valid opinion, but take a look at it this way. Nobody knew the Emperor's name as Palpatine until the first EU novel came out. Like, he was never named. And Palpatine in The Return of the Jedi, and even his little brief moment in Empire Strikes Back, he is basically the devil on Anakin's shoulder, on Vader's shoulder, just keeping him on the dark side. And when Anakin, comes back and throws him off the cliff, that's essentially an allegory to throwing the devil off your shoulder, because Palpatine is evil for the sake of evil. He has no real ulterior motive or master plan or anything. He just wants to be in power. But the moment you try to make him an actual character, like with his own origin and his own lineage and family and stuff, you humanize him a little bit more, and then you kind of make everything about Palpatine a lot more complicated. Whereas if you just say, okay, say he is a manifestation of the dark side of the Force, he parasites himself off of a fallen Jedi to gain power and be stronger and stronger and stronger. If Anakin were to throw him off in a, and quote, destroy him by like tossing him into the Death Star core and then die as a Jedi, as he does in Return of the Jedi, then what you can just have in order to bring Palpatine back without it hurting Anakin is that Palpatine is just a manifestation of the dark side for whatever Jedi falls to the dark side, especially a powerful one. So if Kylo Ren appears because Ben started tampering with the dark side, and it's Palpatine is the representation of the dark side trying to grow stronger, just whispering in his ear, getting him stronger and stronger, then Palpatine can come back, and he's kind of like a devil figure within the Force. Like, he's there to manipulate and to prey upon, and it doesn't take away anything from Anakin because he still achieved his goal. He beat the dark side. He tossed it off his shoulder. He died a Jedi because he's not unredeemed by any action that the sequel trilogy has done. I mean, unless I'm missing something from The Force Awakens or The Last Jedi or The Rise of Skywalker, Anakin is still redeemed as a hero by the end of that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for me, if I was going to add to that, like, I don't think it affects Anakin at all. For in the movie itself, he says something to the effect like, "Oh, like bring balance to the Force, like me, like I or me and Luke did," something like that.
Well, you see, that would make sense if the Emperor didn't come back. If it was a different bad guy, that's one thing. It's the same one that he defeated, but since he's back, he didn't win, didn't do anything. He never brought balance.
Well, he still redeemed himself. He still died as a Jedi.
He redeemed himself, but he didn't bring balance.
Oh, no, he did bring balance.
But the guy that he killed is alive.
Again, but balance is only an idea brought forth by the prequels. You can ignore the prequels and.
But then why would he say that he brought balance if? I don't know.
But that's in that's in the sequel trilogy, trying to play with both the trilogies and not doing it well.
Well, no. Here's me, I guess, threading the needle, or my view of it.
Yeah.
The balance, Star Wars, like, when people complain about this, it's like, why the hell did you watch Episode 7 to begin with if you're worried about the balance of the Force? If it really mattered to you, it makes no sense to even watch 7, because to have conflict in Star Wars after Vader, the Force has to be disimbalanced. It has to be left or right again. Luke picking the Jedi way instead of the middle way, he picked a side. And just in Star Wars in general, it's inevitable. If every Force user just like popped up after Vader, just magically, oh, I'm center, like, that'd be boring as shit. Like, that's just the end of Star Wars. You need the conflict. Otherwise, this just becomes like a human type conflict that's not bigger than the person's, like, politics or religion or something. Mm-hmm. Star Wars is big. It's universal implications. And, so there's that view for me. And because of that, I think it's like an ebb and flow. It's like Planet of the Apes with power, but this, instead of like groups having power, it's the light and dark side. At some point, it shifts back and forth. It never stays centered for long. I think people's hang up is just, oh, it's the same villain again. And I can get that view, but ultimately it's like, well, with his power set, it's like, if you came in Lord of the Rings and your first view was, oh, here's Sauron in the history the first time, and then 30 years later, Tolkien made the Lord of the Rings after that, where he pops back 2000 or whatever years later, people will be having the same complaints. But you saw the end of his story, and like the ultimate, the sequel trilogy was made first, then everything was made after. If you're using that comparison. So,
real quick, I got a $2 super chat from, according to Christy, who says, "Fuck this movie. Rise of Skywalker is BS bullshit." Definitely. Thank you, Christy. I appreciate that. I did see some of your take on this movie as well. Yeah, very passionately ranted. I like it. And then real quick, Midnight's Edge, Tom has joined us. What's up, man?
Fuck this movie.
I like that's like the slogan.
If you can call it a movie.
All right. All right. So, guys, the biggest issue I've had is trying to figure out what the hell to talk about with it because there's so much to talk about. It's like every time it's something it tries, there's just more. It's like a script doctor was saying that I'm not used to the Abrams style of movie making. So, like, I think The Force Awakens was the first Abrams movie I saw, I think. So that was the first time I saw that type of thing. And then with this, it just moves so fast. There's so much.
First mistake was thinking that J.J. Abrams was a filmmaker.
He is not. No, he's good to learn from because you can see the stuff that he does, which works, and contrast it with the stuff that does it better, which works, to catch yourself in doing like a hollow remake of a better movie.
Right. Makes sense. I don't know. So I guess so. We're talking about the Emperor and stuff. I guess that's where we can start as a point with Tom here too. What were your thoughts on the Emperor being in this movie? Because I kind of was on the mindset of I don't mind there being a bad guy of some kind that's there. It just I don't know. Like Angus was just telling how with Sauron using Lord of the Rings as a comparison as to why this is okay in his book, which I can see that. I can understand that. But I don't know, just with Star Wars and the way they rushed it in, it doesn't feel organic. Maybe this would be okay, but the way it was executed just seems poor on the screen to me.
Yeah, if it was set up
that's
better and all the Skywalkers weren't dead and it totally didn't negate everything from all the other films, prequels, and original trilogy, in my opinion, maybe. But from something we've just learned, and we've got a video coming on, the original villain may not have been Palpatine, which we already kind of knew that anyway, but like there's more stuff about that as to who it might have been. So kind of stay tuned for that. I don't want to get into it too much. I mean, this whole movie itself, as far as the question goes, yeah, there's aspects of it that are better than The Last Jedi, but it's barely a movie. And unfortunately, it's mostly just a reaction to The Last Jedi than an actual movie. There's a lot of retconning going on, but there's nothing being fixed. Some of the best character moments, I guess, in the recent trilogy are in this, but outside of that, it's hard to give it much high praise. I mean, yeah, it's always nice to see guys like Ian McDermott and stuff like that, and people like that come back, but at what expense and what cost, kind of a thing, and in the original script, Palpatine had a presence, I guess, from what we're learning, but he was still technically dead. But he was like, he had left behind like messages, and there was, like I said, another totally different villain that was supposed to be involved, and there was a lot more ties to the Clone Wars series, I guess, which I'm not that versed in, so I can't really comment too much on that either, but I'm sure other people will when this stuff comes out.
Yeah. Hey, Tom, can I ask you, I'm not sure if this will be a question, but it's more like a anecdote or something, I guess. I take it you're in the camp that thinks Palpatine being back negates Vader and or Luke.
It does when Anakin's sitting there screaming in Rey's head, finish what I couldn't accomplish, basically, in so many words. I don't remember the exact quote in the movie because I only watched it once in the theater, and the movie goes by so quick. I wasn't joking.
Oh, yeah.
In the chat when I said it's like one big long montage. Like the entire movie, when Script Doctor said the opening is, I'm like, no, because the entire movie feels like it's missing scenes, missing bits, missing parts. There was like this whole subplot in the leaks that the one girl was Lando's daughter, and they kind of have that tag on the end still. And now instead of it actually having maybe that's his daughter thing, it's more like, I've heard more people go, oh, that's kind of weird because Lando's like macking on that young chick and trying to. It's like, no, actually,
I never picked that up at all.
No, everybody has said that. I'm like, no, actually, in the earlier leaks, they said that he knows that that's his daughter. He's just obviously, opening that door slowly. Right. And I'm like, I didn't get that at all. But like, oh, yeah, I totally did. It's Lando.
That would have been weird if he was like, hey, I'm your dad. Oh.
That would have been
I know. Like
of all the people in the galaxy, I know that you're my kid.
Right. That is also very.
It would have been a little. Yeah. So.
No, I guess the comparison I was going to give you is like, for me, where I'm like, I don't see a problem. I get that people feel like certain characters are sacred and like, what are you doing? Especially with how Rey was set up as a Mary Sue and the politics kind of this era with Mary Sue characters. But in real life, it's like when a cop dies, no one thinks, man, that guy, everything he did is a waste because look, crime happened again after his death. It's like, I look at it more Taoistic, like, or Eastern, like Lucas intended. You know, Star Wars is him fetishizing the Eastern philosophies, in my opinion, and it's all like light, dark. It's always a duality.
Well, can I give you a better answer, maybe, without sorry to interrupt? But if they would have done a better job at explaining that this was technically probably a clone and that kind of a thing, and like somebody like I would have believed that somebody like Palpatine would have had some kind of contingency plan. Like, they do a very bad job in this movie of explaining, you know, all they say is cloning and dark magic. It's like, okay, that can leave a lot of room for interpretation.
Yeah. In one of the novels, or in the Shadow, one of the Young Jedi Knight series or something, his Red Royal Guards actually like made a persona of the Emperor to spread around and make everybody believe that he's still around, and like as if he didn't even die. So everybody was in fear of it. And, you know, they could have done something with that where, I don't know, they're doing that. I mean, maybe they did bring him back in a way, but he's not functional fully yet. But they're still, you know, able to spread him around. I mean, I don't know. Like, to me, the whole concept isn't a completely out the window crazy idea. It's just, again, as far as in the movie goes, he's just like, I'm back, bitches. Here's my army, and boom, and it's like with his fleet thing. Okay, that confuses me even more because he's technically now made 3 full galactic scale sized empires in a span of like 60 years.
And they've always failed.
It's
inevitable. It fails for whatever reason.
So him being back alone isn't really the gripe, but it's also kind of like he feels like a wasted. It didn't feel like it was satisfying, I guess.
I get where
it was just really. With what happens, he uses his power that is established. He can wipe out a fleet basically, and then shoots that at Rey, and she just goes pew, and then and blows up, and it's just kind of like extremely anticlimactic. It doesn't have to be super climactic, but it just didn't. It didn't feel like anything was accomplished with that either. It's just if you kill me, then I will win, and then he gets killed by her, and I don't know, at least in Return of the Jedi, Vader killed him, not Luke. So Luke technically didn't even do what the Emperor wanted him to anyway. I mean,
well, not only that, I mean, here's a question for you that a lot of people who watch Return of the Jedi don't always ask, but it's implied, I guess, from the audience perspective that Yoda and Obi-Wan are asking Luke to kill Vader, and yet Palpatine is also asking Luke to kill Vader. So why would all 3 of these characters have the same goal for Luke when they all have different perspectives of what they want Luke to do? So my interpretation is that Yoda and Obi-Wan aren't asking Luke to kill Vader. They're asking him to save Vader. And the lesson is basically to try and teach Luke to abandon the idea of killing a Sith in order to defeat them, but rather doing what the Sith do to the Jedi, which is converting them to the dark side. Just do it in reverse, because that's how you defeat a bad idea. When you make the idea seem so repulsive or so unreliable that they abandon it and then walk over to the light side. You can't really do that with a character like the Emperor because he is a personification of it, so you have to kill him. But for those that follow him, that's kind of how you weaken the Sith.
I think you're kind of onto something there. First, to address something I think about what Rookie was just saying, though, about the whole, basically where's the Emperor getting all the resources to build 3 empires? That's my question too. It's like, and do it undercover, no less.
Like,
it's the stock market, bro.
Imagining him going door to door. Hello, would you like to join my new empire, please? So, some cookies as well, boom, and just sign here, and you'll be up tomorrow, right? It's like,
would you like to hear about my final order?
Like
he's an allegory for George Soros. He came from Epstein's Island, you know.
Yeah, and then the other part, though, to kind of what Script Doctor was talking about, that's something I've always kind of noticed about, especially Return of the Jedi, and compared to this film and it being anticlimactic, like Rookie said, that's another thing I did say about how I felt about the film. It was like you lead up to this ending and they rip off the ending of Endgame. Ooh. Instead of saying I am Iron Man, she says I am all the Jedi. Big difference. But anyway, no. like the thing is with Return of the Jedi, it's not my favorite Star Wars film by far. And it's no secret that I'm kind of a critic of George Lucas. No matter how much I love him, I have this love-hate relationship with him. And when it comes to Return of the Jedi, though, one thing I will give him credit for, whether he did it consciously or not, the fight between Luke and Vader in the end is probably one of my favorite battles in the entire Star Wars saga. For the specific reason of whether or not George knew it or not, Vader the entire time is fighting for Luke's soul, basically.
Yep.
Because like you guys said, all Luke has to do is defeat the Emperor, and that's what Vader told him to do in the last movie. Just kill the Emperor and you can join me on the dark side. And that's even what Palpatine's telling him: kill me, strike me down, and you can join your father at my side. Take my place, take your father's place at a side or whatever. All that stuff. And you're right about Yoda and all them too. They never say kill Vader.
Nope, they say defeat and destroy. Very different.
I don't
word.
even know if they even say destroy. I think they just said face Vader a bunch of times. I don't even remember.
Face is one, yeah.
Yeah, most of the time I remember him saying face. And I don't remember.
He said I think they said you have to defeat him.
Defeat him, maybe.
That.
Yeah,
I think Empire's when they used the word destroy at one
that
point.
That could be because I was trying. I don't remember him saying to that extent. Yeah, because it's so much more Luke's the one who said he can't.
Well, Luke said he can't kill his father.
Yeah, that's where I think everybody kind of assumes that.
But Yoda and Obi-Wan says after that, which is then the Emperor has already won. That's basically showing that Luke hasn't learned a lesson, and other people think that no, it means that Luke has to kill the father, but. Yeah.
Yeah, and so anyway, so that through that whole fight though, Vader's basically fighting for Luke, and like you said, once he throws Palpatine down the pipe, he's basically saved his son. It's the redemption of the father, the sins of the father being forgiven, and then also the sins of the past that were placed on the son now also being lifted, kind of a thing. Mm-hmm. So he no longer has to worry about going down that path. And to go back way back before to what you were saying, I believe it was Black Angus was saying earlier about how, the whole thing with Palpatine, I wouldn't have had a problem so much if they would have set it up better. And you had this thing with the balance of the Force, and you were talking about how it makes no sense here and there. But one bit I knew that was a part of the earlier parts of the script, and I believe this might even be in the Force Awakens art book, was one of the reasons the Force was out of balance now. And it may even have gone something like they could have even used the whole reason Luke went into hiding is because he kind of brought the Force out of balance by training all these new Jedi without there being a Sith, perhaps. That kind of a thing was that they had in the original script when Kylo was trying to contact Vader, what he was doing was screwing up the balance of the Force because Anakin had already crossed over to the other side of the Force or whatever as a good guy. And every time he keeps trying to call out Vader, it would keep breaking that balance, and we'd have this shot of Anakin phasing in and out of being Anakin Skywalker and Vader, and that was where those rumors of Hayden Christensen filming came in. And
I remember that.
Yeah, so
Anakin was, as a ghost, was being torn between both sides.
Yeah, and I thought that was a unique idea, and I'm like, well, that's a good way you can kind of show that there was balance for some time. You could even play that into Luke going into exile, like he realized, I'm bringing imbalance to the Force by training this slew of new Jedis, and they're not being, obviously a bad Force because obviously Palpatine would have been clouding himself, and same thing with Snoke and all that kind of crap. I mean, it's just interesting ideas and ways to look at it that they could have gone down. And gone down. Yeah.
I guess in my opinion, it's like Angus was talking about the good and the dark side pull kind of has got to go one way or the other anyway to have the conflict. But I don't know. I feel like conflict would come up eventually anyway, kind of like with there being the 1,000 years of peace and, stuff sprouted up. I feel like even if the Jedi were left to their own devices over time, at some point, somebody's going to have something that's going to make them do something bad. And, cause dabble into something. They'll stumble across something. There's going to be, they will dip into, I don't even know if it'd be fully the dark side or nothing, but they could just behave out of their practices and, cause conflict anyway. There's other types of, and there's other beings that are threatening to Jedi, I would imagine, and enough skilled warriors that can be, a threat of some kind. And not every story, because it feels like every story has to be large scale now all the time with Star Wars, which I get the scale needs to be a part of some of it. But I mean, even in the prequels, there was a lot of small scale stuff happening. And in this, it just kind of felt like everything's always on DEFCON 1. Like everything's on the line all the time. And it's like, I don't know, it doesn't feel like you can really breathe or enjoy any small moments.
Yeah, I didn't have enough disenjoyment of sand in this series, We had 2 desert planets, and yet no mention of sand, awareness of
it. It's funny that you mentioned that, because in The Force Awakens, actually, the first time we see Rey is the most that I've liked her. because they're telling us about her without her saying anything, and letting us watch her do stuff, and kind of telling us about her character without dialogue. And that was some of the best things in this whole sequel trilogy, to be honest. But then in this, it's just full throttle. Hang on, everybody! Like, just like I don't know. So nothing felt, even if it would be okay, just the way it was executed and the amount of time they spend in a scene is so short. There's no time to let any of it sit, so it didn't have any impact on me. Anyway,
this is the problem with The Last Jedi, because the art book, the concept art for Force Awakens, like the Death Star was part of this stuff. So I think Rey Palpatine was going to be a thing from JJ from the start. But then you have like episode 8 where it's like, oh, she's looking into herself because she's no one for whatever fucking reason. So like that whole thing feels contradicted by this movie where she's a Palpatine. It's like, oh, why would she just see images of herself? Because that alludes to her being a clone.
I was actually okay with her being a nobody, because I technically I had the impression that technically anybody, if they're trained, can learn how to use the Force, but like but with certain people, like, let's say Anakin or Yoda or Mace Windu or somebody, they have a better chance of it. Because I thought even in the old EU or the old canon that like Obi-Wan had a very low midichlorian count or something and had to work extra hard to learn the abilities that he did. So that's kind of the impression I got, that you have to really dedicate to learn it in order to have it. Otherwise, no, because they say the Force is in everybody, and if so, you know what I mean? Where I'm getting with that?
Well, it's more like, the Force is a part of every living thing, but I think Yoda kind of explains that the Force is strong within his family. And obviously, like, the way that the Jedi work is implied through Yoda, that they get, kids when they're real young, and they're able to obviously know that they know right off the bat, obviously obviously we find out later on it's the midichlorians, but we just kind of assumed that they knew that from an early age that the kids were special in some way, or they just knew because of the lineage.
Yeah.
I kind of always kind of got that assumption too until the prequels. And I that's one of the gripes I have with the prequels, is that George did a really good job with Kurtz pushing him to make the Force a very simplified thing. And it is in the original film. It has clear boundaries. It's clearly something you have to work at. It's clearly not just something you can just use. You have to concentrate and practice and all this. It has a very, Buddhist kind of mentality to it, or however you want to put it. And
it's a muscle.
And then when you get to the prequels, though, and it's like, oh, well, as long as you got enough midichlorians, you can do just about anything if you're trained right. And then by the time we get to the sequels, it's just, well, you can just do anything you want as long as you're a dyad, is what we get by the third film anyway. That's the explanation for why Rey can do what she can do anyway.
Which I was kind of confused. Was the dyad supposed to be kind of like the brother and sister and the father or something? And
that's where I said if the dyad was a thing, then wouldn't you think Luke and Leia would have been a dyad too?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if that's it. What are your thoughts on that, Angus, with the dyad stuff?
I never put much thought into the dyad.
They only say it briefly in
Pro Orcon, I didn't think much of it, but like mention of Luke and Leia, it's like, well, I mean, that wouldn't happen because Leia's like, I'm pregnant, so like I can't be running around being a Jedi,
Well, that was that movie though. That's not, obviously right. Lucas probably always planned and figured that Leia would go on and learn her Jedi ways. And the one thing I always noticed, it seemed like with Luke and Leia, and I thought they would play off of in these movies, and they never did, was Luke was always more of a physical Force user. Leia always seemed to be more attuned with the feelings of the Force.
Right, like using influence or something.
Well, not so much that, but like when he goes, Vader's Vader's my father and you're my sister. That whole scene, she's like, I knew, I've always known. And she says, I've always known. It's like little things like that, and just maybe her instinctual things that have gotten her to this point, and why, even though she's spunky, the reason she's gotten to the point where she is and still alive is because of the Force.
Wait, isn't that kind of like the basic senses that like Anakin had on Tatooine? Kind of like he's able to do stuff that humans can't do, but like he's not able to train it. So if he were to grow up, he'd just be a really good pod racer and can maybe have better reflexes and stuff, but not much beyond that.
or better intuition with people,
Right.
that type of thing. Yeah.
Right. Well, then that's
Very
what I meant
basic
by
stuff.
that's what I meant by influence with her. Like she's able to kind of read people a little bit, like as far as like, okay, I can kind of sense how you're feeling here. I can say this, and boom, with the
Stuff
maybe.
that would be great for
Like,
diplomacy.
Yeah, that's kind of what I
And
mean.
like I said, got her to the point where she was at, especially when we see her in the first film, where she's able to just look at Vader and be like,
Yeah, it's like just going back to the sequels with Rey. Like I wasn't too like I'm okay if she's a nobody. I'm okay if she's got this huge force power. It just all depends on how they execute stuff. Because I kind of thought it'd be cooler if she was more timid with stuff. Like because she seems so confident, and it's like I'd rather her be kind of really scared of herself, like really not wanting, like she's isolated on her own because of her power or something. Like she doesn't want to interact with people because she's probably killed people before on accident, like maybe just some type of a weird force thing. I don't know why. I don't know how it would make sense, but I'm referencing Dragon Ball here, kind of. Like a lot of characters, some characters have hidden powers that, like, they have their normal powers they can use, but if they let themselves use this other power, they can't stop it, and they don't know how to control it
right.
until later or something.
Problems all lie in The Last Jedi, unfortunately, and that's the main issue. Is because you could kind of tell that JJ's initial plan, because I know people say there wasn't a plan, but he did have an idea of where things were going to go, because he's alluded to it, and both Daisy Ridley and Simon Pegg have confirmed that they both knew who Rey's parents were, where this overall arc was supposed to go and all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. So they did at least have an idea, and I think that's where the conflict between Trevorrow and Rian Johnson came in, and then this movie is obviously JJ just commenting on The Last Jedi. And when you've got scenes like the Haldo maneuver, that thing's only works once, and several of the scenes are direct comments to what was done in The Last Jedi. You don't throw away the weapon like that, like Luke, having Luke say that is obviously a dig at Rian Johnson.
And Luke saying that he was wrong in The Last Jedi.
Yeah.
Well,
all of that.
Angus, what was your thoughts on the Force Ghost Luke catching the lightsaber?
Oh God! You know what? I'm a prequel kid, man. Like I got into this shit because of Darth Maul from the start, and then like I grew up and I'm like, okay, yeah, the originals are like an extension of this. This is like the original story that came about, etc. And then I start to get older and appreciate like the storytelling, the character development, and all that. But like it's very simplistic, and I view originals as like World War II. They have a very clear-cut villain versus the prequels are World War One, and it also works for like timeline comparison where you got a very like gray understanding of what the war was about versus pretty clear in the World War II aspect or the original trilogy. There's a polarization.
Wasn't the roots of World War II and World War One anyway? So that kind of plays.
I actually didn't know the World War One part. That's
they're very much tied together because like the Germans had a whole bunch of sanctions put on them with weapons and stuff. They can only build so big, only so many ships, etc. So there was a huge kind of spiritual vendetta against the world after World War One that helped make the Nazis, where it's like we're going to be super German, in their vendetta, and so you get polarization just like in the original versus prequels, where it's very clear-cut villains versus like you got Dooku and Qui-Gon and stuff and Grievous. Shades of villainy or heroism versus Vader versus Luke and the Emperor and all that. But yeah, I was never attached to Luke Skywalker because he's a good guy. If you boil it down, he's good. He's good. He's good. All three movies. There's no like conflict that, even though I know there is now, but there's no conflict to really bite on like Anakin, where it's like he's struggling like with attachment. So I'm not attached to the original trilogy, especially fucking Leia. She's so one-dimensional in her resolve. So seeing how they carried out with her, especially when Johnson kept her alive in the story, I was like, wow, I never thought that they could thread that needle. I thought she was just going to stay alive and go away. But they did service directly to the fans. They're pretty much looking right at you and saying like, hey, we're sending her off. And I was like, that's touching. And then Chewbacca, that was great. With Luke catching the saber, that was a direct F you to Ryan. But I looked at Luke and his hair looked like crap, looked like just some bum off the street. And you're just like, yeah, let me play this shit one more time.
Well, I guess the fact that a ghost that is dead caught a physical object.
Oh man, that just makes it worse, because then you get the problem of like, well, why haven't the ghosts just gotten their lightsabers and killed Palpatine or whoever?
To me, it makes death seem pointless because I mean, the Force ghosts are meant to be beings of guidance. Like the power is meant to.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like Virgil.
I thought it was more specifically to like just give guidance for a while, but basically until they feel that the mission that they wanted to have was accomplished. Because after the Empire was gone, there's no more need for them to stick around. So they would fade because they can't stick around forever, always giving advice. Like I figured it was just till they felt like they need to stop and become one with the Force or something.
Yeah,
So I thought that was really done. And then he used the Force to lift the X-wing out. It's like, I don't care now. That makes no sense.
Why couldn't he just tell Rey to do it?
Exactly. They say, I have a ship in the water, right? You remember seeing that? Yeah,
you know the Force is to like lift rocks.
I know.
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one we were talking about earlier. Black Angus on Twitter. That whole scene fucking confused me. I'm sitting here thinking there's a third freaking Wayfinder.
No, there's just two.
Because the way, that scene flashes by so quickly, and the way that Luke says it makes it seem like he already had one there the whole time.
Yeah, that conversation was so quick. She was like, I broke it. No, you didn't. Go check. And then she's like,
got
it again. Boom.
Yeah, I'm like, what the? Wait, what?
No, the whole thing was he. Well, I knew it wasn't because it was like Luke never found that guy because he got killed by the sandworm, and so he never like completed the mission he was on, and then everything else happened with Kylo and Snoke, and he just gave up, on the game.
Yeah. So I get that now after you and Ryan explained it to me and showed me the one picture because I don't remember seeing that.
Yeah, I don't.
What's strange is that he saved Kylo saved the Wayfinder after his TIE fighter was destroyed by Way.
I thought it was blew up the first time.
Yeah.
Did you guys? Okay, this is how I felt. It felt like the movie was two movies, but it also felt like if they had time, they would have made the first half of this movie the middle movie, and then the third movie.
You're not wrong. I think this was what it was all meant to be. Because Colin Trevorrow has a writing credit on this. So they obviously used some of what he wrote, or that he wouldn't get a writing credit.
Yeah, because it just felt like even like when she went to Oct 2, she was there for all of 3 minutes of screen time left. Like, I'm going to be here forever. Oh no, I'm not. Okay.
Oh, and I also can't help but feel like they also, because look at it this way, they had a year to write Princess Leia out of the last movie and let her die with some dignity in the film and not have to worry about having her for the third film. But oh no, they stuck with that movie the way it was. It makes no sense considering she's not even in, 2/3 of the movie?
All right, let's talk about Leia.
Not even in an eighth, really.
Yeah, she's in a coma through most of the movie. You really could have edited her out so easily.
So hold on. So let's talk about Leia now. So it's like, what do you guys think that she should have been killed off in The Last Jedi? And do you think that she should have just been blown up, or do you think they could have done something else to have done it?
No, I think that moment where Kylo hesitates and his two gunmen or whatever shoot and blow up the ship.
I mean, the only moment where Ben Solo actually feels like he's caught between the dark and light side.
Exactly.
Well, because I'll admit that I haven't seen Fast and the Furious 7, but I've heard that they did when Paul Walker died. Like, they don't just kill him off.
Dude, I did a video about that.
They send him off in a way.
But the difference here is they needed to finish that movie still. They had a completed film with The Last Jedi. They had over a year to finish it or reshoot a couple scenes of people mourning her, give her a proper funeral, at the end of the movie. That's all they had to do. You could have kept Haldo. You didn't even have to kill Haldo. Then you could have said, hey, let's keep her on, have her fill in the Leia role. Because point I was getting to is I think the only reason they stuck with that is because Ryan Johnson came up with this hackneyed idea and KK went along with it, Kathleen Kennedy, that is. And that was that, hey, if we make Luke a failure and kill him, then that means Leia has to train Rey in the next movie. I think that was the whole motivation of that, because I can't see any other reason on the planet to keep her alive in that film. Because anybody who knows Carrie Fisher would have been like, you are idiots, kill me, you can't bring me back.
Yeah, she'd do that while waving both hands with middle fingers at him.
I feel like that'd be Harrison Ford for sure.
Well, he would too.
He's alive and saying kill me.
She said in an interview once that she wanted Princess Leia to die bathed in moonlight and strangled in her own bra strap, because the whole joke was there was no underwear in space. And I think it would have been fitting for Leia to have been able to die bathed in moonlight in that explosion, not killed by her son in the film.
I think in a way I do agree, but I'm not against them having kept her alive until the end of the film, and then
killing her off screen seems cheap. The way they did it now is even more cheap.
Yeah,
it feels like, because it feels like now they just used her because they had to, but it was just.
It was clunky. Very.
And not
clunky.
only that, JJ obviously refused to use any Last Jedi footage. That's why he only has that much footage to work with.
Yep.
Oh wow.
I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, for some reason. Well, I know the
movies
reason.
worth of footage.
I know the reason, but because those deleted scenes, part of them are on the Blu-ray. Like the part where she says "never underestimate a droid." I knew I had seen that, and I was watching Mahler earlier, and he brought it up that it was in the deleted scenes. It's like I knew I'd seen that before.
I've never seen their deleted scenes, so
it's in one of the deleted scenes. It's this whole thing where she's talking to that fat pilot guy.
Oh, the dude from Heroes?
Dude,
the one that disappeared in The Last Jedi.
I thought the fat guy was Jon Favreau for a sec, but I was disappointed to learn it wasn't, because he likes to be in a lot of his movies, right?
He's a friend of JJ's, yes.
It's actually JJ's good luck charm.
I'm a pilot, and then he gets shot down. He got Porkins, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, he got Porkins in this last movie, yeah.
But then
if they didn't kill him, people would like The Rise of Skywalker better.
Did you guys see Wedge for a whole 2 seconds?
Yeah. I was like, why?
What the fuck was that worth?
No,
why wasn't he piloting something?
Somebody said Wedge was in there. I'm like, fucking where?
He's in there for 2 holes. I'm not even kidding. It's literally like 2 seconds.
Did he have a line?
It's one line, and he's in one of the gunner positions.
I think he says
of the
good shot
Falcon.
or whatever it was, wasn't it?
Or good flying Lando or something like that.
Yeah, good flying Lando. Yeah.
I think we can get to the space thing or Lando in a sec, but let's stay on Leia for a sec, because let's.
Sorry about that. That was my fault.
That's not good. No, so I like when they're on the water planet. Was that Endor or the planet of the system of Endor? I was actually kind of confused on where they were.
In some kind of on the Wikipedia and a few other places, they say the name of the. It's supposed to be one of the other moons.
Oh no! It's like Kif Air or something like that.
Yeah,
it's in the solar system, but it's not on Endor.
It's in the Endor system.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's like several moons. How many moons on Endor? I think there was 12 or. I can't remember. It's got a lot of moons.
But that's fine. That's fine with me, actually. Based on
9 moons.
I'm a
huge
in
Return of the Jedi.
I'm a huge space guy, so that's actually moons actually aren't that common, but a bunch of planets are. But anyway, so when they're fighting, I'm actually okay with some of the sequences on there. I kind of wish that was going to be their final fight. Like that technically was, but I mean like the final of their fight, like the climactic one. But when they're fighting, and then Leia is like, Ben, and then he's like, yo, and then
He's cheap shotted by Palpatine.
And then Han's like, what's up, bro? And strokes his cheek. And then, okay, so what exactly did Leia do?
She distracted him.
No,
she pierced the veil.
But Maz spoke with dialogue. She now knows that she has to give all of herself up to save her son.
That's all the power she has left to be able to get to Ben. Basically, like what Angus was just saying, to kind of break that wall.
That can't be that sounds.
It's so fucking stupid. I know.
Yeah.
Script doctor, was that it? Was that really?
Listen, I don't get that type of stuff. I mean, I understand trying to like cobble scenes of Carrie Fisher together to tell a narrative, but they did it in the most slap-hazard way possible, because there is a lot of footage from, I guess, The Last Jedi that could have been used.
JJ didn't.
That JJ didn't want to do it, and I understand why. I personally would never even have contemplated the idea, because the last thing you want to do is like deep fake protocols to craft a narrative. It's going to feel very disingenuous. It's always going to feel off. At least now, maybe 100 years from later, it'll be perfect. But now it's just not going to work.
Yeah, and the reason I think Luke is doing like a lot of Leia's dialogue and some other shit there is because I think they had to split up between Luke and Han what Leia was going to say in the movie. I really do. I think that scene between Ben and Han was actually supposed to be between Ben and Leia, because they have not met face to face yet in this entire freaking trilogy.
I was about to say, was she supposed to talk to him? Because he has not faced her yet, even after their death. So I was like, maybe she's gonna try to I actually didn't. That still sounded dumb to me, honestly. And then why didn't she physically go? I don't know. It was just like there's so. She's like, I just derped, and then he and that's so.
Well, you know what it is, Ricky? You just had Luke Skywalker, go out like a fart in the wind because he forced too hard, and so now you have it where he can force too hard and die instead of just like Palpatine was like, I'm too weak.
I'm not too upset that Leia died afterward. It's just like, okay, I'm going to do blank, and that will do blank. I'm just gonna go. Hey, so you can get stabbed, and then get that. So I thought she was like gonna try to have a good aura around him, or that'd be stupid too. But like, I don't know. I that didn't make any sense at all. Like, I'm trying to really get what giving her life would do to make him good. That doesn't make any sense to me.
There's no scenes between the two of them, so it was never be earned anyways.
Well, here's the other thing. Last Jedi, she pretty much tells Lucas, like, yeah, fuck it, kill my son. He's a piece of shit. And then, like, this movie, it's like, I'm going to save him. I'm going to pierce the veil and show him the light or bring him back here or something. Because I think she, it's implied she gets, like, what Rey can do. Like, she can force heal him, whatever. So it's like, yeah, stab him, but then heal him, whatever. Fuck The Last Jedi. That's why I love this movie, because that's what it says for 2 hours.
I don't love it, but I mean, it's hard to call it a movie. But there's, like I said, there's bits of it that are more entertaining than The Last Jedi, but at the same time, it's more enraging than The Last Jedi.
Like,
so it's
to
really
me,
tough for me to like it at all.
If it could slow down a few points, I would have probably enjoyed it a little more, soak up a moment, but they don't at all. It's just, nope, next scene. And
no,
next
I really
problem.
think you're right, Rookie. I think you're right that this was really what JJ would have done had he gotten to do the second film, which is his own fault. I'll get to that in a second. But I think you're right, because I think that scene on the Death Star with them fighting and her stabbing Kylo and then saving him and then taking off, I think that would have been the end of the second film if JJ had made it.
Well, and it's like, think about it like this too. Like, this is the fifth time they fought. Like, I mean, I think, I don't know.
And she almost lost.
as much as I still don't really like their dynamic, I would have thought that by this time around, when they're clanking swords, that it would be like they'd have more dialogue, kind of. They'd have a little more breaks in the action. But they've already talked like 1,000 times. I'm so bored by now. Like, there's no tension or interest in this because
it was a really stupid fight. Yeah,
a lot. And it's like in the prequels, a lot of people don't like that there's a different villain in each one. But I'm like, I don't know. It kind of makes sense for what it was. I mean, if they fought the same guy over and over again, I'll get you next time.
Well, look at the example of like Luke and Vader. Their fight in Return of the Jedi, they're together for how long before they start the fight?
Ooh,
and it takes
quite a
Emperor
while.
egging him on real hardcore.
Yeah, it's like
Luke finally grabs his.
Well, it's like the first time they meet at all in any way, face to face, is at the end of Empire, basically.
Yeah, and he's ready to just go after him because he knows nothing at that point. All he knows is this guy tried to kill my friends, and I'm going to kill this guy.
It's like, I'm not saying they need to.
He's going after him like a rebel, not a Jedi.
Yeah, it's like they don't need to do that here, but it's just the fact that they've already fought a few times, and
yeah, you're right. It feels unnatural.
How many times did he ask, "Join me"? And she's like, "No, I just don't." There was no.
I get you.
I mean, Angus, I know you said you kind of like the film. What's your thoughts here with this? With Rey and Kylo fighting again and again, and I guess by the time they get to that moon, like, what were your thoughts?
You man babies just don't get the magic of Raylo. And her playing so hard to get. Mm-hmm. It's beautiful. It's touching. No, I really do think that is a problem with Raylo. It's like that's why they keep us going. Like, I would love to see, like the prequels, at least a couple different tier villains that are, part of, especially with the Knights of Ren, I don't really have an answer for that. But just going back really quick. The whole Solo scene. How many of y'all felt like Batman versus Superman, Man of Steel, when he's on the mountain and then Kevin Costner's talking to him? I was like, that's kind of nice.
Kind of, but I mean, I didn't hate it, but I really felt like the whole time this was what Leia was supposed to be saying.
Yeah,
and that's where it really kind of, it's like, why didn't they find a better way of doing it? I don't know. It just because I know that wasn't the way it was meant to be.
Yeah,
well, the most common flaw. Yeah. Like, the most common flaw with all these movies is that they feel very empty. Like, after I saw The Force Awakens, I thought, okay, it's okay, but I wanted more because there wasn't enough developed. With The Last Jedi, I'm like, this is a first year college student trying to write Star Wars. Some okay ideas, but it isn't going anywhere. And then with The Rise of Skywalker, it's like, okay, it's a lot of ideas, and none of them have a chance to breathe, so they don't have any tangibility to them. So what's the point?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, I think.
Yeah, because it doesn't really take us anywhere.
With the villains, like I like to think of Dragon Ball as a good example of how they do it a lot. It'll be like they'll fight this guy that they think is pretty strong and almost beats them, but it turns out that was like one of the lowest ranks, and it's like, oh shit, there's bigger guys than this that are stronger. We got a lot of work to do to be able to combat them later, and then it gets you it shows progression in their strength. As they go, you'll go, oh, they were at this level. Now they're at this level. Now they've improved a lot. Look at what they've done. And, throughout their journey, they've grown and trained and gotten stronger and stuff. And for this, it's the same person. Each time it's just, all right.
It's Arrested Development.
And honestly, I don't even know if they're trying to kill each other. They're just smacking sticks. Like, I don't even know what the purpose of them fighting is half the time. And then they go, I'll use my force. And I don't know. It's
speaking of Force, all right. So the whole I am the Jedi, especially with Endgame just happening, it's like, come on, it's so obvious the comparisons we're gonna do. Here's the thing: why was like the lightning such a problem for her to start with? She thought Chewie to death, with the ship. She just had that awaken in her. You would think that like here's how I would have fixed that scene. Still do the same thing. Have Palpatine trying to do shit to her, and then all of a sudden she just catches the lightning, or
like Yoda did,
or like a tug of war, and then she just closes in and grabs his hands and been like, I am the Jedi or whatever, and just lightning it fuck her to death. You could have thematically, even if it's the same kind of lame, that's it. He dies from lightning. That's his thing.
Well,
you could have made it more epic, and that's why I'm you never really showed her aware of using lightning, or it shouldn't really affect her because it's part of her too. That's what irritated me.
That's actually a good thing to bring up. I wasn't really I was okay with her kind of zapping the ship and killing Chewie earlier when she first uses the lightning. But it's I wasn't really okay with her just, okay, I'm just going to use the force on the ship and yank it back. That seemed a little OP at the moment, but it would have been kind of interesting. She's like, oh shit, Chewie's gone and whatever, and Kylo's here, and she's trying to do something, and she's getting pissed off with Kylo always being around and accidentally, kills him in anger or something. And then with lightning, first time ever using it, she seemed kind of shocked that she could do that, which was the first time they've shown her use a new ability and be surprised by it, rather than just, I can do that, I can do that, I can do that. I can make you do what I want. I can, just shove you all the way. I can bring things to me. I can heal. That was kind of good that she seemed surprised and shocked and scared of that. But then that flees, that just goes away. She's totally okay that she can do it later.
I don't know.
And no, I'm saying I would have been, with what you just said, a little bit more okay later with that, maybe. But I don't know either, because the catching the lightning, that seemed to be an ability that you learn even with the lightsaber. Anakin didn't know what to do when he got zapped. Obi-Wan was like, I'm ready, I know how to do this. She's like, no, I know what to do. And I don't know.
Well, the whole thing with what you were addressing, I agree, that'd been cool, and I really bought Daisy in this movie, regardless of
I know you bought her.
Well, I'm saying that scene specifically was really well done. It was very convincing. It's oh wow, I'm scared, and afterwards she's you don't really know me, I don't know me, what the hell's happening? It's kind of like a superhero first finds power. But, and this goes with the writing and the style, the dialogue we were talking about, it's very modern. With these people, even JJ or whatever, who overall I'm happy with what he's done with the 2 movies he's done. I noticed a lot of Whedonism, and I don't know if you've seen Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, but how when he's getting his powers, he's running all over the walls, so oh my god, what's happening? And the pigeons and shit, and he's stripping himself on accident because the web on his hands. These guys writing, they could have turned that shit silly. So I'm actually glad they just made her straight and been oh yeah, I can use the Force, I can mind trick people, whatever. because you'd get that, because you see with like when they first show Ray, Finn, and Poe all together, it's like a Avengers movie. The dialogue, it's all quippy and like, oh, the thing's on fire, but my droid's hurt and this and that, and oh, he's angry. It's just like, slow the fuck down.
Yeah, it's like they're all shot up on something and need to move and talk fast. Like it's almost like you guys ever seen Food Fight or seen a review of Food Fight? The horrible animation Charlie Sheen and Hilary Duff voiced. You haven't? Oh no.
I know what it is. I haven't seen it, but I know what you're talking about.
I heard about it, but I haven't seen it. No.
What I'm getting at is they have so many of the characters just, hey man, what are you doing over there? What you doing? They do a backflip. What are you doing? They're just having a normal conversation, just moving around. And that just, from what you just said, Angus, that sounds like what they'd be doing with this. And in live action, that'd be so silly. That'd be too silly. I don't know. But I don't know, the straight angle, it could have been a little curved. That's all I'm saying, to make it better. And she was reacting with emotion from killing Chewie, but then no, he's cool. I mean, he's gonna be drugged around in the dirt some more.
Well, JJ's king of the backtrack. He did it in Star Trek Into Darkness. He took Kirk's captaincy away, then brought it back like a scene later. It's just. It's a bait and switch for stakes.
They killed 3PO's memory. Nope, it's back. I almost cared.
That bothered me because they could have done something really special with that.
I thought they were going to have it be like, okay, we wipe his memory. Now he's a new droid, kind of. So now
he does the Holdo maneuver.
I liked the little gimmick there for a while. That was kind of cute. And even though I knew it was coming, they still played it very, kind of funny. And what would have been more, it would have, I think, felt right and gave 3PO, something special in this movie would have been when R2 reloads his memory, he gives him his entire memory back. Like all the way back to the Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
Like you have to find Annie.
Well, yeah, like you have this whole moment where he's like, oh my goodness, R2. It's been so long, blah, 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 this, that, and the other. Oh my goodness, and then like my creator is Anakin Skywalker, and just like
he's the hidden Skywalker.
Well, yeah. Wouldn't it have been more emotional too if like R2 was there and he's like, I'm taking one last look at my friends. Like R2 wasn't.
Oh, I hated that scene. And
R2 wasn't there.
That's what bothered me. And they treat him like shit through the whole movie too. I did doing it on purpose, but.
Well, Han kind of treats him like shit too. But
but he's just one person.
You can tell it's more just with any droid. He's not really nice to droids. Period. As to where Poe actually is nice to droids, but he just hates 3PO. It's like, wow.
No, but everybody ignores him and treats him like shit. Everybody does.
Wait. Did y'all feel like there was some meta shit where he's like, "Oh, I'm here too, guys"? Like it felt
that
was
meta. The whole point of that. Yeah, they kept trying to. Well, here's the thing. In one of the original versions, I think 3PO either didn't get, because remember there was one leak where he gets destroyed. And then there was another leak where he didn't get his memory back, I remember.
He was possessed by, like, whatever the Sith stuff was done, yeah.
So, like...
3PO is a villain for a few minutes, that'd be funny.
I think that... here's the thing. There was a tweet that Anthony Daniels dropped about a week or two before JJ said he was finally finished with the film. And that was also right around the same time his book dropped. And in the end of the book, he alludes, or pretty much confirms the fact that 3PO is going to live.
Mm-hmm.
So this book came out like just right around all that same time. So I'm assuming because he even says it in the book, like he didn't know up until the last minute if 3PO was going to live or not.
I kind of wish they'd wait to do the books until after their movies are done.
But JJ also told him not on his clock would 3PO die. So
I kind of get that too. He doesn't want to be the director that killed some characters, I guess, but.
I'm disappointed 3PO didn't do anything with Chewie's bowcaster.
That's what I'm saying. They had a new droid technically. he could have talked different or had or the same voice pattern but different personality or something. Because he's a new person. So
he was just a hard reset. That's all it was.
I guess I don't know. There's so much to address with the film. I don't think we brushed.
Well, yeah, he just had the standard protocol droid protocol or whatever. So
and I'll say real quick, I was okay with them going to that planet that what's her face was on for a bit, but it just felt so rushed again. I was like, honestly, the universe seems really freaking small. They went to Octu, the unfindable place, and then went all around these other places. Is this all like in a day? Like it just felt so fast. There was no time to rest. So was there?
Well, that opening scene with the hyperspace skipping, that was garbage too. Like,
Okay, let's go to that. I'm sorry, there's so much to still bring up. So let's do the hyperspace skipping. I actually, in a way, there's some parts of that I was okay with. That like the Falcon was getting torn apart by doing it because it's not supposed to just start, stop, start, stop, start, stop. That kind of screws up vehicles, I'd imagine.
yeah, but since when did TIE fighters have hyperdrives?
Oh, no, I get that too.
Yeah.
Could that be that they're so close that they teleported with them, kind of? They went through it.
Hyperspace has never been established like that.
Otherwise, I agree because I was like, well, how are they?
Have it, so I'm assuming
they
some
established their very short range things.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. I was just saying Obi-Wan says it's too far out for a starfighter.
But then even then, it's the fact that they don't even put in coordinates, and they can't track them through hyperspace. Why would they be at the same spot? And then how come they even know where they were to get back to their base planet? I mean, they're doing a random skip. Are they putting in coordinates or just doing a random skip? Because they don't put in coordinates.
It was very badly done. Because first of all, for you,
they ended up on a planet each time they skipped.
Yeah, and the other team and the other guys were skipping behind them. That was the other weird thing. So I don't know if you're right, more so that they got sucked into the vortex of time, whatever, or not time, but
vortex of time,
light speed or whatever with them, because they would end up in the same places they were. That made no sense.
Like, I imagine if there's like the ship and then the hyperspace makes like a bubble and then they go, and if they're like kind of in that bubble barely, like I don't know,
it made a weird. Yeah, it made absolutely
that's kind of weird
sense.
Because there are hyperspace lanes that are pre-established that you kind of like calculate.
Well, no, but I get what he's saying though, as far as like the random stops. How would the other guys know when they're randomly stopping? Because it takes like 3 or 4 stops.
Right, like them and their ship would have to
exactly
do it. Or I mean, I don't know, that doesn't really make that much sense. But what was your thought? What was your thoughts on it, Angus? Well, hold on. As you say that, Angus brought this up earlier. We were on the phone. Honestly, this is kind of a good point. We haven't really brought up politics with this at all, or like any of the like director insert. Well, like as far as Rian Johnson would insert, the feminism here or this there. I didn't get that much vibe. It was just bad, whatever we watched, for reasons that's on the screen.
It's just a movie. We're talking about a movie again, just like the prequels, whether you like it or hate it. We're talking about the movie, and I love it.
Yeah, outside of that final scene, I would say that there's no, like, her appropriating the Skywalkers was kind of, I mean, a lot of people are having issues with that, and I
feel like if that was a male...
But it has nothing to do with, it has little to do with her being a female, more so that she just didn't earn it. Yeah. And the fact that she's a Palpatine really bothers a lot of people, and understandably so, because but then again, there's the whole family lineage, if you go by the comic book, that Palpatine was the one who inseminated Shmi in the first place, so they're actually second cousins.
I also thought that it was more that his actions to attempt to mess with the Force made the Force try to have a counteract to it and creating Anakin
I don't know the exacts. All I know is that
I don't know. No, I don't want to get back to the Emperor insemination conversation. There's a lot of different sources for that. So
I'm 7 minutes behind on the actual YouTube page for whatever reason, and I just happened to see Ricky like thrashing his arms around like boom, pow, ping, 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 and I'm like, what was going on back then 7 minutes ago? But no, I was.
That's the food fight reference. The animated, they would talk and then just like be doing these random backflips and moves as they're just saying, "Hey man, how's it going today? How's that shoot? Oh, that's cool." They're just moving around more than ever. It's like.
No, did you notice that the TIE fighters are like hauling something with tow cables? So my idea is kind of like with the hyperspace, maybe they're just like, it was like a tow truck service.
I don't know.
That's my explanation. But no, it's a good point. Like how do they know to draw it? But I mean, they have from the First Order, and they have that like tracker bullshit from the Supremacy. And so they can tell, like, oh man, going to hyperspace doesn't mean shit because they can tell when we're dropping out or dropping in, And so, I mean, maybe they miniaturized that tech. Maybe they miniaturized the tech finally and made it applicable to every ship and not one local ship. I don't know. But it was a very moot point to me. Like, it wasn't that big a deal. Like, just like the whole gravity shit with the magnetic bombs, like that, I never really cared. It made sense. Like, it's Star Wars, it's whatever.
That didn't
like,
bother me so much, but the skipping thing was like,
Yeah, it's just still, to me, the fact that they established in an earlier film within the universe that it's all about coordinates and where you're going, and then you put in a random one, they randomly follow you, and you do another one that's random. I mean, I don't understand how they'd really just be able to follow you unless they can figure out what coordinates you put in. It's just they can just randomly just track you. I don't know. Then again, that just goes with the whole tracking through hyperspace deal. Anyways, kind of stupid. So it's like,
yeah, it's
right.
overcomplicated. Well, this is a problem, like any series, you're just going to get to a point where it's like you got to wow the audience, and then you lose logic doing it.
If anything, that's a nitpick, I guess, because that is not one of the top 20 things that comes to my mind when complaining about the movie. There's a lot of things, but I'll say a positive thing. A positive thing for once. I was okay that they got the protagonists together for once and had them around for like a good 30 minutes together and interacted and kind of seemed like they had somewhat chemistry, even though it doesn't feel like it's earned chemistry, but it's like they had that, as to where in TLJ they're all split up the whole movie and they were hardly together in the first movie. So like, at least for once, in that way it felt like Star Wars. Like the main protagonists are around each other for once. So I like that.
Yeah, here's one thing I can add. Kind of a joke, but kind of serious. Storm Pilot. All the weirdo shippers that made this stuff. Like things you wouldn't care about. Like in your head. And so I'm watching this movie, and they're getting along so well, like a bickering gay couple or something. Better than R2 and C-3PO. And I'm like, oh no, Storm Pilot's a real thing. They're really shipping them. But then it's like, they use Zori Bliss to kind of solidify, oh, Poe is like straight. Finn is not the Poe hole that we thought he was.
Oh yeah, I noticed that too. How they made sure that Poe had no case of the gays at all.
Well, same with Finn, the way he's so concerned with Rey, and then they're like, "Hey, I like Rey too." So yeah.
Yeah, and they also gave him Jonna, and he's had Rose Tico before, and I don't know, like I saw some wacky feminist cry about like Star Wars and sexuality and like abuse and blah blah blah, and like they're talking about like a fucking like essentially these same people that say Star Wars is for kids, it's cartoons to sell toys, are worried about all these implications of Rey getting with Kylo as like some big lesson for girls to go off of. It's like, what the pick a lane,
it's just
lady.
it's just like when they try to push the whole alphabet in there too. It's like, when has sex ever been a big deal in the Star Wars universe? As far as we know, there's only been 2, now 3 instances of actual sex that has happened in the Star Wars universe.
It's all been bad.
Imagine there's plenty of couples and species that all bang around, but that's never been a point.
Right. My point is that exactly. Like the only reason we know that there was any actual sex involved is because there's children that were created because of said procreation. And you could even, in the 4th one, there was a kid without procreation. So
right, that's a good point.
so you really have this sense of like, when has it ever been outside of this little titillating thing between Han and Leia in the first films, and of course Padme and Anakin in the second films, and here we have the back and forth with I don't know who the hell. But
the other thing is that in the other ones, there's always the situations they're in that got them to even have the interactions that they do.
Right.
Like,
well, you had the back and forth more so between Han and Luke about who was going to get the girl until midway through Empire, kind of.
And I'm glad that you mentioned Han and Luke and stuff, because it's like the humor in this. This kind of goes with the Finn and Poe thing too, but it's like the way that they tried to execute humor in this film, like it felt less cringy than TLJ humor, where it's like, oh, your mom, and Derpo with the lightsaber and all these stupid things that don't fit the scene at all. They tried to do it here, didn't really work. But in the OT, the reason why I think that humor resonates more is because it's humor with the action, and they're not trying to tell you a joke and make you laugh that way. It's just, they're trying to get somebody out. That's a situation they're in. There's somebody on the comms. I gotta distract them so they don't do this. Hey, situation normal, whatever. Okay, sure.
It's very character driven.
I was going to say, why another reason for that is all the stuff you're talking about is improvised by people who are actually talented.
I love it. He's like,
Yeah.
"We're fine. How are you?"
How are you? That's all Harrison Ford. That's all
like-
Harrison Ford
like-
improvising.
That's great because they're not telling a joke like as to where in this they pretty much tell you a joke and you're supposed to go and it's like no, it's just not.
No, because he
It's not
played
funny.
it in the scene as Han Solo needing a moment, and he had a moment. And I doubt he even consulted with George about it. I'm pretty sure it's documented somewhere that was. Because
Not
I know
supposed
the I
Alec
love
Guinness
you.
improvised the full line.
Yeah, I was gonna say I love you. I know was improvised because George hated that line.
Yeah,
And
like somebody's got to save our skins. That just seems like personality.
Carrie
of
Fisher
character
is a
interacting.
known rewriter.
Yeah,
So I wouldn't be
legendary.
surprised if she wrote in a lot of her little quips. Like get this walking carpet out of my way is probably a Carrie Fisher line.
It's like, and
I
that
guarantee
seemed natural to the character as to where a lot of insults they give to each other here are just like, I'm being a dick right now, or this is funny, right? And it's just like, are you trying to be?
Yeah,
you're,
all the
you're in this
humor.
situation, and you're just the way you're telling a
And
joke.
Mark Hamill's a very funny guy too. So you have three very funny people together in the first movies. The problem you have with the prequels is you probably had more than enough people who could have been funny and had situational moments that were funny. I think everybody just feels so staticky and not sure what they're doing because they're in front of green screens all the time. I know that was one complaint that came out of most of the actors about that film. Because that's why like everybody's like, oh, everybody's so wooden and mannequin Skywalker.
Yeah, it's like they're acting, they're doing the acting they can with not knowing where they are.
Well, it's not only that. Like Lucas is not an actor's director.
No.
That's not what his style is.
But
He lost his voice making the first Star Wars film, and the actors kind of had to do their best take to make it work.
They didn't notice for days. They say, I don't know if it was a joke or not, but they did say that. Yeah.
But it's like even then the prequels not having the same comedy as in the OTs, I don't think really brought them down any bit because they had their own feel anyway. And
my problem with the OT humor was it was very kid directed, and it was more than obvious of what George Lucas was doing.
You mean the prequel or the OT?
The prequels, because the OTs seemed like they were made for everybody, kids and adults alike.
Yeah.
And I think that's one thing that George didn't quite get. And he, of course, he always made these as kids movies because he saw them as movies that
he saw them like the Flash Gordon and Buck Rogers.
they were based
serial.
on the Buck Rogers, Flash Gordon serials that he saw on TV as a kid, and he wanted to make Flash Gordon. They wouldn't sell it to him, so he's like, "Screw you, I'll make my own." That's kind of what it came out of, and it was really this idea of, you were in the 70s. It was a very dark time. I get it. And then he really kind of hit that dark pinnacle with Indiana Jones and Temple of Doom. And he even says many, many times how bad he feels about that movie and how it came out. And everybody loves it as far as...
Temple of Doom is amazing.
Yeah, it's like, what are you talking about, George? We love
kinetic.
That movie. But he's like, oh, it's just too dark and I was at a dark place in my life and blah, blah. It's like, no, it's a great fucking movie, man.
Is that the second one?
Yeah, the second one.
Second one, but it's also a prequel.
Yeah.
He was
Oh, no wonder that one
divorced.
confused me when I was younger.
Yeah, he was getting
I
divorced, so he was like angry, and so that's where Empire and that.
But even
movie come
Willow
from.
had some moments that were, it kind of teetered on. It had the same feel of a Star Wars movie, in that you have this edge to it, and that's at least what these prequels did have. I'll give them that. They had that edge to them that these sequels had that the prequels didn't. I mean, they had that edge back that the prequels didn't have until the episode 3, which that's when episode 3 is when they finally got the edge back in Star Wars.
I'll say there were still some moments in like the Clone Wars even where there was some decent interactions, like when they're in the middle of the Geonosian fight in the arena, and Anakin and Padme, and just like Obi-Wan facing off with the spider leg thing and whatever. Like they have moments without.
Unfortunately, Attack of the Clones is like
best
one of my
ones
least
are when-
favorite films.
Yeah, I figure a lot of people are. It's their least favorite one, but I mean, it's like
It's
feel
a
like
passive film. That's why.
the funny moments in that don't come from the dialogue.
Well, and I
It's
think it was a
from their
wasted situation. I think George was a little like. I agree with RLM on the prequels. They should have picked Obi-Wan as the main character, and especially if you're going to show Anakin at so many different stages in his life. Otherwise, they should have picked up with Episode 2. And because there's an interview somewhere, I want to find it. If anybody's seen it or knows what it's from and can point me in the right direction, right when episode 3 was coming out, George said it.
An acolyte, that's what that's called. An
Acolyte,
acolyte.
you incel, and this is the boga.
I know.
Learn your dinosaurs from Star Wars.
I did like the lizard though; that was cool. But no, but he said in an interview, he's like, I sat down and started writing these, and I only put like 5 minutes of story in the first movie, maybe 5 minutes in the second movie, and then I got to the third movie and realized I had 5 hours of story I had to cram in a 2-hour movie.
Yeah,
and I'm like, that's your problem right there, George. And I'm glad you finally realized it. But it's
that might be on
too late.
That might be on one of the behind-the-scenes documentaries on Revenge of the Sith. Yeah,
it could very well be. If somebody knows exactly where it is, though, and they could point it to me or send me that clip, I've been looking for that clip for a while, and I don't remember where I've seen it.
I'll start digging through because I actually, I've tried to retool my DVD collection to be all Blu-ray, but then having like Rogue One and Force Awakens and stuff, I realize, like Disney's going to sanitize the fuck out of this. You even see it in the last Lucas Blu-ray set that is now the standard. So I've gone back and I got the DVDs, the supposed what is it, 4 through 6 that has the special and the theatrical cut supposedly.
No, I have that. It's legit.
It's
And
a laser disc, yeah. It's just that's all it is. It's not. It's in letterbox instead of being 16:9.
And the prequels, man, whether you like them or not, there's so much to take away behind the scenes footage from the DVD sets of the prequels. The Blu-rays have some extra stuff, especially with the artist, especially for episode 1. It's really cool seeing like all the detail, the love, all the fun they had designing these creatures, and then you see the legacy of episode 1. Everyone's just like, you write my childhood, it's like awful. But yeah, episode 3, I remember it was so fun. Like, people notice Mustafar, there's like a detail. They filmed it backwards, like for whatever reason.
With the lava stuff, yeah.
Yeah, and so there's actually they didn't finish it in time in CGI, but like there's supposed to be rivers going backwards because they played the film backwards to make like a scene on the river.
Wow!
So just little details like that.
They filmed it backwards by accident, so they had to redo it forward.
Huh? It's something like that. But there's like
just the background stuff they did. Yeah. It was basically they built a model, and then they had the flow of the lava going through it, and then they realized that it was the opposite axis to what they shot the live action for. So they decided to just change the flow of lava to make it work out, and it did. It was actually pretty risky tech at the time. They didn't know how to do it.
Yeah, George got really creative in quotations on the prequels. If you've ever read his book that come out a couple of years ago, it talks about how he got to the point where actors were even getting pissed at him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
there's notorious this one scene though, like they're like, can I just I'm gonna have in post I want you to cut him and put him over here in this seat and him over there, and they're like, well, we can just move George and reshoot it. He's like, no, I'll just do it later.
I heard he had that same effect with video games. They're like, I want you to make it like this. I'm like, okay, yeah, but make that way faster or something. And he's like, they're like, we're putting in code. What do you mean? Like,
it's not only that.
But we can talk Lucas and stuff later. There's still a lot.
I know.
There's a lot.
This is therapeutic for Rookie. Apparently, I see it on his face.
Yeah, I do like talking prequel stuff too. By the way, and I haven't really looked into the behind the scenes commentary or anything with any
George
of the Star Wars.
George is kind of like a mad scientist. That's what's so great about him.
Yeah,
he's got these brilliant ideas, and then you're just like, what the hell are you doing?
George is an autist, and that's why I love him.
Experimenter.
Because he is the guy. He's the real nerd that was reading I don't know, Peter the Great and shit when everyone else is playing football or tag or whatever in school, and he just made it. He got the money and stuff. He's got the fame. He's beaten the odds. That's why he's so endearing to me. He's not like Stanley, where Stanley's got like this personality where it's like, yeah, that dude's fucking rock and roll, man. Of course he's gonna, pan out. Lucas is so like sterile and clearly has like problems relating to people.
He's a very punk rock nerd, yeah.
He's endearing to me. I
totally get it. I got a total love-hate relationship.
I'm gonna bawl when Lucas dies. My son is named Lucas.
All right. For a reason. Have you guys seen the newest one of the new fan films that came out this month? Star Wars Origins.
I don't think that's the one I saw. I saw a preview for a different one though.
Star Wars Origins. I highly recommend you check it out. It's 20 minutes and it takes place on Earth in like World War II, and it ties in like Star Wars and real life kind of, and it's a good little short one. I recommend you guys check that out, especially with the George Lucas thing. But anyway, back to Rise of Skywalker.
Well, there is a George Lucas connection to Rise of Skywalker. Well, of course, he did infamously rumored to have worked on the film, but if you know anything about his treatments for what the sequels were meant to be, a lot of that wound up in this movie with the sunken Death Star, Palpatine still being a presence though not alive, and stuff like that.
Right. I guess I was going to say there was something with the way that they were cutting through scenes so quickly. I swear, like when they're on that planet running away from the stormtroopers on the speeders and they crash, I could have sworn when they crashed, they're in normal dirt, normal sand, and then they cut away for a sec and then cut back, and then they're in black sand, and then they sink. Did you guys catch that? Or am I playing tricks on me? I could have sworn that are like 3PO is clearly upside down in normal sand, and then they cut away, and then they cut back, and they're all sinking.
That sounds right.
Yeah, something like that. All I know, thinking in that scene, it was, boy, everybody was lucky they didn't hit a wall.
Well, yeah, and I was gonna. That kind of brings me into the next thing. With I heard you guys talking about it on Midnight's Edge, the main channel yesterday, with convenience stuff with every single thing they do. Like even when they sink on the planet, they're like, "Oh, we sink into the quicksand. Luckily, we didn't die." And then luckily, she knows how to heal with the Force or something, so that's averted. Oh, and the Sith dagger we needed to find that we were here to look for anyway, we found it down here. It's just like, and luckily Lando, one of the main people of the OT, was also in this place and recognized Chewbacca. Okay, and so luckily Chewbacca came with as well. And it's just like all these lucky things just on that one planet.
Well, that bothered me more so, and not so much that Chewbacca obviously would recognize it.
The necklace onto Rey, and then conveniently Kylo can take that from her and then find them with a scan. Just them going to that planet alone. There's so much. What the hell? This is how the plot moves forward? Why?
What bothered me about the Lando thing was Luke was a myth not even 2 movies ago, but everybody knows who the fuck Lando is.
Well, Lando's a cool cat. He gets around.
He's been sitting on that planet for years,
how
he
is
says.
How is the Emperor not a myth? I mean, the Rebels won, and then Luke was the main guy who helped with that.
Yeah, so and everybody acts like they totally know who he is. Yeah, you're right.
I don't know, but I'm getting off topic with that. But what do you guys feel with the amount of convenience? Or Angus, did you feel
way too much of it, yeah.
Angus, did you feel convenience too, or was it like, did that damage it for you, or did that not bother you?
I mean, especially you got to take into account this is ending 9 films. Like the wheels start getting really loose when you get this far and you're trying to like thread the needle and stuff. Especially with the way he had to cram his 2-film idea into one to finish this out. So it's like I'm very forgiving in that light, because it's like, look what he's trying to do. He's trying to, not only is he trying to end this 9-part saga, but 8 has did this whole divisive shit like Trump-Hillary campaign.
I get that too, but that has that is no excuse for having 4 or 5 different things they have to find to go kill or do something with Palpatine. There's no reason that they have to find a holocron, a dagger, a doobie blob.
What bothered me more is when she gets to the Death Star. We've wasted 2/3 of 2 of these movies doing nothing, because last movie we spent all that time in Canto Bight and all that shit getting Benicio del Toro for them not to get what they wanted in the first place, because he turns them on them. So that whole thing was a waste of time. And then we get to this movie where she wastes all this time getting to the Death Star and getting that wayfinder for Kylo to just freaking break it on her. So it's like this whole bit was for nothing. He could have just said, "I'll show you the way" 20 minutes ago.
Yeah,
the last time they talked.
Yeah,
pretty much. Well, and I don't know.
To me, any movie is, every minute in a movie is very important real estate. When you're wasting it on time on something that goes nowhere, that is a big mistake.
I feel like the whole first part of the movie didn't, like, they show Kylo going around killing things, and then you already find the Emperor, no reveal or secret there, he's just here. Okay, cool. And then you go to Rey train real quick, and then they have to go on they start their adventure of going planet to planet really quickly, really making it seem like they're just going down the block every time they go somewhere. And it just had, how many locations did they go to? And then
it felt very Rogue One-y.
We need to find a thing, somebody to translate the thing from 3PO, and then we need to go onto the ship, and then we need to go over here, and we need to.
Well, there's your.
And I'm like, how come this whole trilogy, the First Order, is technically on their tail the entire time, and it just feels less. It just doesn't feel right like that because there's no.
Notice what you keep saying when you recount this movie, and then. There's no consequences to these actions. There's no stakes or things that they fail. That's why this movie moves so fast and is so. I mean, it's rather boring, like in hindsight, but like it does have those set pieces. But it's just all and then. There's no consequence. There's no failure. It's all just sidesteps, like an 8-year-old trying to tell a story because they're not well versed in the nature.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought it up because it's probably more fitting, the whole and then thing, because that's basically, you don't want to tell a story that way. If you're starting a story and you start getting to and then there's something wrong.
Because I can't even summarize what it's about. It
should always be therefore or because of.
At work,
or but this happens.
I had customers ask, because I told people, last week, man, I might see Rise of Skywalker. I'll tell you if I see it. I'm like, oh, so what do you think of it? I'm just like, I can't even tell you what happened in it because I can't form the words in. I can't.
Quick enough time.
There's not enough to explain, and they'd be lost if I said the words. They'd be like, huh? So they had to find these doobie blob things that have never been important. There's the Force thing. Emperor's here. Why? Okay. Leia. What? Like, just. I don't know how to describe the movie. Like, honestly,
I can tell you what the theme is.
Like, I can't just say this is a bad movie or a good movie because it's kind of like Tom said. It's not. It doesn't feel like a movie. It's like scenes are here and they're just in an order and we're watching them. But it's
collection
like
of set pieces.
Yeah, but there's no real thread other than try to win. And then they act like they've been under this rule for so long, and it's like, no, but this was like brand new like a week ago. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, I can agree to that. Like, that's my biggest problem with the sequel trilogy is that in Disney in general, everything is looking back at the OT. Nothing is going forward or being its own thing. And I get that it's like living as part of a saga. So there is some adherence you have to do. Don't just ignore everything. Yeah. But there's no like ownership of like, this is our time, especially with like you threw away. Like I'm fine with it. I'm a dark sider, so it's like, yeah, kill Han Solo, that's fucking awesome. But you do that, and then Luke is, trashed with no real like build up to him getting to that point when you meet him. Leia's actually dead in real life when you finally get to the movie that could be hers. So you got that problem, but like, yeah, there's a lot of just like. It's like Marvel, or it's like a lot of speed. It's like bam, 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 and you're trying to absorb all of it, and you're glued to the screen. They write it very kinetic to keep you glued to the screen. There's no real rest point. Like Episode 7, as far as information gathering, there's no rest point besides Maz Kanata's castle.
Well, no, I would kind of argue that with the Episode 7, there was a much slower pace of showing.
No, it was introductory, but it was still like, as a Star Wars fan, oh my god, what's happening?
No, you're right.
There's one rest point, and because everything you're taking in is like, how's this tying with 6? With the ending we got, how are we back here? And then Episode 8 is like, oh, like all these little nuances about the Force and stuff. Back on 5 and 6 especially, and now you're here, and it's like the whole fucking saga is being reflected in shades with this film. Yeah. But this is the only film that felt like it was actually going forward somewhere and establishing something.
I kind of wish that they went in a new direction, but keep the continuity and rules established in mind going forward. But you don't have to make it a part of what it is, But like. Just so like you don't do a random force pull out of your ass of some kind. It's just like, again, the healing thing wouldn't bug me that much, but it's just the way that she's just so brand new. It's only been barely a year at most a year. And she can just do it. She has no, like, she said she gave some of her to, I would think she'd get fatigued afterward, like wipe her out,
There's no consequence to healing. Yeah.
And it's like, she just heals. And I'm like, well, that is not, I get that works in video games and in other things, but now you've introduced it to the movies and for plot and story that doesn't work. And then she literally heals somebody as they're like mortally wounded, and then with the death thing. I don't know. I do wish that they did go forward more than having to tread back. I mean, I think they could have shed into their own thing, but they literally just like were standing around and stomping on the old thing. And it's like, oh, you're not doing very good here, guys. You're not.
Wait, this adds to the convenience. This is something that I'm like was trying to think like, what was that about? Like, why were they prepared with this? You have John Robertson saying, "Tell your friends to bring space horses just in case." I didn't
bring them to the battlefield.
In a space. Why would you bring them to a space battle? You knew you were going to take on a bunch of destroyers.
Well, no, they were supposed to be the ground force, I think, but then they're just trying to wipe out a tower. So I don't know what was going on with that either.
A tower they could have reactivated after that command ship was destroyed.
Well, here's the other thing. Yeah, it's like, why wouldn't the final order just keep bouncing the signal from different ships? Because I assume all these different ships have the same tower. Then you just keep circulating it.
Where was the middle order? That's what I want to know. Where's the middle order? Oh my god! I'm sorry too. That the first order was already a lame name, and then they doubled down and went with final order.
Yeah, that's a JJ thing, just like Wayfinder.
Tom, I know that you guys
Red Matter and all that stuff. Yeah,
I listen to like you and Doomcock and Gary talk about like Star Trek stuff a lot, and you talk about JJ and his Abrams. But I never really, like I said, I don't think I've really watched any of his films before. And this, I'm kind of getting what you mean. I thought, oh, the Death Star thing, yeah, but everybody's like, oh, they did that in Return of the Jedi. I don't think that just because there was a copycat once doesn't mean a copycat 3 or 4 times makes it any. That's no excuse anymore. You're really just not doing anything creative. And why the destruction of planets? It made sense in A New Hope because he wants to, like, that was an incentive thing, right? Like, okay, there's a rebellion. There's people that always might try to challenge me. Okay, I got this thing that can annihilate you without you even knowing it. This will keep everybody in line. It's not intended to be used much. It's just there as a thing. And now we've got 80 million of these things just to blow everyone up. Like, what is the point of that? What is the motivation of the enemy?
JJ is the kind of guy where if you have, a souped up car with,
all the bells and whistles, all the
bells and whistles, he's got to go home and make one that's 10 times bigger with 10 times more bells and whistles, 10 times faster. And that's what he thinks making something better is.
Oh my God, this is another
thing.
He's
an agent playing director. That's what he is. He's an agent playing director.
You guys might not get this one, but it's like in Dragon Ball, there's always different Super Saiyan forms, which kind of gets annoying after a while, but they kind of went their own sideways step, which was fine. But the fans that make their own animations on their own little shows and stuff are like, there's Super Saiyan 4 and now there's like Super Saiyan 10 and like 20, and they're like, their hair is all super hyped up, they're like buff in weird ways and just like different colors, and it's like, stop, you're good when you got to like 3 or 4, just stop. Like, stop with the form. Stop making. You don't need to add more to make it cooler. Just, you can change what it is to make it better or do something different. Like, you don't.
Yeah, honestly, it's like they're conflating the terms of building and adding together. Like, you can build something bigger, but if you add on top of that, it just kind of overbears it.
And I feel like we've never met a citizen in this galaxy. Like, it's just, maybe a person or two you kind of meet for a moment, but it's like, all these people, I would imagine by this point, they're like, what the hell is the government structure of anything anymore? Because there's been, the Republic for the longest time and some Jedi around, and then the Confederacy trying to do their stuff, the Separatists, and then the Empire was totally good for a good 30 years, and then the Rebels took over and they're the Republic or something, and then there's this other group. Like, how does the citizens think of this? What if our government changed like that? Like, through invaders and whatnot? Like, what the hell would we think? We'd just be like, well, I guess now these are the rules. Do I have to get my book in the mail of what the new laws are? Like, I don't know. I don't know. That just makes it more confusing to me too. I don't know. I don't know if that bugs you guys too. Like, it's just,
you gotta kind of look at it like every planet's like its own country, and the Empire or whatever's in charge, whether it be the Empire or the Republic or whatever, is kind of like this big overall seeing thing. If we had like a world,
Because this is where I kind of agree with Angus on the World War I and World War II thing. That's pretty simple to get. Like, it's, these guys control the whole thing, and these guys will topple them, and they're in control now. that's simple. This is like, I don't understand how any planet would give two shits about who's in charge. Is it just because they're numbers? Well, I don't know. It seems like every planet has a lot of numbers on there as well. So, do they not have their own starships by now, or leftover ones from old wars? Why didn't Sidious activate the old battle droids while he's at it if he's got his new Sith army? I don't know. And the fact that they can make clones at a huge rate, that raises so much more questions than what they do in this.
Damn it, Ricky, you just made me think. Why didn't they go to Camino?
Sorry, I made you think.
Prequels, come on, acknowledge me.
Wasn't the Caminos like destroyed during the Clone Wars or something?
I don't know where that's established ever.
I don't know.
They killed the Jedi that was on it, Keanu Moody, but they don't. I don't know. No, that was Magneto. Never mind.
Yeah, that was Magneto. But no, with you had original Battlefront 2 where Boba Fett's on what is that? Camino. But also with the new canon, you have that Kaminoan cloner guy or whatever, the doctor with the guy that wanted Baby Yoda. So Camino's still a part of the story. Cloning's still part of the story. However, whatever they're trying to do, the vagueness of everything. And so I'm just like, I'm thinking this like, come on. You have a whole planet that's like known to clone things. Come on. I get really irritated of like, they just always shift away from prequels. Of course, like you can, all the shortcomings of Lucas making the prequels, you can still go to these places and just do it better. And, if that's your opinion, and that's what irritates me is like, we're adults now. We're part of the problem of not selling toys because you don't fucking acknowledge us.
Well, and it's like, wouldn't there be some other regimes of some kind that might try to establish something? I mean, I know you guys probably thought of this too, but it's like, it just seems really boring that it's just these two factions always fighting each other, and it's like, it just seems so pointless. What is the point to have these wars? What is the goal?
Well, yeah, that was the stupid part of the whole thing with they never really did a good explanation of why the Resistance exists, what the First Order is, why they never had a New Republic or whatever, and they kind of do establish that there was some kind of New Republic now in Mandalorian, because they have it like, obviously the Rebellion have now taken over kind of policing the galaxy in the meantime until whatever's established and figured out.
It's a big brother state, apparently.
Yeah, and so like what they should have done is set it up like, okay, yeah, the Rebellion took power, but now here we are, 40 years later, and of course, absolute power,
corrupts absolutely.
Corrupts absolutely. So sooner or later, you're going to have somebody within the ranks that obviously would be Sith infiltrated, and another kind of like situation with the Phantom Menace where you obviously knew somebody was pulling some strings behind the scenes, but it was just way too obvious that it was Palpatine. In this instance, you could have had some fun with it. You could have had like 3 or 4 red herrings, and then by the end of the first film or second film, we kind of figure out who maybe a couple of these are, and there's just like, maybe the Sith have finally gone away from the rule of 2 or something. You could have had a lot of fun with a lot of things and not destroyed anything, because here you are for once going forward, in a universe, not back like a lot of these other franchises have done. And, we didn't even have to have a Luke Skywalker or Harrison. No. We could have went far beyond that.
Yep.
And they didn't.
And
so,
They could have had a new enemy altogether. I like what you're saying. I mean, they could have had a brand new, they could have made a new enemy out of the people that exist in the galaxy, rather than just, here's another force that's just been hidden and now they're here. It just seems really contrived. I mean, that seems like a weekly villain, if it were a TV show, like, we have to fight another villain next week.
Well, here's the other situation is, you have like Leia, who's getting older. She's obviously probably out of touch with a lot of things after so many years, especially being distracted by her son, if you still have that be part of the story. There were so many things you could have played into the politics that were brought into the prequels and actually had it make sense in the story, because it would have meant something now, unlike in the prequels where it was frankly just a lot of, yakety schmackety until we get to the second and third film where things actually start happening, because it's like, go ahead.
Well, I'll let you guys go in a sec, but that makes me think of a while back. I was thinking of like ways that I think they could have Luke be in the same situation he was in this sequel trilogy. And it's like, if over the years that they've been established, like, maybe Leia is, trying to, unite some planets, but there's discourse now because, the regime has changed, and it's like, some don't want to be under their rule. They don't want to be recognized as citizens under the new republic or something, and that's an issue that she's dealing with. And then Luke, like, yeah, there's no big emperor and dark side thing to fight anymore, but there's still lots of more personal battles like that other people deal with, like losing family and people murdering things and whatnot. Like, he can't, even though he defeated the ultimate evil, like, he can't prevent a bunch of murders and rapers and destruction. Like, he can't solve all of it. And let's say that he does have some Jedi that end up getting using the Force for their own selfish ways, not necessarily going to the dark side, but like, let's say they kill someone, Force choke, kill them. And it's like, dude, you're not supposed to do that. And he starts, he starts to distrust being able to train students or something. And eventually it's like, I got to take myself out of the equation for a little bit, see what the hell's going on, because it's not helping anymore. I don't know. Like, that could be something.
Well, I think even JJ had the right idea when he was setting it up in The Force Awakens, and Rian Johnson's one that went, left when he should have went right. And that was that Kylo Ren got suckered in with Snoke and the Knights of Ren, and they turned on Luke. And I kind of thought that either the Knights of Ren were a completely different organization, or they were made up of students that were turning on Luke. And that kind of goes with what you're saying, Rookie, where they're like, yeah, they're starting to they're getting, that little taste of power. And they, since they weren't trained well, or probably trained when they were young, like they're supposed to be when they're younglings and stuff, like, for various reasons that Luke was not prepared to do this. Or you could have it, that's what was distracting Leia, is she's been helping Luke train these other Jedi when she should have been paying attention to what was going on in the Senate. And in the meantime, all these other people like Hux or somebody comes in and takes over,
Yeah, or it's like, I think that there'd be lots of different things they could have done with the Force, with Luke training. I thought he would have taken on students that are even older, like in their 40s, that want to learn about the Force or something, like teaching the Force rather than specifically Jedi. And I thought there could have been different elements that come out of that.
You could even just had the Force users still be kind of stigmatized, because that was what Palpatine really, and I did like about what Palpatine did in the prequels, was how he demonized the Jedi. It was more of a allegory for the Jews,
right?
Of course, as opposed to like, the Jedi tried to kill me and they turned against the
Republic.
Never
saw it that way. That's
so he demonized the Jedi to a point where that's where it was like this big thing where the Jedi were all killed. That's why, Yoda and Obi-Wan went into hiding, besides all the other stuff. Was just, obviously if anybody's seen a Jedi, they'd probably go run and tell the Empire,
See, I never thought of it as Jews. I thought of it as Knights Templar, because...
Or, well, you could do it that way, too.
Yeah, because the Jedi are a religious group that is like religious warriors, but now they're intertwined with the government. But no, it's an interesting take. I never thought about the Jew thing. Like, I can see shades of that, but I think it's so muddled, and I'm just like, I'm going to stay away from it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, true, but I mean, I get where you're coming from. So that's another... Yours is probably a little better. But regardless, the way it is that by the time you get to the end of Return of the Jedi, Luke is technically the only Jedi.
Yeah.
So like you live in this world where Jedis have been very demonized.
Well, does the enemy have to be wielding the Force? I mean, they make it clear, like even in the prequels. I mean, I know to say it's like Jango Fett put up a good fight against Obi-Wan. I mean, there's creatures and people that could be a match for that.
That's a very good point
in some way, and you don't need to have a Force villain. And it doesn't have to be a huge army. Like, it could be a small thing. Like in my head, it's like, technically you could make a Star Wars movie on one planet. Technically,
well, you turn it inside out. Instead of it being that the rebellion's small going up against this huge empire, you have this little, insurgents coming into the New Republic, and it's evil.
Yeah.
So they're
guerrilla warfare.
Yeah.
Well, I think one of the biggest mistakes JJ made with The Force Awakens is he didn't have Leia on Ahch-To with Rey. If he put her there because that would make her a more active character, you can't really do the stuff that Rian Johnson would have been able to do in The Last Jedi, because Leia as a character, as an active character searching for Luke, once those two have to face each other, that's great potential conflict for drama between those two characters, where the story could go, arguments onto why Luke needs to stay or why Luke should go. A whole plethora of awesome story potential ideas just by having that one character on that island with an actual connection to Luke. Because I never understood at the end of The Force Awakens why Rey is going to see Luke. Like, she has no wants in this story. Like, she doesn't really know much about the Jedi. She doesn't want to be a Jedi. So why is she there? Like, why isn't it not Leia? Like, that's just the weirdest question.
I think maybe the intent is, if I was trying to get in the head of JJ, because from what I understand, he wrote Rey for his daughter. So I think maybe he was too close to his creation, maybe to see the limitations. Aside from whatever JJ arguments people, Star Trek fans have and all that. But I also think maybe it's kind of like Frodo or something, where it's like sometimes the heroes are the people that don't want to be anywhere near the story,
Well, I would be okay with that, but if Frodo could like sprout wings and have super punches or something, I don't know, man.
I'm not saying you can't have Rey there. You just have Leia there too.
Or even if he was like a super swordsman, like
I'm just assuming intent. Yeah, that's my angle.
I agree with you. But speaking of Rey, let's get back to Rise of Skywalker Rey. I thought that in TLJ she's super bitchy, and in Force Awakens kind of the same. But in this, less bitchy. That was a big plus. She's still moments of, but for the most part, more likable, which I was happy with. That they, I was like, I can kind of almost care about her by now, but I was so detached anyway that I hardly cared. But
she's a little more well-rounded, which shows, I guess, more so JJ's experience with actors
and they show her at least sort of struggling. She seems to be more tired when doing stuff rather than just like effortlessly going through. She's kind of like a little bit, kind of like trying to she seemed like she's emoting a little better, like I guess expressing her emotions ish in some of the scenes. So that was a nice improvement I like to see. But somebody was pointing out, I forget which podcast I listened to, there's so many different people I jumped around to kind of hear in the middle of their talks. Everybody seems totally okay with her. Like still nobody was like, I don't like Rey. And I kind of thought Finn and Poe, that would have been nice if when she left them to go, she's like, "I'll screw you guys, I'm going by myself." If they're like, "And fuck Rey," like, she keeps on leaving us all the time. Like if they had a moment, that would have been cool. Like they're just like, "Dude, screw this. Let's go to our own." No, not trying to do them together, but it's like a moment where two characters don't like her for a moment. Also would have been better, but for the most part, she's okay with me ish in this movie.
I mean, even if they would have acknowledged like she had some BO or something, she just did her like training routine. You're like, man, some deodorant, bitch. That'd be funny, something like that. But I was just thinking, people have taken a big, especially because Last Jedi, they've taken big liberties with interpreting, where it's like, quit taking my hand, this feminist bitch that thinks she's too good for a man to help her. I was thinking about it, it's like, well, it kind of makes sense in the context of Force Awakens. Like, yeah, she's kind of bitchy, whatever, but it's like she's surviving on this shit planet by herself this whole time. It kind of makes sense that she doesn't want to be manhandled, because usually people try to do that. They're trying to take you as a slave or something. So it's just that's a new thing I can appreciate about the character that I didn't think out back then. But no, she was very very likable, very endearing. Like, I felt in episode 8, I didn't really find her bitchy. I felt her contempt for Kylo and stuff was sensible. Like their dynamic was really good as just foes, even when it built into like a sexual thing with like the finger bang scene.
Finger bang bang.
Yeah, but like she felt like BVS Superman in episode 8, where it's like she's so powerful they didn't know what to actually do with her, so she's sidelined being a main star, as far as like an effect on the story.
I guess I mean characters that interact with her, they all seem to all like her. Even the new chick on the one planet, she's like, "Yeah, I like you." It's like, can you have one person that says, "I don't like you, Rey"? Like,
that's actually kind of a symptom of that's where one of the few things that's still kind of lingering of the whole SJWism kind of.
Yeah, well, it's like Luke
gender politics kind of thing, because you'll see that a lot in Star Trek Discovery, for instance.
Yeah,
like
I've heard
always saying shit like that about Mikey Spock.
It's like it's not like Luke was like totally had people against him, but he also didn't have constant praise. Like, if anything, people kind of look over him.
Yeah,
like,
and it also reminded me of Captain Marvel, too.
They're not going, "You're doing good, Luke. Good job. Good. You're just so great. Let's have you on. You're our best warrior." Like they don't give a shit. Like he didn't have to even be present on their missions. Like he's just
Han even
choosing,
treated him like shit through most.
he's just
of the
kind of
first movie.
choosing to come along, and it's like he's not a focus. But with this, they make her a focus. I'm like, come on, Rey, we need you. You are good. You can be the Empress. You can be the Jedi.
I get
You
that
can
because she's the
be
Jedi, but yeah, there was a
But it's
little bit of that, yeah, with the whole.
I don't know, it's just again like this would be good for character, like for her character and other characters to maybe have some that don't like her. Like everybody just can't get enough of her. And more Rey, and it's like, nah, can't you like not like her for a moment, at least in some way, even if you're wrong, and it at least have something like again conflict of some kind. They try to have conflict between Poe and Finn, which I didn't care. It's like you guys are gonna be bros in the end anyway, so I don't care. Like
I don't know, Ricky, man. I mean, it kind of makes sense when you see the hiney on Ray. It's like it's not. Whoa, that's a brick house, but she's
I don't know,
fit.
space Heine ain't no excuse for a bad character.
There's no underwear in space, my friend.
I mean, we don't know yet.
Ray was definitely wearing underwear.
Leia, was it Lucas told Leia like there's no underwear in space, so she was pantyless in episode 4 for sure.
She had gaffer tape.
I mean, I don't know. It also goes with like, did any of the new characters die?
Kylo. The newest ones. Okay.
I guess I meant of the sequel trilogy in general, as far as like the newer ones, like the main cast of heroes. I mean, like the old cast of the OT didn't die in their trilogy, but it just seemed like in this they keep on introducing people that like they're kind of important, but then they're not, and maybe they could have gotten killed off at least. Like even Tico, like she was a main character in one of the films, could have been killed. Something. I don't know. There's no sense of loss in any of this. Like even though in the TLJ they lost everything, there's no sense of it. It's like, okay. And in this, I don't know, I didn't feel it either. What do you guys think?
Just the ancillary characters died. I mean, that
like
alien thing, that Snap guy. Yeah, that's about it. Like, there's I guess Hux died, but that doesn't really affect the rebels or the resistance. But like, yeah, there's no stake or consequence really.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like there's no sense of real loss in it. And like even if Finn or Poe died, that would have been something. Even Chewie or 3PO, that would have been still something. And it's like
yeah, because we got a taste of that in Empire with 3PO being blown up and Han being thrown in frozen carbonite. We got a sense that there was some severe risk to them, even though Lucas would later say, yeah, no, I'm not killing any of my core characters.
You could have had, when they had Finn captured and Poe and them, they could have had some type of almost reprogramming attempt, like, trying to get him back in. That would have been nice to see him freaking out about it. Like, no, I'm not going to, get back to this.
Like,
that would have been great. That would have been great. And have Pride, that character, interact with him. So even though he's in one film, you'd get good moments. That would have been a good type of scene to have on there instead of the Rey Kylo yap and stuff. Save Chewie. I mean, do you guys, what do you guys think? I don't know. I could just be, I just don't feel like there's any risk in this either. It just felt very smooth ride.
JJ doesn't make risks.
Angus, Tom?
No, you're making me think back to like the planet hopping and the and then versus because or therefore. I remember, I'm trying to think for like the original trilogy, when because they're the rebellion for all 3 films, they're in trouble all 3 films, so it's like they go to the Death Star and it's a problem. They go to Yavin and it's like, all right, we're readying our forces to take on this Death Star. So there's like a tension, and they can't just like sit around and be calm. Episode 5, they're on Hoth being chased off the planet, they're being chased through the galaxy. You got Han escaping the Empire in the asteroid field and stuff, and eventually being chased by Boba Fett and tracked to Cloud City, where the Empire is actually embedded with Lando. And then in episode 6, we see you got Endor, where they got the base, and is there anywhere else? Oh, well, Dagobah. Dagobah, like, there's a tension of, like, we got to get off here at some point because we got to do the ultimate fights. There's always a need to, like, hurry up, or, like, there's a impending doom.
Right.
So
Yeah, but notice what you explained there. You went through the entire first trilogy in no less than a couple minutes, right?
That's a good point.
Now, the thing is, the rest of that padding time that's in there is spent on characters and character development and developing the story through those characters, especially when it comes to the relationship between Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker and so on. Unfortunately, you go ahead and start now trying to explain the new films. We'll be sitting here for about 20 minutes because it's a bunch of and then
and people would disagree with your interpretation of the story because you can't just say it a certain way because that's not how. No, it's like this.
No, there's so much and then that you really, I mean, and as much as I respect Black Angus and you for enjoying this movie. That's your prerogative. That's everybody. Movies are. I look at them both sometimes as both objective and subjective depending on the what we're talking about. But in a sense that if you enjoyed the film and you think it worked for you, that's fine. I don't want to take that away from anybody, and I don't want anybody to feel like
there's a lot of problems.
I don't want anybody to feel like I'm telling them what they should or shouldn't like. And that was the same way it was through the whole Last Jedi thing. All my aggression went after Rian Johnson and how he treated these characters in KK for allowing it to happen.
Yeah.
JJ, I never even really had that much hate going into The Force Awakens. If anything, through all the Star Trek shit, all I kept saying was JJ should be the one who's directing Star Wars. He should stay the hell away from Star Trek. He doesn't understand Star Trek. But what he's doing to Star Trek is turning it into Star Wars. So maybe that's what he should be doing. Boy, was I dead wrong. I learned from all this, he does not have an original bone in his body. Even look at his original films. His most famous one, Super 8. It is nothing but E.T. and Close Encounters clone.
Yep.
That's all it is. So it's like you look at this guy and that's all he can do. And he gets to the point where he even starts ripping himself off in shots and scenes. And he's really in that category of a Michael Bay, put your, director here who's really just there to come and do the job, show a bunch of flashy shit on screen, get butts in the seats because he knows how to make a roller coaster ride, and he makes guys like Martin Scorsese right when he says these films are not cinema.
Yes.
But you have a hard time arguing. But Martin Scorsese would have a hard time arguing that the original trilogy is not cinema.
He was involved a little with it.
Exactly. So he would know what the differences were because he would sit there and tell, well, the difference is character. Of course. You get to know the characters and you get to know the relationships and how they interact with each other. And that pushes the story, not the action. The action isn't the story. The action is the reaction of the story. Is what the character has to do because he has to get to this point to that point. That's what he would say. It's like.
Well, it's not only that. Like Scorsese, Coppola, Spielberg, all of those guys, they took a brief crack at the first Star Wars script because Lucas was just having trouble trying to get
Milius, I think, did too, didn't he?
Yeah, I think so as well. He was just trying to get it locked down. It just
actually
kept on
no.
going.
I think I know what Milius wrote. I think he wrote the opening crawl, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he wrote the opening crawl after they did the first edit, I think.
You are right. Yes, now I remember that from the book.
Yep. And yeah, they all took a crack at it because Lucas, I have the earliest draft that was ever scanned, and it is a political nightmare. I mean, it's got a lot of fun parts to it, but it is lots and lots and lots of politics. Galactic politics, nothing you can really find allegorious to the time, but he was like, Lucas was like, I need to make this more fun like when I was a kid for these guys, and every single one of them took a crack at it and said, okay, we need to focus on this character, we need to make Luke Skywalker younger, we need to make a better mentor character, we need to focus now, you have 3 villains, let's turn them into one. All that type of stuff was done between 73 and 76, so for 3 years they were reworking that script over and over and over again before they even went to production. Even the test screenings that you can find online, the characters are all saying dialogue that's not even in the movie because that was still a really early tier draft. It was Luke Star Killer for the longest time, even during production, until they had to because most of the New Hope was redubbed. They had terrible sound recording equipment, so they were all I think 80% of the movie was done in ADR.
I think you're right, and I think Lucas has done that almost ever since because he likes making these movies like animated films, kind of. Yeah. Because then he has more control over the sound and the environment.
Yeah, wow. But the mix is perfect. That's what's amazing about that. You watch a movie 10 years earlier, say any one of the Clint Eastwood's a fistful of dollars. Like that's an ADR film, and you can tell it's an ADR film. And only like 10 years later, you've got Star Wars, and that's an ADR film, but you cannot tell that's an ADR film. Like they nail that. So
Well, that was also George's attention to detail when it came to the sound.
yeah,
And that came
absolutely.
from his mentors because he got with the right people early on as far as learning how important sound was and learning how important, the quality of the picture was and how it was shot. And, that kind of technical stuff. He was always a pioneer in the industry, of course, and editing too.
Oh
He
yeah.
pushed and pushed and pushed for digital editing. And everybody said he was crazy. But what are we doing now? It's like,
Oh yeah. And I've
Yeah.
done linear editing. I prefer digital.
Oh yeah, I mean, they tried teaching me in school, and I totally was fuck this, but pardon my French, but now I live with I live by it. I'm doing it right now in between us talking. I'm actually editing a video while we're talking. I'm not kidding.
Yeah. It's a good point. The growth of the director,
Well, one thing to sort of never forget is that Lucas has always been more of an experimental filmmaker than actually a director or a producer or an editor. Like he was all about the experimentation.
Which I can respect that too.
Oh, absolutely, because that's how you break new ground. The brilliant thing about the prequel trilogy is that he was more interested in playing with the new toys that ILM was developing than telling a Star Wars story. He just figured he could kill two birds with one stone here, tell some new stuff. He had secured funding for the movie, but on top of that, he was also able to start selling this technology to other studios while he was making The Phantom Menace, Attack of the Clones, Revenge of the Sith. So it was like a brilliant business strategy too, which is funny for Lucas because he's very anti-corporate, and here he is, the head of a corporation.
No, but he's a
Lucasfilm.
really good businessman.
Well, that's what
He's so good at it. That's what's crazy.
That's what success brings, I guess.
Yeah,
like
that's
he's
the thing. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, yeah, like he's anti-corporation, but he's so good at business and the relationships and knowing what to do. Like he went through several stress-induced medical issues because he realized he was responsible for all these employees when at the start of it he just wanted to have a fun independent studio that was very casual, and he just realized he couldn't have that, and it just kind of broke him a little bit, and it was the first to a long line of steps that made him into the man he is today.
Right, and was because basically Star Wars wasn't a movie like American Graffiti or even THX 1138, which is still a sci-fi, but on a much lower level, to where, if he just wanted to go shoot something, he just go shoot it.
Yeah.
It was so much more difficult for him to express to all these hundreds of people what he wanted to put on film, and they're all looking at him like, yeah, but you got a Bigfoot in this movie and a gold guy and a big guy with a breathing problem who sounds like he's British and can't even speak through the mask. What the fuck are you doing here, man? And then the first original cut of the movie, he scrapped all the special effects in a lot of the film because a lot of it was rear projection, and he hated it.
Yep.
Just couldn't stand it. So he scrapped a lot of the movie, and there's even some of that in some of the deleted scenes. Like I think on the Blu-ray, correct me if I'm wrong, Black Angus, when they show the scene where I think 3PO is adjusting something on the land speeder. Like that's the one of the front screen projected scenes that got cut, but there was a whole bunch of scenes that got reshot, like the explosion of Alderaan, all that stuff was reshot. The interaction between Vader and all them there in that scene, when he's making the threats and everything, or not Vader, Jesus Christ, Grand Master Tarkin.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that brain fart for a moment. Yeah, when Tarkin, that whole scene was reshot. I think that's on one of the documentaries. You can see the alternate version of that. And there's a lot of the special effects. He scrapped a whole year's worth of special effects.
Yeah, he actually cut down
worth.
Luke's trench run from 2 attempts to 1, and
well, he didn't actually do that.
Well,
that
Marsha did that. Yeah.
But yeah, gone off on a tangent on Lucas. Sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. That's a good segue into the next thing I wanted to bring up with the film, which was the film aspects. So sound, like the score and framing of scenes. The scenes one is kind of a quick one for me. It's like, I don't know if you guys felt this or noticed, but there was not that many medium or wide shots or establishing shots. There was a few establishing shots maybe, but there wasn't that many where it's like the camera's back and a couple people are in frame and doing their scene at all. It's just all pretty close to them, and their faces a lot of time took up the whole screen, and I think U.S. Dutch Kitty said it in the chat. Kind of reminded her of Avatar sometimes, or
I may have a
Legend of
reason for
Korra
that.
and stuff. And
That's
it's like, yeah, I was just kind of like,
that's
to me,
TV type
it
filming.
felt very claustrophobic sometimes because you're just in them and you cut to each one each time. And there's no like shots where it's just both of them and the camera's not going to cut again real quick. It's just always cut to the face, maybe cut out once, cut again. And I'm just like, can you like let me see where we are for a sec to breathe and then know, and then okay, you can kind of go
Scene
down
orientation, yeah.
something.
Okay.
And the like when they have the Hobbit guy that was in there, and Favreau. That's why I was confused because I thought I couldn't look at them long enough because they're on screen for like a second before they cut away, and then I'm like, God, what? Can you just hold still for a sec? Like hold the camera there for a minute because they're just cut again. And so I don't know if it was like that the whole film where there's just none, but to me I kind of felt that absence of that, and that kind of is part of soaking in a scene. Like in the original trilogy and in the prequel trilogy, there's lots of scenes where the camera is just kind of letting them do their thing. And maybe it'll cut a few times, but it's like not that often. And in this, there's just so many cuts in a conversation. It drove me crazy.
Yeah, I can agree. The opening, like you have the opening where it's like, bam, the ship's there, and it's like a wide shot of space. And you got Exegol, then he's got like this wide shot of Kylo with the ship behind him, walking towards the camera.
Yeah, that was one.
That was really good. But yeah,
for all the lightning, that was really disturbing.
Yeah, but like besides Exegol, I don't really recall. Like, there's I guess a developing shot for like when you first get to the like celebration planet with Lando. That's when they first get there, and then
there was with the Knights of Ren. There was one. I think that was it.
Yeah, like
they're on the mezzanine.
They're just posing on top of this like plateau. And it's like, how did you get up there? Why are you all up there? If you're
all wearing black on a desert planet, idiots! Like,
but they're robes, so they breathe.
Yeah, I think Script Doctor's right. This is a lot of TV shooting. To answer your question, Rookster, this is a lot of close-ups because of the reshoots. Because guess what?
Yeah.
If you have wide establishing shots, that means you have to fill that space.
And usually when you do, they're taking things out or adding things in. And
and so they're cutting things from other. Yeah,
they can afford one actor for a day, but not 100 extras for the background.
I'd rather
not just that, but yeah, it costs a lot less than filling it in with CGI and whatever you got to do.
Do a whole reshoot of those scenes if that's the case.
The other problem is the wide angle shots will have the entire scene you generally play out. That's what a director will generally do.
That's your master, yeah.
Yeah, they'll do a master shot, which is generally your wide shot, where you have every actor who's going to be in the scene in the widest frame possible, with as much as the room possible, and you'll cut to
like
that.
A backup if they need to fix something. That's kind of like
to a point. Yeah, the sound's saved there, all that kind of crap. And then when you start tweaking with that too much, and that doesn't match up with what you're editing, guess what you're left with? And especially when you do a lot of reshoots, a lot of close-ups. Yeah, it turns into that kind of thing. So you can get like maybe a section of something to look like something like that scene, like Script Doctor was saying, where you can just get the actor just right in frame. Where that looks close enough. Fuck it, let's go.
There was a lot of close-up shots where it's like they like zoom in, like epic, like we're epically zooming to the Kylo's face or to Rose Tico, and I'm just like, calm down, like goddamn.
Thank you, because I thought I was alone on this, and it was making me feel kind of claustrophobic-ish. I'm like, get away from their face. They're in. It's too close. Just I need to see upper torso or something. You're just showing me their head, and it felt very weird. And in a film, I don't see that often where it's just cut so tight. Usually they let it breathe a little, and just felt like hi, do you see me? Am I on screen enough? Hello. Like
like again, that's old style TV framing, and that's because TV's smaller than a movie screen. If you haven't seen it, I would suggest. I mean, it might be difficult to go through, but I would suggest seeing Mission Impossible 3. That's one of J.J. Abrams' earlier films. He tries to balance between cinematic and TV. It does not work in the framing department. The pacing is also kind of weird. I saw that in the theaters, and I had a blaring headache afterwards.
I've never seen a Mission Impossible.
Yeah, here's the thing with JJ is he's a very flat director normally, and that comes because he's from TV. Like Script Doctor saying.
He was the Lost guy, right?
Yeah, so he
Alias,
has. If
Lost,
you watch The Force
Felicity.
Awakens, you can really see his flat style, which is throughout the movie. And then he'll do the quirky Dutch angles here and there when action's happening and shit, because that's all he knows how to do. He doesn't know how to do anything new or exciting.
It's very basic.
It's very basic.
I learned that in my intro.
Template.
Me shit.
Yeah, and that's where the lens flare comes in, and that's he told some special effects kid once. He goes, "Oh, I like that. Put that in there," and then so next thing you know, everybody's putting it in there because it hides all the other shit. It makes it look more cinematic than it is because guess what? It's not very cinematic. I bet you if you could get the 6-track, which is not hard to do once it comes out in digital, get the 6-track version, pull out all the other sounds except for the audio of the actors. I bet you'd be the most flat, boringest bullshit you've ever watched in your life without all the sound effects and shit like that. It would seem really bad and cheesy. Like you'd be like, what is this? Because you can tell he has no sense of connection. Like everything is so disjointed, and it comes from being from TV, and because TV's shot on the fly, you generally don't get a lot of chance to put a lot of style in quotations in television shows. And what style there generally is overseen by a producer of the show, generally, or a showrunner, so they decide how that goes. JJ doesn't have a very good aesthetic as far as like any kind of style and substance, because he's copying everybody else so much. He doesn't have his own style.
Well, it's like,
no, just take a look at his haircut.
I feel like he'd be able to get around his camera issues of not being able to figure it out by having what's on screen be done well, like with choreography. Like that would have been nice to see. Did any of their fights have like less than 3 or 4 cuts? Like
no, JJ doesn't know how to frame a fight like that.
I can't even say that any of these fights were good because they always cut, and then it's like just with anything. I want to see something play out on the frame. Like I think of Jackie Chan, but I'm not expecting Jackie Chan. I'm just I'm just using that as an example of everything's happening on the screen, and you're not needing to cut to a bunch of different angles and close. Like oh my hand's up here, and all these movements.
JJ probably doesn't listen to these stuntmen either.
It's like in any film,
he doesn't even listen to his camera off.
I was just gonna say, yeah, he probably doesn't listen to enough people, because if you listen to your stunt guys, if you listen to your camera operator, your lighting guys, they will make your shit look the way you want it to look, and they will make it look good. You don't really have to do anything. But JJ seems like somebody, he really probably sticks his nose in where it doesn't belong too often. And like I said, perfect example is The Force Awakens because of how flat that movie is. Compare the entrance of Kylo Ren to the entrance of Darth Vader.
I don't remember the difference. I don't remember the entrance.
It's because it's fucking boring. He walks in on a fucking straight, flat side shot. Tell me what's wrong with that script, Doctor.
Well, for starters, it's a static shot. He's also walking away from the camera, and he's also walking on an angle downward. He's not walking toward. There's no contrast from the background to the foreground. There's no contrast from his costume to the background at all, because he's a black guy walking in night. Whereas Vader, he's a dark, imposing figure walking into a very white and clean.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I was saying, every time we see him in the sequel or the original trilogy, we're looking up at him. He's in a whitish background, and he's being thrusted in and being like, especially in Return of the Jedi, his entrance is fucking awesome.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, it's basically a worm's eye view at best. Like, not literally, but it's just slightly angled lower so that he looks like a large and imposing figure. We're dead on with Kylo Ren. Like, it's eye level, and there's just no flair to it.
He seemed very normal.
And psychologically, that fucks with you. So you're like, oh, this guy's not a problem. I'm on the same level as him. He's not an imposing figure. As to where
even when he's talking with. Even when he's talking with Poe, their eye line level is equal, like from shot to shot, from coverage to coverage. Like it's not like you're not looking up at Kylo and you're not looking down at Poe. They're almost level.
That's regular film school stuff, rookie. That's stuff that you should know, like 101 first
semester.
Like.
Yeah, well, that's actually something interesting because I'm working on a film project. And it's
if you want your bad guy to seem imposing and your good guy to seem like he's in a really rough, tough spot, always do high-angle shots looking down on your hero and low-angle shots looking up at your villain.
Well, that's what's cool because I have the person that I'm having be the villain in this is able to do these shots because, it's one of my, nobody's in the, it's one of my YouTube projects. So it's like,
you got to think of every scene as a psychological thing. Where you,
but I'm glad that you're saying stuff like that because I try to think about angles nowadays. Because when I did my other ones, that wasn't really what I was thinking of. I was just trying to film what I'm doing, pretty much. But now angles are playing with it. I think Angus's audio is crappy or something. So
hopefully you didn't piss him off or something.
No. I don't think so. But no, just the film thing was really bugging me. Like, the whole time. That was my main gripe, I'd say, is the
when you
framing
get tied in,
and-
when you get tied in on a character, it's only supposed to be at very close moments, very seminal moments, very personal moments. And when you do that all the time, it loses any meaning.
Yeah.
And that's the problem with JJ is he overuses stuff too much. He doesn't really think about the edit because he didn't have a chance in this one. So I guess I'll give him an excuse on that one. Because, I mean, he was editing this up to the last minute with all the reshoots.
About 48 hours before, I think, right?
Right.
If you want to see a great example for camera angles, go look at the old William Dozier, Adam West Batman show. They play around with Dutch angles, high, low, great framing. It's done for gags, but you kind of get a really good sense of the options of angles you can have for your villains and heroes and how they can contrast and complement each other. It's what we were shown in film school way back, about 15 years ago for me. And it actually comes in handy, especially when you're trying to craft like your story when you're doing your shot list. So yeah, like play around with that. Use your phone because you have the benefit of the smartphone now. I didn't have that when I was in college.
True.
So you get a guy to stand in, play around, get some snapshots, still shots, whatever you want, just to see how the angles will play out. And that'll save you a lot of time when you're doing your actual filming and stuff.
Another example is the atmosphere. Look at the atmosphere in The Force Awakens when Kylo Ren's introduced. It's clean. There's no atmosphere whatsoever. When Vader's introduced, it's all smoky and atmospheric, and you're like, oh, something's behind him. You can't really see him.
He's literally walking over dead bodies.
Yeah, and you can't really see what he is at first, you know? Kylo, you see right away, clean as day, clear as day. There's no mystery there. He's not in the dark. That's another thing. You generally will try to keep your bad guy kind of a little bit more mystery and in the dark. You know, I mean, even though Vader was just kind of like, boom, he's there. But that worked for Star Wars. But there's other ways you can play with it.
That actually could have been cool if we don't even really see him. It's like if the scene was lit darker, like to where you really can hardly kind of see him, but you know something's there. You hear the footsteps, and you hear the voice, and you see the lightsaber ignite or something, and it's like that would have been kind of cool.
Well, yeah,
maybe
his presence be made, but in some way that's not the way it was, because the way it was in the
he looks like a normal guy.
Yeah, it was really badly done, and the whole thing was especially the way JJ, if he wanted to build up this whole thing for when he takes the mask off and the big reveal that he's not deformed in any ways and he's actually this young kid or whatever.
Yeah,
you want to make him look more imposing. You want to make it feel like he's this big badass guy that. Like Darth Vader was, to where like like you said, when he comes onto the scene and like even if you don't see him right away, just his feet, his hands, that's another good example of a way of keeping your character mysterious at first. And then if you were to have that big ignition of that lightsaber, and then everybody just stop, and have that moment of pause and awe.
You see him, and then that
character so much meaning.
For your fears, like I see him. Holy shit!
Like, oh shit, he's here.
I shouldn't be seeing him, right?
Yeah. Not only that, like the less is more aspect is brilliant. Like, what is Vader's first action when he steps onto that ship? He has his hands on his waist, like a superhero does, and he's just kind of looking around, and he's kind of like, really, this is what happened, sort of thing. Like, there's so much in his body language that telegraphs what's going on in his head. With Kylo, he just walks straight down. It's like direct. And then it's just nothing. It's just so empty. There's no body language to it. It's kind of like the first AD was missing that day, and JJ was like, just walk down the ramp. You're good. And that's what they did.
Yeah. The Force Awakens was very badly shot.
The only shots I liked again was kind of Rey's in the beginning.
She does have a few decent shots. Yeah,
it's showing her climbing in the broken down Star Destroyer, and then going
that
down
was
on
more
a
of a
speeder.
special effects artist than it was JJ probably.
Yeah,
probably. I mean, I
your
guess
second unit.
regardless of knowing who did what on it, it seemed like it was presenting her in a better way.
Basically, if you got like a major stunt or a special effects scene, your director has input, but generally that's overseen by a special effects director or something like that. Okay. When your main director's involved, it generally has more to do with the actors themselves, some of the technical aspects as far as like on main set kind of things. But like Script Doctor said, there's a second unit director and sometimes even third and fourth unit where it's basically
just
like
doing all sorts,
doing all kinds of sorts of ancillary shit all the time, whether it's just hand inserts, different angles of different things, pickup shots,
Just getting backgrounds or
yeah.
noise of some kind.
Like, I think Lucas always had a group of people just shooting droid and alien shit for whatever scene they were doing. You know,
Yep.
so you'd have like, special units for that. I mean,
Wow.
it's not a one-man band either. So I mean, but you can really tell when he's in charge. That's the sad part.
Wow. I mean, I guess it just goes to show you. I mean, you'd think that the camera angle, it doesn't seem that important, but it's like, in a way, that's almost the most important because that's the vehicle for showing and presenting your story, right?
You
Like,
need to be able to watch your scene, like I was saying, without any music or special effects sounds or anything like that to build the scene. And if it doesn't work for you without any of that, it's not going to do a very good job with any of that. And that's where I was making my whole point with The Force Awakens. If you could take out all that ominous music, and
I agree.
it would be just a really flat, boring scene of Kylo just
I
walking across the scene, walking across the screen, and you're just like, yeah. But you could take all the music and shit out of the Darth Vader scene, and it would still work.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. Speaking of music, though, what do you guys think of the score? I didn't even notice it, other
boring.
than familiar stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing from John Williams. He's a brilliant fucking artist. Probably, arguably, the best, thematic scoresman of all time, is however you put it.
Oh yeah, him, Elliot Goldenthal, Alan Silvestri.
Yeah.
They're like the trio.
Yeah, I mean,
and I'm missing more like Jerry Goldsmith and everything.
Yeah, there's plenty, but he's like the top of most of the pop of most, and he was really phoning it in here. And to be honest with you, as far as I know how his whole thing works, he probably had his assistant do most of this anyway, and he just signed off on it.
Was there any original soundtrack?
I don't know if there really was anything.
It felt very amalgamated.
Yeah, they made this big deal like it was supposed to have all this new music in it, and I didn't hear anything that really sounded new. There was little elements of things that were mixed in, in new ways, I guess, but
I don't count that. That's cheating.
Yeah, it was really kind of. The music didn't stand out at any point in this film like it has in other films.
It disappointed me kind of because I feel like because they're so crappy at presenting their characters in a good way, music might have helped it a little bit if the scores fit. Like the best example I can think of right now off the top of my head is like I know in the prequels they do use some of the original tracks in there, but it's not too much and it's not too often.
It's used in different ways.
Yes, but like when Anakin is holding his mom and she's dead, he's like, Mom, there's no music yet, and then it slowly, and he just is like starting to grimace and look up at the screen, and then cuts to him, and then the music stops
like 3 new themes
done, and that theme was memorable. I haven't seen Attack of the Clones in a while, and that it's like just that sticks in my head. That was a really unique scene. Music I think only played during that one scene, and that's it. No other time was that repeated. Just that one scene.
Oh, the prequels, for one thing, anything if you take away from it is they had fucking awesome music. Like Duel of the Fates. I mean, I couldn't believe when that song came out, like, because they released it like a single.
Yes,
it was
I
actually
remember.
a single, actually, to be honest with you. But and it was just like, holy crap!
The chorus,
it was like, this is Star Wars, but it's something we've never heard before.
And the Pod Racer fanfare as well, like that was crazy good. And
and Anakin, I think, got like 2 new themes, like the one kind of you're talking where he had a more ominous theme, but he also had the more tragic theme.
Yeah.
And then Padme, of course, this theme is a little more. They're all memorable themes. You know, all the way down to the original films with the Ewoks theme. Dun 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 dun, little Ewok march.
Exactly.
But in this movie, I couldn't tell you. And same thing with The Last Jedi. The only thing with The Force Awakens I could tell you is I remember Rey's theme, because that was the only piece of. I do to a point, just because it's kind of, but it's more. It's not really. It's one of those kind of like Harry Potter, Home Alone, John Williams themes. It's not.
Oh,
a Star Wars theme.
See, now it's more like a bell chimey thing as opposed to.
Exactly.
Yep. Yeah, I remember now. It's coming back to me slowly. One thing I do know is that for this entire Disney trilogy, I haven't once heard John Williams state how he enjoyed this. Like, he's always said in some sort of weird preamble that he's enjoyed making the music for the other Star Wars films prior. But he never really said anything like that for this trilogy, that at least I know of.
No, I don't think he has. I mean, he talked about this. He's had a few interviews for this one, because I know he said, I think that he's retiring after this officially, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But
I wouldn't blame him.
Well, yeah, he's like 90 years old.
I'd like him to not be a Kobe and start doing a bunch of crap ones, on his way out. Like, just you have a great record, man.
He's earned his retirement.
Leave it alone. You're good. Go to sleep. Go to the beach, get served colorful drinks by women in bikinis, and you're good.
Like every kid that hums that Superman theme is keeping him alive in spirit.
Right,
man.
and I would actually argue the Superman score is better than the Star Wars score. But
I would agree, yeah.
I actually haven't seen Superman, so I have no idea.
You really?
You never seen Dick Donner Superman?
I'm sorry, but it's just another one of those that I never watched.
It's not going to stand up for you, probably, but...
Yeah, but like going back to Tom's thing, they used the rear projection there and figured it out. Like after all the mistakes that Lucas and ILM had with the rear projection, they managed to get it working for Superman the movie, and it's pretty damn good. Especially during like the Lois and Superman flying scene when he drops her and you see him like flying after her and stuff. The angles that they get on that and the way that they mix it in to when he catches her, that's like really, really well done. Still holds up in my opinion.
Oh yeah, some of the special effects definitely. I'm more worried about some of the acting, the story, and stuff like. I don't know if I can really buy it.
Well, I'll probably be able to appreciate some of the film aspects at the time, but it depends, kind of.
If you go into it with that mentality, you might be able to. I mean, it's not nearly like mind-blowing as something like Star Wars could still be to somebody today.
Yeah.
Right. Well, it's like I didn't like Alien, but there's a lot of, but it's not like, but the times, that has nothing to do with it. Like I just didn't like what I was watching.
It could be your taste too. I was gonna say, are you a big horror movie fan at all? Or?
Like I'm a sci-fi guy. I hate horror.
That's why
I hate slashers.
Because it's not a secret. Alien is just Halloween in space. Alien is Michael Myers.
And I'm not a horror fan either, but I still love it just because it's really well done. I mean, it's not a simple type of horror film like they are today.
Yeah, I can appreciate the like special effects that like the costume for the alien or the animatronics, whatever. That looks great. That's a creative design. And really, looked cool. Looked tactile. Like I could it's there.
And
like,
we can take that back to the Star Wars conversation here, and that is that I don't feel like there was anything in this new trilogy that brought something new to the table, and I think we kind of brought that up earlier a little bit.
Yeah.
But I mean, technical wise, nothing new was brought. I mean, they had the 3D, but that gimmick was already played out with Avatar and shit. Yeah. So they had nothing because at least with the original films, those special effects and the things that Lucas was able to do at that time, nobody had done before.
Yeah.
And make them look that real and feel like you actually have that Star Destroyer coming over your head, that opening shot and so on. From that moment on, you're just sucked into this world for 3 movies. I mean, once you get to the prequels, it's more of your taste of whether or not you're okay with CG or not. See, I'm one of those, I can't stand CG. But I don't fault Lucas for, like you guys said earlier too, bringing something new to the table with trying everything to push the technology to where we got it today, basically. Yeah. And if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have in that instance with the prequels. Here they brought nothing new. Nothing new to the table. It's just more of the same bullshit.
It's like Star Wars in the universe, how the technology doesn't evolve.
I don't know what happened. I don't understand why they didn't try and find some way of, and I don't think they had to do anything like mind blowing, but just
bring something new. The only new thing here is that J.J. Abrams got a chance to work with some wire work with Ray to prep him for Green Lantern and Superman the movie. His Superman movie.
And they did wire work in the prequels, so that's not even new. The only thing actually they really got to work with on this was, and that's how we knew at Midnight's Edge that they were still shooting the film so late, was they were somebody was bragging from the production that they had been using the technology that they used on the Mandalorian to reshoot the Last Jet or the Rise of Skywalker so quickly. And what that is I don't remember the name of it. You might, Script Doctor, but it's a newer technology that Lucas has been working on or wanting to do since the prequels. And that is where you actually can see special effects in real time. It's like a mix between the stuff they use for Snapchat and all that kind of crap. But
it uses. It's like a rear projection mixed with like an Unreal Engine or another video game engine to create a fairly immersive looking backdrop that it's not interactive, but it moves with the camera. So it's got a whole bunch of these reflective crystals on it that allow light to bend to whatever 3D model is imprinted upon it at the time. So if you want to do a pan with a pivot and then move up and whatnot, the background will adjust with the camera in order to make it look like it's in a 3D environment. It doesn't really work so much well on the human eye, but unless you're looking at it dead on, it'll be pretty convincing from what I
It
was
works
told.
for quick shots. It works to get stuff done quickly. Like that's how they got The Mandalorian done so quick.
Yeah,
And everybody in Hollywood wants to get their hands on it. And that's
exactly.
I
And it's
would've-
still in its early stages, but it's still
Yeah.
Wow.
everybody loves it so far.
I would have appreciated The Mandalorian more if they took their time with it. It seemed like a type of TV show that you don't need to have ready every week. So,
Well, that's the funny
would've
thing
been
is
nice.
in the time that JJ took to film this movie up until the release, because we know he was working on it all that time, Jon Favreau came up with the idea, developed it, wrote it, shot all the shows with all the directors, edited them, and had them done. In all the same time it took JJ Skywalker.
Yeah.
That's a glaring,
Actually, half the time, I think, to be
No,
honest
'cause
with
I
you.
think they had it completed, final post and all the stuff was completed at the end of August.
Yeah, because they didn't even announce it till late last year, I think it was.
how many
Yeah.
reshoots were there?
I don't
Almost
think they
zero.
did any. Yeah, they didn't have to. They had it pretty planned out ahead of time. That's the whole point.
They also had
Favreau
more
don't
time
mess
per
around.
episode. Yeah.
Yeah, and it just they got it done. They got the job done, and I think it just goes to show that Favreau probably should have been doing this.
I think Favreau can be annoying sometimes, and some of the things he says, but he's a very talented. I cannot say he's not talented.
And he's made some
Very talented.
stinkers, but he also that's the thing is he knows
He learns
knows-
from them though.
Yeah, he knows success and he knows defeat.
He's also a decent actor, not a great actor, but I like that he gives himself these little small parts in these movies sometimes, and it's like I kind of like that.
Well, he's always been an actor director.
Yeah, I like that about him a little bit because he kind of gets what it is to be an actor.
He
too.
was like the
it's
funny
relatable.
version of Tarantino when he came out. Like you had Tarantino and him and a bunch of those guys at the time all came around at the same time.
Yeah,
And
He was also working on the Gary Shandling show,
Yeah.
Larry Sanders show, sorry, with Gary Shandling, and he learned a lot that way. And he's also a really good actors director. So even in his flops, you can take a look at his the performances from his actors and actually see some pretty good value in that.
yeah,
and
he
I think
actually
that's
got a
to his
decent
strength.
performance out of Harrison Ford in the Alien
Cowboys and Aliens,
movie.
yeah.
The movie sucks,
yeah.
but
That movie was
True.
terrible.
true.
I do remember at the time, I think if I had my old review up on my old blog, but I think it's gone, I do remember a line in that review saying something like, well, at least Favreau got some life out of Harrison Ford for the first time in 15 years, but the rest of this movie stinks or something like that. Was one of the
Yeah,
lines.
exactly. Yeah, they really missed the mark on that. That came out first, and then it was John Carter right after, right?
Yeah. Disney had a big.
Those
bomb
were
with John
bad
Carter, yeah.
movies in my opinion.
Well, I like John Carter.
I
but
enjoyed
think it
John
was-
Carter too.
I like the concept because I'm a huge space guy, but I hated the execution. It's just, just
Well, I
yelling
think the
around.
problem. Well, other than
hated
that,
that.
I was going to say I think the biggest problem with John Carter is it was set up for sequels that were bound to never happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems to be a common thing these days, setting up for sequels that you're never gonna get.
Yeah, and that's that's one of the biggest problems with Hollywood is, this assumption that we're going to be able to make another one. I mean, they've quit with the mentality of, we got to make this one good so we can make another one instead of worrying about the next 2 or 3 movies down the line. I mean, yes, you got to worry about it story wise, but not to the extent where it's detrimental to this film.
Yeah, when you try to focus on 3 movies when you're trying to make the first one, you're not giving it all in your first one.
They even made like sequels to The Christmas Story.
Well, here's the thing with that is those are a series of books. So
really?
it's really kind of it's really kind of difficult to.
It's
I mean,
a book.
An adaptation is a lot easier to make a trilogy from than with original IP.
Wait,
yeah.
wait. The Christmas Story is a book.
There are a bunch of books actually.
Yeah.
It's the story. It's they're
story
actually
of Ralphie.
loosely. They're
I thought it was an
loosely based
original
on-
idea.
What's his name? Sam Shepard. Is that who it is? original writer?
Yes.
I think. See, that's not his real name. It's his pen name, and his real name's something else. I can't remember. But he
Yeah, I
actually
can't remember
narrates.
either.
He actually narrates a few of the movies because they did a few of them for TV and stuff that have never been released on video that I would love to get my hands on.
Wow.
And it's all loosely based on his actual life.
I had no
And,
idea. There was a
yeah, it
book
was just
or
happened to be that Christmas Story was the one that everybody remembers because it hit big. But I
Yeah.
think there was quite a few of them after that, and there may have even been one before that. I could be wrong though. That were TV movies, and then they did My Summer Story, which was a different title when it originally happened, and that has like Corinne Culkin and God, who plays the dad in it? Charles Grodin, and that one's not so bad. And I think Sam Shepard actually narrates that one too. He narrated most of them, so as far as I know, all of them. So that part's always the same. So I mean, it's just some of them are better than others. I haven't seen a lot of the TV ones, so I couldn't tell you. I do remember a couple of them from when I was a kid, actually seeing them when they were on TV, but very, very vaguely. But yeah, just Christmas Story just happened to be the one that everybody remembers. But I mean, he's a very funny writer. I mean, as you can tell from Christmas Story. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
but I don't know if Christmas Story 2 is actually based on one of his stories. That could be
No,
one.
it seemed like it was just based on like as if they're like, okay, so we saw the other movie, now let's try to make things like that, but in the sequel. But
I was going to say, I don't
he's
think
a
that
teenager.
one's
His daydreams
That's probably
instead
not
of
based off the
his
book.
daydreams
Yeah.
instead of being about what he wants for Christmas is about a girl. It's like he's got to get a car, and the dad, it wasn't played by the same guy, so it's another guy going rigger schnigger flagger nigger, but it's like it just sounds worse because it just seemed really cheap.
Well, Ralphie, the original Ralphie, is actually in which Iron Man movie was it? I think he's in a couple of them. But he's good friends with Jon Favreau, so he's in a lot of his movie. Peter Billingsley is.
Yeah.
Yeah, he pops up here and there in a lot of stuff. I think he was in one of the wasn't he Infinity War 2 or something like that? One of the other Marvel movies.
I think so. I know he was in. He was with Vince Vaughn in a bunch of PSAs, I think, way back when, right?
Yeah, they're all good friends, and I know he's in like all his movies or something like that. Somewhere in his movies, like hidden somewheres too, something like that. He's kind of like his little guy that always shows up.
Right. This just reminds me that the three of us need to do a film stream one of these days. I did a film talk. I did one called Film Talk with Josiah, talking about his film that he made for Amazon and stuff, and that was a lot of fun. We ended up going way longer than I thought we would. I want to do one. I want to do one with you guys soon too, because
I made a couple short films that are really crappy, and I started making a film that's about 2/3 of the way done. I don't know if I have it still, but
right.
One of the short films I have on YouTube was actually shot with one of the earliest HD digital cameras, but all I had left was the VHS dub that we had. So it kind of defeats the purpose of that.
Yeah.
But if we would have finished any of those movies, we would have beat Attack of the Clones to theaters. Sadly.
That's crazy. But yeah,
if we would actually got it done and got it in theaters and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, but it's like I do want to talk about this kind of stuff another time though, because we still have quite. Skywalker. Unfortunately, I know this is a much better conversation, but yeah, and with both you guys, seriously, I love talking film. Not enough people talk about.
This guy's actually worked on some real shit. So
yeah,
I don't know what, but
so I've heard. But and for another time.
Yeah.
So back to Rise of Skywalker. Sorry, everybody in the chat, if you came on wanting to hear that, but it's all good. There's a Darth Ray moment, wasn't there, for like a second?
Yeah, it was a lot shorter in the movie than it was in this trailer, but it was to show Rey as what she could be as an empress.
Yeah. Like, okay, I wasn't totally against the concept of their, like, when she touches the Sith holocron to have there be a vision like that. Like that actually seemed normal. Like that you're gonna interact with the Sith thing as a Jedi Force user. You're gonna have a thing. But it lasted for like 1 second, and she like hissed at her. She's like, "Don't be afraid." It's just like,
yeah, it was really kind of
what? What
was this? Everything in this movie was on coke.
There was no moment for her to even absorb that she saw herself there.
I swear, everybody made this movie, and this movie was edited, and everything was done on coke. Like everybody was just so coked up when they made this movie. It's like just. And what's sad is
so
how
coked up, or they're so panicked.
Well, yeah, just what's weird is how fast it moves and how fast paced it is. Once you get past like the first half hour, there's this really long lull for about an hour till you get to that fight with Kylo and
what's her face?
Kylo and Rey on the
on the Death Star. Yeah, I'm starting to get kind of tired, so I'm like, yeah, getting punchy. But so yeah, like there's this. I just remember like constantly going, God, how long is this going to be? It's boring.
Yes.
boring. Oh, finally something's happening. Oh, okay, that's done. You know, it was one of the quickest like fights in the world, and then you had the whole Han Solo scene and all that stuff, and the
people on my right were loving the movie. So during that moment, they were like, "Yes, it's Han." The people on my left were like, "What the fuck is that?"
Well, what's weird is I didn't hear anybody's reaction. There wasn't like zero reaction throughout the movie until the end of the movie when I see.
Yeah, there was hardly any reaction, but as far as facial expressions and a few whispers I heard next to me, like it was funny. The whole 3 rows in front of me were completely empty. I ordered my seat first because there's nobody in the whole front sections at all. But I picked the center, the 4th row center, and nobody else was there. But then I go in there, and then everybody sits next to me. Fuck. Like, the whole
I
row
hate
was
that.
the whole row was
You
filled.
just have a
And I'm
magnetic
like,
personality, Rook.
I could have just picked the row in front. Like I just didn't. Just one more row, and I would have had nobody next
What
to
I
me.
hate
But
is when I pick my best seats and then a bunch of teenagers sit by me and they got to be on their phones and yakking through the whole.
well, surprisingly, the people next to me on my left were teenagers, but they didn't have their phones out. And the people on my right were like in their 30s or 40s. The people on the right in the 30s and 40s were loving the movie. The younger ones were hating the movie. I was so shocked. Just like,
Yeah,
wow.
we actually had some kids next to me, and they weren't as annoying as I was figuring they were going to be because they were on their phones and shit through the whole first part of before the movie started. And then when the movie started, all they kept doing was like there was like a group of them that were like sitting in two spots, so like they would keep flip flopping, and that was the only other thing that was kind of annoying. But they didn't really seem to be that into the movie per se.
Yeah,
and nobody really seemed to be into the movie per se. Like when the Star
Nobody
Wars
was.
thing boomed, you got a couple of like that, and that was it.
Nobody made a peep in mine. I think at the very end, a few people went.
We did get a few chuckles during a couple of the 3PO scenes.
Yeah, that was maybe one of the
scattered
only.
chuckles. He made
The
me
Rey-
chuckle twice.
The Rey Kylo kiss. That was that. The people on my left were like, "What the hell is he kissing
There
her
was some
for?" The other ones
groans.
were like, "Oh."
I think there was a couple of groans. Okay, no, I take it back. There was reactions. The only fucking time there was a reaction was when everybody thought Chewie died.
Yeah, I remember that.
There was a big audible gasp.
Right.
And then, like, for like 2 or 3 minutes until it came back, like you could hear like nobody was breathing except for me, and I just nudged my girlfriend. I'm like, he's still alive.
Yeah, I was like, don't be.
Because she was like ready to fucking bawl. I'm like, I don't need to deal with this. I'm going to tell her this time. But I kept everything else from her because she had no idea what was going on and going into the movie. Because I wanted her genuine reaction. And I'll get to that when we get to the end here.
I like that. Speaking of ballin', Chewie's reaction, I didn't when to Leia's death. I thought was stupid. Like they always
over dramatic.
It would have been better if it was actually. I'm sorry. They should have found a way to maybe. I hate saying this, but without Peter Mayhew, it's not Chewie. He doesn't have the same eyes. He doesn't have the same body.
Yeah, I kind of noticed. He looked kind of different. I was like, I don't like looking at this guy.
It was the same guy, I think, who did him in episode 3 in the long shots. Because whenever he had to move in episode 3, it wasn't Peter Mayhew. It was somebody else in there. I think it's the same guy. And that was the same thing throughout the last few movies. Where was he in The Last Jedi or not? Or did he die just before?
He was barely in it. He was just
he died after The Last Jedi, but I don't think he was in it much.
I think he maybe got to shoot like one or that was the thing is during The Force Awakens, and if he was in The Last Jedi, I guarantee it was all close-ups because he couldn't even walk. I think at the time he did The Force Awakens.
No, he had like a cane and a brace. I think.
Yeah, he had just had knee surgery too, I believe.
Yeah.
But it's like I think that they always with beasts they always think they need to go rah and wah. And I'm like, what if like it was like Leia's dead, and what if he's just like
Mayhew would have knew how to do it.
Well, just in general, like if they had Chewie like just look down, maybe Rey or Poe or something. It's like, hey man, he's like, just let him
hold on to a ship or something.
Like let him.
I
just
was just gonna say what he would have done was kind of like how he reacts in the original movies, where if like he would have howled at the sky and then threw himself away from everybody against a ship or something with his arm over his head, and he would have just been bawling. He wouldn't have had this big thing going on because that's not even how he really reacted to Han. It was just a quick and that was it. Yeah, it was like, come on now. If he's gonna have a heart-wrenching moment, it's when Han got killed. Yeah, and they really stole that from Chewie.
Yeah, it's like, does he have to roar a whole lot? Like, I mean, maybe once, but it's like I feel like
more of a whimper. I think.
I feel like if he did like a silent reaction, I think that would have sufficed, right? Like,
even Stephen said it would have just been just like a little,
just like he lost his breath, he couldn't breathe, type of thing, and you could, I mean, treat it as weird as it is to say, treat it how like when a dog is sad. Like grew up around dogs my whole life. When they're sad, they sniffle, they can't really bark or do anything. They kind of convulse a little bit, but it's like really, but they're trying to hold themselves like together as if they're trying to hug themselves, and they can't. And I think that's kind of what Chewie would have been doing similar to.
Yeah, it just seemed like an overreaction to it. Like I have to make a scene. It's just like I mean I get it, but that was just done wrong. It just seemed again loud and noises, and I don't know, just. Again, none of it sat with me. I almost forgot that Leia died.
Well, and that was the problem with not doing it in the last film when it would have been more impactful anyway. There are so many people who have, and I hate to fucking say this, who are either unaware or have forgotten that she has died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was people making comments in certain Facebook posts and other places where they're like, "Oh, her acting was so wooden in this movie."
Oh no!
It's like, no, you don't. You
Idiot!
did
It's
just
not
say
her.
that.
Do not
And there
blame
was an
Carrie
actual
Fisher.
paper that in the headline said, Star Wars Rise of Skywalker premiere, and then underneath it was Ryan Johnson, George Lucas, and Carrie Fisher oddly absent from premiere. It's like,
Are you kidding me?
Are you? Yeah, I'm like, are you serious?
Was the editor asleep that day?
I'm like, I hope they address that in the actual article, but even so, that is the dumbest thing that an editor could let go in a headline.
Someone is dead. You don't.
It's like, you idiots.
Wow.
Yeah, so I really think a lot of people have kind of forgotten that to this point, and it's sad.
Yeah, they
and
see
I
her
think it
on
would
the
have been
screen
much
and
more
they think she's
impactful in the
alive.
last film if it would have been, because it was already a year since it had happened. So here we are, 2.5, 3 years or whatever out since this happened to us, and yeah, so most of us have already dealt with this. I was ready to deal with it in The Last Jedi because I expected it. But when she didn't pass, and it was like, really, why is she still here? It makes no sense.
Some people said that it would have been nice if since they didn't kill her off in TLJ, if they started the movie with her already having just passed. So it's like you're picking up
cheap.
from that. But that's kind of what I thought too. I was like, yeah, I get that you get to mourn, but it's like you're using a real actor's death to get people to enjoy your movie.
Well, I wouldn't even say it's an enjoying. I think it was actually. I stand by my notion that if they would have done it properly in The Last Jedi, it would have been so cathartic for the fans.
It would have been cathartic, incredibly dramatic, and we would have hated the First Order way more.
Yes.
This is the thing too with the sequel character, with like the original characters anyway. You didn't have to bring them all into the story. Like you didn't have to kill them off. They could have technically been alive. You just don't see them. Like you don't need to.
No, but this was an instance where it actually was necessity because you didn't have her for the next movie.
But I mean, this also goes with they should have done something in The Force Awakens, though.
Well, yeah, The Force Awakens is nothing other than a bunch of missed opportunities.
And that's just why, I don't know, it just means, like, if you had them in The Force Awakens, fine, but you didn't have to be such the prominent position of power because it just goes with it. They keep on wanting to kill these characters to move on, and it's like, you don't need to kill them to continue with yours.
Well, Harrison Ford was more of a thing like, I gotta die.
Well, Harrison's the exception. He didn't. I'm surprised he was even in the movie.
Well, that was his thing. He's like, I'll do it if I get another indie movie and if I die. That was his whole thing.
Yeah, but like the rest of them, you didn't need to kill Luke off in this series at all.
No.
Oh, I totally agree with that. And if they would have re-edited the film to where you had to, if you have to deal with the fact that Leia is not going to be there, then the obvious thing you do is you reshoot the ending to where Luke lives.
Yep.
Yeah.
Duh.
That's the pragmatic way you do it. And not only that, like, there's rumors about, like, the secret Skywalker. And I don't know this for a fact. I just suspect it. But I would not put it past George Lucas to say that Anakin's father is actually a Jedi that was in hiding and vanished. And he's brought back as the secret Skywalker. Just because it's the last ditch effort to say, screw you for trying to kill off all my heroes, screw Disney for trying to rewrite my movies, that type of stuff, and it kind of like it makes sense as opposed to having like another kid in there. It's just basically like Shmi lied just to protect the Jedi she fell in love with, who had to vanish for whatever reason.
I get what you're saying. For a minute there, I was lost. So you're saying Anakin's real father.
Like Anakin's real father.
Real father, yeah.
Like a Jedi broke the code of having a child, and Shmi knew about this.
Oh, so she said there was no father to protect.
I thought you meant for a minute I was lost for a second there.
And honestly, in a way, that might help people.
It wouldn't have been a horrible idea, yeah.
That might help people with the Chosen One thing not having to be magical. It's like maybe he just happened to be like, there could have been something else, but
it could have been something else.
He still was, but it didn't have to be through Jesus magic.
Exactly. And on top of that, you could do anything. You could say he was like frozen in carbonite before it was done, and that's why he's like maybe still a middle-aged man as opposed to another
story that can be explored if they wanted to, but they could also leave it a mystery and leave it fun.
Well, it's too late now.
Actually, that's the thing too. I'm kind of Tom, and do Do you like just being called Doc, Script Doc, or something else? Or
You can call me whatever you want. You can call me Bill if you want. My name's not Bill, but you can call me.
yeah,
That's
Bill.
what I decided to call him.
Bill, so I'll go with that too. Do you guys like how they keep on doing all these movies that are in between things and going into the past more? Because like I was kind of okay with it a little bit, but it's like I don't really want to have all this stuff explained anymore. Like the Han Solo one's the perfect example of.
I
Can you
hate those.
not? And even Rogue One, I'm like, this to me it was so stupid. They did all this contrived stuff to have a reason for why Luke blows up the Death Star. You didn't need to do that at all.
Well, yeah, they took a bad joke that wasn't actually a plot hole, and made a movie out of it. And I pitched to them.
It exhausts things. Like you don't. It's not a huge plot. You don't need to have a whole rig set up to explode and by these rebels and all these things. And the Solo one, we didn't need to know how he got his name, his shoes, his belt, his gun, his ship, his Wookiee. You don't need to know all this stuff. So it just kind of makes it go, okay. I guess that's what it is now. But I don't.
Yeah. Well, Bill was going to say something about what he was going to pitch, I guess. But I would have said, actually, instead of Rogue One, I would have rather seen like the beginning of the Rebellion. Yeah. Something like that. If you're going to do that, do that. Otherwise, if you're going to go in between, in the middle, outward, push it so far out there. Like Rogue One had the right idea, but as I've seen it a couple times I see a lot of the holes, and then there's things that don't line up with Star Wars, and
there's even simple things. Even simple things where he's like, my gloves. He's going to reach into his pocket to grab his cards, and then he's not wearing gloves, but he says, my gloves. It's like a lot of things like that.
No, I mean, when they were going. During the production of Rogue One, one of my friends was still working for Lucasfilm at the time, and he let it tip to me that first he'd said that there was being a movie pitched by a special effects guy in the department, and they're going with it. I didn't know any of the details at the time. A few months later, when everything kind of got locked down, I got wind that it was like a Rogue One thing. A little more time passed, and then you find out, there's like director issues, and then needing script rewrites and stuff. So I begged my manager to pitch my take on the Death Star plan things. And mine was more of like an Ocean's 11 type of thing, where there's a ticking clock. It was all about stealing the plans and beaming the transmissions across the galaxy at a certain point so that Leia could intercept them, download them, and then go to Tatooine and what have you. And if they were too early, the mission would be failed. If they were too late, the mission would fail. You still have your space battle, because I knew that set piece was in there. And it was basically like a ragtag kind of team. I got a very template rejection letter saying, thank you very much for your interest, blah, 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 signed by someone whom I've never heard of from Disney, not even from Lucasfilm. But it was Rogue One was it's a great concept, but they just dropped the ball in some regards. And I also think they kind of deflate the awesomeness of Vader by having him do that scene at the end, as fun as it is independently. Watching that in comparison to everything on the whole, of the original trilogy just felt not Vaderish.
Yeah.
It just felt like not intimidating as much.
Well, it also kind of negates what George Lucas was trying to do with Vader in Episode 4.
Yeah.
Because if you especially hone in on the scene where he's sitting there with all the diplomats and shit, and they're giving him a bunch of garbage, that's because he's kind of supposed to be viewed as this old school guy who's still latched onto this religion that don't even exist,
right?
And he's just seen as this
a brute muscle as opposed to something
and
more.
He's not even that anymore because he's so old and
they said attack dog kind of.
Yeah, he's basically out of.
He's almost obsolete, but not
obsolete. Quite. Thank you. Obsolete has no use anymore. Was what I was trying to.
Yeah, the older he gets, the worse that he gets.
Probably. Yeah, so that's why you have that one guy just giving him a hard time, and he chokes him and he shows him up, but it's still at that point. I get what the script doctor's saying is kind of negates the idea of Vader being this. At this point, he's kind of seen as this little pussy and not even have any power. And this is his kind of comeback. That's where Empire Strikes Back is. You really see him kind of taking charge again, and he's like, "Fuck this! I'm going to take this over and show Palpy that I still got what it takes to get the shit done." And that's what he does.
Giant.
He comes in and kicks some ass, and that's what he does in The Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah.
I like the way you put that. I wasn't really aware of. I didn't really think about it all like that. But yeah, it seems like at the end of Rogue One, that's how he would have been more toward the first couple years after first being Vader, hunting everybody down. But now, yeah, and if anything, he probably doesn't want to have to always exert that much.
If anything, he would walk through that corridor, not raising a hand, and all those guys would be going flopping around the hallway.
Yeah, or at least like against the wall, all being force choked at the same time.
Yeah, it would just look like a bunch of fish flopping around.
Anything, just, they'd just be unable to do anything in his presence. Like, yeah, that'd be something. Yeah, I agree. And I don't know, like, again, I don't mind there being a story, like you said, like at the beginning of the rebellion. Like, have you guys read the book series The Last of the Jedi?
No, I have not.
No, I haven't. But that's exactly what I was going to get to. Is it's funny you mentioned that, because somebody misinterpreted my idea of, I was like, I don't want to see a Solo movie. I don't want to see that. If I want to see any character that goes back, it's like maybe a Vader movie. And
I want a Lando movie.
Well, a
blaxploitation Lando Calrissian movie.
The way I was getting into it was, this one starts out with Obi-Wan at first in the first book. He finds an old Padawan of the Jedi Order that was like a rival to Anakin. Actually, he survived the Order 66, and he's on Tatooine. And he's like, Obi-Wan's supposed to protect Luke and stuff, so he doesn't really leave that much, but he sends this guy out on a mission to go get some kyber crystals or something, make a lightsaber again because he lost his or something. And then at some point he sends him off on a few. Obi-Wan sends him off on some missions basically, and then he sends him to Dex to get some underground stuff. And they end up forming this kind of squad. They find like a force sensitive kid. They find an old master that kind of survived, but he's just really out of it. Kind of, it's still kind of early on, a couple years after the Order 66 maybe, and it just seemed like a really good story. And by the halfway through, they've kind of started to make a little bit of a rebellion, kind of not a full one at all, but like a little bit. And it's kind of there. They almost want to start attacking, but Obi-Wan's like, no, don't do it yet. We're not anywhere near ready. Stop. And when he sees Vader, and knowing that they were both rivals at one point, like it's shaking in fear of Vader. Like, this is the guy that kills everyone. And he senses familiarity with him because it's Anakin, and he's like, "What the hell? I have no idea what the hell this thing is, but it's giving me all the wrong vibes." And the Emperor tries to do a few things with this guy, but it's like, that's a decent story, and it's in between 3 and 4, and you can get some Obi-Wan in there, you can get some Boba Fett, Vader, all these different things. I think there's a few Inquisitors, but I don't remember if they were super lightsaber wielding ones or Jedi hunters.
Well, you don't even need all that. I mean, but I mean, even if you just had Vader in the background as this ominous figure, and it's back in the era of, like you said, when it's the roots of the rebellion, we're just seeing how, they just, because they have to start somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, we kind of see the birth of the rebellion in episode 3, but I mean, you know what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
To where it's like, it'd be nice to see how, Vader was this ominous presence throughout the galaxy at this time period, hunting down Jedi.
And he was hardly in the story, but he was in like a few scenes. And in the scenes, like, it has impact on the characters. And like just him being present was like, no, let's get away from that guy as quick as possible. He doesn't even do anything, really. He doesn't have any lightsaber fight. But it's still interesting.
I would love to see the badass stuff, but that's what I was getting at with what also Script Doctor's saying is, that kind of stuff should have been 20 years ago, not now.
Yeah, his earlier days, where he's still got like that hate and stuff is kind of fresh, and it's a bit more rampant, as opposed to where he is in A New Hope and them. He's far more reserved and controlled. That's still evil, and that's what makes him really, really intimidating.
He's kind of bored and beaten down a bit by the whole bureaucracy of the bullshit that he has to deal with on a daily basis.
Yeah, I think it's only when he discovers that it was Luke Skywalker that destroyed the Death Star. That's what lights the fire back under him, and the entire structure of Empire is like absolutely brilliant, because you go into that movie thinking, okay, Vader wants revenge on Luke Skywalker, and then you find out what the real motive is right at the end, and you're like, oh, now I got to rewatch this again, because I understand exactly why he's taking the steps he's taking to do all these things. It's not out of a revenge; it's out of something far more deeper and personal. And
plus he failed to stop him from destroying the Death Star. Like, just plus on top.
Well, that's the red herring of Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah,
you're set off on this notion of, like Script Doctor saying, this guy's pissed because these fucking teenagers just came and blew up his expensive ass Death Star.
And then he finds out it's his son.
And then he finds out it's the son of Skywalker, and he's like, oh shit.
Yeah, it's like, wow.
I nearly
But
killed my kid.
well, it's like I like too how like with him being Vader for the first time though in his new metal suit, wouldn't he have to completely change his fighting style? Like because he can't flip around like he was before.
Yes, and that's where
Yeah.
I always kind of mentally got to the point where I justified some of the shit in the prequels in my head was, yeah, by the time we get to episode 4, Vader's a machine now, so obviously his fighting style would have changed,
Yeah.
and Obi-Wan's an old dude. So
Yeah. And he probably doesn't have that many lightsaber fights anymore. So
well, no, he doesn't, it's
rusty,
not something he
like,
does on a daily basis
rusty
anymore.
now, so it's really bad. So even if there's older, really old ones in the prequels that could fight, I mean that's their daily job is keeping the
See,
peace.
that's
and
the thing
stuff.
is in the lightsaber fights, Vader can't even lift his arms but so high because of the shielding on his arms.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like Obi-Wan's like, that's too much. My arthritis will
So
back
real
up.
in actuality, Vader would be a very easy target to kill.
That's what it seems like. I'm like, send 3 bounty hunters on him. He's toast.
Yeah, it wouldn't
Maybe.
even take that. I mean, all you gotta do is go for the head, and you're done. As long
Yeah,
as
but
you
if he
can't,
uses the force on you at all,
Or
well,
turn that
that's
one power
what
button
makes him
off on his
dangerous.
chest.
you're in range of his lightsaber. You can't unless you can block it. Yeah.
You teenagers, get off of my new Death Star.
Well, and because Luke attacked him and failed
Damn
completely.
kids.
Exactly. But no, I like the points you guys are saying about Vader. With it, I haven't watched the OT or the prequel trilogy in like about 2 years, I think.
And I think that may have been another big mistake with Kylo is making him this, this third or second generation kid trying to look up to his grandfather was really
it's almost like a physical representation of a reboot.
It is. That's
Yeah.
what I felt like seeing it too. I was just like, really? And that's a JJ thing right there too. That's what really felt like a JJ thing. It's the same as the old, but it's a little bit 25% different.
I actually really hate. You know what, Tom? I actually really hate that because it just like I think there's ways that you can make that cool and interesting, but usually that character would also grow themselves. But it's like this was just so nothing. There's this whole universe that you can do so much creative things, and it's like, I mean, they could have even had an alien type of thing as the villain or something, just anything, any freaking thing. And it's like they just didn't even. They could have even have they could have had a short villain that's Yoda size or something. That's like what the hell is this? What are you really going to expect out of this thing? Can it actually appear intimidating?
You know, if they really
Like,
wanted to surprise
maybe
us, they should have
something.
made a new fandom menace, and instead of Palpatine, it's actually Baby Yoda.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I guess that goes with what I was saying with the lore stuff, with the extra movies. It's like Baby Yoda now. I mean, I haven't actually watched the
He'd
Mandalorian.
only be about
show.
100.
I actually haven't watched the Mandalorian show. I watched one episode. Somebody sent me.
I'm
and
falling in love with it.
I don't know. I nothing hooked me to go. Yeah, I want to see what happens next. I was just like, I
get
mean,
it.
it's not like it was bad, but I just had no.
The first episode is one of the worst episodes, actually, in my
It's like
opinion.
that's the pilot. It should at least somewhat
I
hook you to go. I don't know what's going on yet, but I want to see what happens next. And I was just like, I don't care.
I don't
Oh
know.
no, it's got a good hook, but its execution, for like the narrative wise, it's really directionless. I think
Yeah.
once the last episode airs, I'll probably be able to have a more cohesive opinion about it because there are some things, like some ideas that are brought in that I absolutely love, but they don't get the time to flesh them out. The last episode 7, I really enjoyed, but I'm
I
still
love that
like
episode.
processing it. Episode 6, it's all the right tools, but they're not used to their full potential for the stakes and the urgency. So it's a fun little episode, but it just feels kind of like a bottle show. Like we have to fill this one episode because we're contractually obligated, and then the story starts to take off. So yeah, I mean, I'm enjoying it, but it is. I would say it's. Someone on Twitter posted like it's when you get a whole lot of crap for a while, like the slightest bit of flavor seems better than it actually is.
Oh yeah. Don't get me wrong.
But I mean, there's still lots to enjoy with this, and I think
I'm wearing
this
a
season.
Baby Yoda shirt right now, for Pete's sake.
I think this season is basically a repurposed Boba Fett script, and I think next season, whatever that may be, will be a bit more let loose, and I think a bit more coherent. And I'm having some cross my fingers that's actually going to be a lot more of an iconic season than this one, because this one is it's not doing Eastern storytelling as well in its Western narrative, because it's very much like the hero and the baby wandering for whatever reason, slightly on the run, but not really. Like the stakes for that are kind of ambiguous. So yeah, it's very perplexing for me to look at it as a writer because I'm trying to like my brain's trying to figure out like what are they doing here? Why are they wasting this time? And I can't wrap my head around it. It's
Yeah,
so
like
messed up.
if you
it's
don't
still
know the
enjoyable.
yeah, like I don't know. For me, I guess I have to know some motivation in a show. Like if I don't know why they're doing what they're doing, really, at some point, or like at least get an idea of like why are we going from point A to point B, it's hard for me to stick with it. Like Spartacus is a good example that I use for like kind of getting it because he doesn't want to be in this war, but the Romans, and there's other people they can help, so they team up, but then they get betrayed by the Romans. They get sent to be gladiators and get killed. But he survives. Then he's like trying to get his freedom to save his wife. She gets killed. He's trying to figure out what the hell he's doing with his life. And then he becomes a champion. There's other people that come into his life. It's like I get why this protagonist is doing what he's doing. It doesn't. I haven't watched the Mandalorian show, so I can't vouch for how well they show what he does or what he doesn't. But it didn't seem like there was a point, like or that they're going to get to a point.
I think they are. I think they have, and I'm not saying that Script Doctor's wrong because obviously he works in this industry, so I can't,
No, I can be wrong, but like,
but I think what they're going for with this is, I think they knew off the bat that they were going to at least get 2, maybe 3 seasons out of this, to where they are doing the very, there's an overall story arc that's going on in the background, but every episode is an episode, like that Kung Fu A-Team 70s 80s kind of
compartmentalized,
actually the one I like to say it's more like that it reminds me of, but most people have never seen it, would be the Planet of the Apes TV show that didn't last very long.
Oh yeah.
You have a very good overall arc. It came off of the original Planet of the Apes movies back in the 70s, and you have a very good overall arc throughout the stories, but you also, every episode is very episodic. Like you have something happening in every episode that's really
it's focused to that episode.
And I think that's kind of what they're doing with the Mandalorian, and I think there's a purpose to it, especially once we get to episode 7. So maybe if you rewatch it, or when you see all 8 episodes together, I'm hoping I'm right at least, to where they're going to give us something, but they're going to leave it open to where we're like, yeah, we're going to keep feeding you this down the road, but this is just the way this show's going to be, is we're going to get to know these other characters, and they're going to come back, and because this last episode called back a few other characters from the past, and I have a feeling we're going to see some more of that going down the road, to where things will be set up for later, and that's what I get, is a lot of that kind of feeling to it, to where it's a little bit more looser storytelling, to where it's like, what, we're gonna feed you little bits and pieces here and there. And they kind of did a lot of that writing probably in the, I would say, early 2000s of television, like when the cable series really started getting big,
when the long form started.
Kind of reminiscent of that, to where they knew they had a lot of time to play around with these characters and do some more focused episodes on other things, and then still have this overall arc that would play in, periodically throughout. But it didn't have to be like upfront. And I think a lot of people are just so used to having that instant gratitude from knowing something from a story, especially when it comes to being able to binge an entire season or seasons in 1 or 2 days, that I think that people are just so that it is good enough that people are into it. And it's not just the Star Wars fans. There's a lot of normies that like this show. Baby Yoda's everywhere. Do you have any idea? I couldn't, about a half a dozen times tonight wearing my Baby Yoda shirt out in public. Where did you get your shirt? Oh my God, it's Baby Yoda. Oh, it's Baby Yoda. Baby Yoda. Yeah.
I don't know. It's just, I guess it's because it is Star Wars.
Oh, I love that show.
And that's what they're showing. That I mean, it's weird because to me, it is because it's Star Wars that I guess I'm not as interested in it. It's just, like, I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I'm not interested in that time period, I guess, or what they're doing between 6 and 7 or something. Just the setting. I don't know. It's just hasn't grabbed me yet. I mean, I don't know. It's like I don't need to. Honestly, I don't want to have so much familiarity feel, but somewhat. I mean, I guess because it's Star Wars, you need some of it. But
yeah, it has to still be Star Wars, though.
I don't know what I want with it. It's just I don't know what they could do to get my attention. It's just,
well, I mean, the one thing that like every writer, even a good production, has to figure out is it's identifying what the audience wants, but trying to figure out what they need more. Because what you want is just going to make you feel bored. But if they can find out like what's the need, then you're going to change your want to that need to know more. they did that quite successfully with Baby Yoda. Like, it's a brilliant thing. Like, nobody wanted to see another Yoda really, but like once you do, you're just like, now I need to see more of them. And it's a brilliant strategic move on getting people hooked into your show. The only issue that I really have is that while I do like that they're taking time with these episodes and they're very episodic, there doesn't seem to be much character development or growth with regards to the Mandalorian, because he doesn't really have anyone to play off of other than this Baby Yoda that also doesn't really speak. That's why I love increase.
No, go ahead.
That's why I loved episode 7 so much, is because you actually have interaction. We can get more understanding of who Mandalorian is. And
throughout this, there's no companions that he gets other than Baby Yoda.
He has interactions, but they're minimal compared to like what you get on the show like Firefly.
Well, I like the prisoner one, Script Doctor, because we did get a little bit more of the Mandalorian's past, or at least a taste of it, to where we did get some history with these characters, and hopefully we will get some more of that.
Yeah, I'm hoping that this is a crew that stays with them for the rest of the foreseeable show, because it's going to open up the world a lot more, and it's a type of it triggers things in our mind where we can actually understand a person. Like, if you are out about and you see the same person every day and you never talk to them or whatever, you're not really going to learn anything. But as soon as you start to interact and you start to get to know them, you then create a relationship of some form, and you get attached. And the Mandalorian, at parts, even though at parts it feels detached, as opposed to bringing us in to feel like we're connecting with this new character. That's why episode 2 didn't really have much of that. Little parts with Quill and I guess the Jawas. Episode 3 had a clear goal and also an attachment and a parallel to the Mandalorian, relating to the helplessness that this child was under. Number 4 had a great idea of tempting the Mandalorian away from his lifestyle to live a peaceful life, and also having a little bit of a challenge with Cara Dune, being someone who's formidable and also a friend. 5 was the Tatooine one, which just felt like member berries and kind of a waste. 6 was pretty cool because it was the job. We got a little bit more of his past. We got some banter between him and this new crew. And then 7 is just phenomenal because it's more active on the Mandalorian. He's got a plan and he's actually doing something, where prior to all that, he's kind of running away, but he's treating it very passively. And active characters are more engaging. And so I'm sorry, I'm rambling about that.
No, I was just letting you talk because you know this business. So I mean, it's interesting to hear from somebody on that side of the fence and their point of view, because it's also refreshing to hear that there is somebody on that side of the fence that actually does understand some of the stuff, even if we don't necessarily agree on everything. Yeah, that does understand the fundamentals of it all. And I know you got some super chats there, Rookie. You probably want to get to. So.
Yeah, go for them.
Yep, so we got one from Fanaddicts of Film for $5. It says, "Hail guys, Thomas and Rookie Critic, really enjoying the conversation, gentlemen. Well, Script Doctor is here as well, giving us the lay down on the Mandalorian. Appreciate the $5. But yeah, this has been a great conversation. We'll probably wrap it up in a little bit. I figure Tom's getting tired.
I got to get back to editing. Actually. Old man. This is a little distracting. Actually, I should be done with this video, but that's all right. I got all morning to get it done.
I appreciate that, man.
Oh no, it's fine. I got the week off, so I'm good.
Yeah, I don't
regular Joe job. So.
Yep. I don't stream as often as I should. I kind of stopped the watch parties because I was doing it weekly is kind of tough. It's like having to watch all the movies and then watch them again and do the thing is.
One thing I've noticed about watch parties, they don't pull in people. You're better off just doing standard reviews.
Yeah.
And then maybe just discussions like we did that one time with Rambo, I think worked out a lot better.
Yeah, that was actually a more fun thing than watching the film, I think. I like doing those. Those were good. I might do those again soon. I'm going to watch Die Hard and then do set up a thingy after the holidays for it. But another...
I want to set up one of those debates. I don't know where I'm going to put it.
Is it a Christmas movie debate?
And I want to do that in Gremlins.
Yes.
Oh
and,
no, dude! I put out a video that's like, what makes a movie a Christmas movie? Because
Lethal Weapon be part of that.
Yes,
that's another thing. Actually, thank you, Script Doctor. I want 2 that I could say that aren't, because here's my feeling on that. Not to interrupt you, Rookie.
No, you're good.
Die Hard and Gremlins are Christmas movies because Christmas is tied to the story itself. Lethal Weapon, on the other hand, the entire story could happen without Christmas being involved.
True.
That's a great example.
I think
it's Bang Bang the same way, I guess.
I think that's the best argument I've heard, because I've had this conversation a lot, and I'm like, they play Harry Potter a lot on like the holidays for Christmas, and I'm like, what? Because there's like a holiday in it once. Does that, if it has a Christmas tree or one jingle, does this make it a Christmas film now? Like,
no. I think as long as the story is intrinsically tied to Christmas, and see the one I'll throw down on people when they try to say, oh, Die Hard is not a Christmas movie, because Gremlin's a little easier to convince, because Gizmo's given as a gift. You can even sit there and argue the entire movie is a comment about how the holidays, especially at that time period with the Cabbage Patch craze and all that kind of stuff, the gifts are actually consuming the people. Like literally how the gremlins are consuming people. Like the fact that the consumerism is feeding into this whole thing to where it really does feed back around to Christmas and how it was viewed in the 80s. So that you can argue in that sense, and most people can't really argue around that. But Die Hard, they'll go, oh, it could have been this or that. No, he's there because it's a Christmas party. He wouldn't have gone any other time, but it's Christmas time, so he's there to see his kids. That's the only reason that the terrorists are doing what they're doing, because they knew at Christmas the building would be empty and that everybody would be concentrated in one area. So there's too much stuff tied to the fact that it's Christmas that if you start pulling Christmas out of the equation, it wouldn't work. But the other one I'll throw down is then if you can't consider Die Hard a Christmas movie, then It's a Wonderful Life can't be a Christmas movie, because there's very little to do with Christmas in that movie compared to Die Hard.
Okay, yeah,
that actually ties to the story.
If you set that up, invite me, man. Because
I want to be on the pro side, but I would like to have some examples like Critical Drinker brought up, like Lethal Weapon, that are ones that are a little bit more ambiguous, that you can say no, as long as they work, without it, or I'd like people like that on my team anyway, if they're pro, if they're pro Christmas movie for sure.
See, you have like Riggs's introduction with the Christmas tree drug bust, which is part of his character, but it could happen anywhere.
Yeah,
but like also at the end, which is where he's brought into the Christmas dinner, like it's really. Yeah, that one's a bit more debatable and up in the air. But yeah, Gremlins and Die Hard, I would say the Christmas themes are far more prevalent to the plot and to the characters.
Yeah, and then the second movie even more so, because it's almost like it's thrown in your face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the same shit happened to the same guy in his face.
But real quick, a Fanatics a film for another $2. Thank you, man. It says, The Mandalorian Episode 7 was stellar. Previously, meh. I haven't watched it, so I don't really know what to comment.
I get that. If you get into it rookie, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised if you stick with it, that it is an engaging show. But if not, it just may not be your cup of tea.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that I will like it, because I do want to find new content that isn't boring to me. And it's like
it feels like old school Star Wars in a lot of ways, and I don't mean in a sense that they're giving you a lot of member berries either.
Yeah, I'm tired of member berries. They're starting to make my stomach make me feel ill. It's like
I think it's the second episode
stuffed up with member berries. It's not feeling so good.
One of the best examples I can think of is I think it's the second episode where we get to see into like the Jawa's little world a little bit more.
Yeah,
like that's the kind of stuff
I
like
where
to
they
see.
Eat him?
What's that?
Is it where they eat him? No, I'm just kidding.
No, they want him to go get the egg.
That's the one I heard. Okay, I've watched some people's reviews, like Geeky Candy. I had her on a while when it just started, and she just was blowing everyone away with her knowledge on the Mandalorian stuff.
Oh, those girls! There's a group of girls.
Oh my god, how can
that group of girls I got on the Toxic Femininity? They know their Star Wars in and out.
Yeah.
So if anybody wants to try and give me shit, it's like, look at this. These girls know this stuff better than I do.
Yeah, they're really good.
She's giving answers and explanations with like sources almost at hand. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna any word you say, I'm just gonna believe you by now, because at least when it's in that topic, I believe you. Because holy crap,
yeah, I can't argue with them, so that's why I'm like, I got a great team there. They all know the Star Wars stuff very well, and well, Miss she's learning, but yeah, Mary and Candy and Laura, they know their shit. So.
Yeah, they do.
Laura too. All the sources that she's finding is quite impressive, because like I'm in the business sometimes. Even some of my friends are like, I don't even know what's going on at Lucasfilm. So what?
Yeah. We'll do one more topic, I guess, and then call it a night.
I should really get to work.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this is fun. It's so engaging. This conversation is so engaging. It's pulling me away from my work. So
I know, man. We seem to get this all the time. Whenever we always end up talking about something completely different than what's on the title.
It was a little easier to work on it in the background and listen to you guys still yak like I was before I even jumped in when Angus was in here, because then at least there was another person carrying on the conversation, and it just, if I knew I had something to say, then
right,
it's a little easier. But
I got you. But I think we covered most of the things I wanted to bring up for the most part. throughout this conversation.
I didn't get to say how everybody reacted at the end of the movie. My girlfriend didn't like it.
We didn't even talk about the ending yet.
Yeah, we got. So she went into it completely blind. I don't even know if she'd seen a trailer, maybe one or two. But yeah, she didn't like it. I heard a few groans, and that sucks at the end.
Okay.
Nobody stuck around during the credits, which is rare. I mean, I know nobody expected anything, but every Star Wars movie I've ever been to, people stuck around through the credits for some reason, just to listen to the music and shit.
I got the hell out of there. Like, I'm not going in. But no, that's a good point. We actually didn't even talk about the ending at all, except for once at the beginning.
And yeah, that brings into question the whole 86% thing on Rotten Tomatoes. And people have been throwing that out there like it's something. It's like, look, all Rotten Tomatoes counts is anything over a certain percentage, and then it's that many people have voted that.
I'm sorry, Rotten Tomatoes has been proven to be
bullshit.
Trash.
Yeah,
I don't trust it no matter what. I don't care. I've never used it as a good rating for a gauge of anything anyway. I mean,
Metacritic was sitting at 5.1 out of 10 for audience, and
that seems more believable.
Yeah, and the Internet Movie Database had it at 6.9. I'm willing to bet that may have went down since I looked.
Yeah, it's like I made a whole Rotten Tomatoes trilogy out of this. You know, like I made a whole stop motion.
Only the horror aspect of film really cares about Rotten Tomatoes, because that's where you get the most honest stuff, is in the horror genre. Like one of my friends who works for a production company that does nothing but horror stuff, he says, like, all we care about is like making sure that the audience score on Rotten Tomatoes is above 75. That way we know we did our good.
Yeah, because the horror audience is its own audience.
Exactly.
Like basically, critics or script doctors write about that, rookie critic, because they have their own.
It's not as general with with the other movies like action or drama.
No, it's not a big of a crowd, but they're a very loyal crowd, and that's why movies like Saw and Paranormal Activity and the Annabelle and
Covenant
Conjuring series, and
Conjuring,
all those are so big and do well. The Conjuring ones have caught on with the normies. That's why, but that's why you can do a lot of these smaller horror movies and get a crowd for them, because they know they'll show up.
Yeah,
I mean, movies like Halloween surprise the hell out of them. Like that surprised the hell out of me. I mean, I was like, "Whoa!"
I was shocked by that one too.
I think everybody was. I don't think anybody was prepared for that, because that made that movie by itself made more money than the entire franchise to that point had made. And I don't mean just one set of movies. I mean
that's Rob Zombie and the initial. Yeah.
Yes.
well, so hold on. I love. The Rotten Tomatoes thing I think doesn't really affect anything overall, but
no, but normies look at it and they think it's like the new Siskel and Ebert.
Yeah, well, and the critics apparently when it's a positive anyway. When the critics score is at 100%. Oh my god,
that's an eyebrow raise right away.
I was about to say one of the movies that I've seen that
Christopher Nolan or Martin Scorsese movie.
There's one movie, you guys. There's this one movie called Tampopo that nobody has heard of and nobody has watched, but it has 100 on Rotten Tomatoes. And it's a Japanese comedy, and it's
I've actually heard of it, but
and it's like kind of an American-ish like Indiana Jones feel. They get inspiration from some American films.
That might just because hardly anybody's rated it. That's why.
Well, no. There's at least a couple thousand on the audience score. There's like 70. Wow. There's like 70 critic score and like over 1,000. Over 1,000. I'm gonna do a review soon. I'm actually saving my reviews for I actually have like all my ones that I watched for Rambo and Kill Bill and stuff recorded. I'm gonna post them in February when I start my actual filming for my project, so I have content. I'm getting off track with this. So anyway, the final act of the movie of The Rise of Skywalker. That was probably one of the worst endings I've seen. It felt like there was a lot there, but nothing happened.
There's a lot left open. I mean, we got no closure with Finn, Poe, Rey. It was very shallow, and the theme was you can be the hero to the galaxy as a liar and a thief. Like that's basically what it ended up being.
It's like
she lied about her last name to that strange lady with the alien mule. She has BB-8 for some reason, which, if I'm not mistaken, that's Poe's droid. She's got the Millennium Falcon, which belongs to Chewie. She then has the two lightsabers. It's very weird, weird thematic message.
How she appropriates the whole Skywalker thing as a Palpatine, I think, is the biggest.
Yeah, well,
and people will bitch and say we're saying it because she's a woman. No, that's not the problem.
If any dude just randomly did or a Jawa, I'd be like, what the hell is this? The
I
hell?
would love it if she said her name was Ray Palpatine, and I'm, making my name mean something good these days or something like that. That would be more satisfying. Because, I mean, I don't recall Luke changing his
Or
last name to
just a
Kenobi when he found
Jedi.
out Vader was his dad.
Or you know what would have been better if she goes, who are you? What's your name? Ray. Ray what? I'm a Jedi.
I'm sorry.
That's all she had
Okay.
to say.
Actually, that whole
Something like that.
dialogue is so weird. Have they ever made an emphasis on last names? Like,
No.
Well, some people do, some people don't. That's the thing. It just
well, it's like
it's
Han,
like
Han doesn't. Just he always say, "I am Han Solo," or
No,
I'm
he actually
Leia.
said
Or,
rather
well, see,
cavalier.
Han. Yeah. Well, go ahead. Sorry, script doctor.
He said he's like, I'm Han Solo, Captain of the Millennium Falcon. It was rather cavalier. It wasn't really big or dramatic. I think Luke's was the only one that was dramatic. It's like, I'm Luke Skywalker. I'm here to rescue you. And
but no,
like,
that's still very casual. As to where like this is like, I am blank blank. It's just
Yeah.
like
Well,
it
the only
sounds
reason
so
I
weird.
think, I mean, obviously we know the reason why Luke was never named anything else was because George didn't think ahead of having his father was actually a different character. Like
Yeah,
they weren't one and the same.
Yeah, there's
So
a
the whole-
there's a father there's a Jedi oath that Father Skywalker recounts in the first Star Wars 2 draft. He was a Force ghost, that's what he was. Yeah,
Yeah, it was a late
Wow.
in the game of Empire thing that he came up with. I think if I'm
really
correct.
late. Yeah,
Yeah, and basically, it was like the Skywalker name was supposed to mean something. That's why, because his father was this great Jedi, so like that was like his name was supposed to carry weight, and that's where I think it was kind of like, well, I'm going to make him the dad, and it's like, well, that's cool, but I love the original Star Wars trilogy. Don't get me wrong, but they are very.
Yeah.
They're not pre-planned out. Anybody who says they were is listening
yeah.
to George's
Yeah,
revisionist
it sounded like
history.
it sounded like they got extremely lucky that they got the product they did at the end.
It's basically because they focused on each individual movie as they were making it. They're just like, how do we make this the best thing we can? They had no idea they were going to make a sequel. When they did Empire, they even didn't realize they were going to make Jedi at that point. But they just Kirshner wanted to make this his movie, the best it could be, something that could stand apart
Well, they
from.
did, but it was more rested upon if this one doesn't work, then we're not making anymore.
Yeah,
They didn't have that
pretty much.
mentality back then to where it like, well, if this one doesn't work, we'll just fix it in the next one. They didn't have that mentality.
They had no idea that could be an option.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was more like if this doesn't work, then we're fucked.
Yeah. It's like Star Wars is done.
But like just again, this kind of goes back to Sidious being there at the end, and the whole Sith fleet, and then the whole Rebel fleet, and then the random Lando got everyone in the universe together,
Which is lame as hell because
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that Lando wouldn't have that kind of pull, but that takes away from Leia's
like-
pull.
Did he go to 2 planets or more? Like, how many could he have gone to in that small amount of time and actually talk to people? Did they go? Did Chewie and Lando go door to door? Hey, would you like to join us in a fight today? Okay.
Well,
Like,
the problem
Well,
with this is, oh, go ahead, script doctor.
Well, I was just going to say that's the problem with J.J. Abrams when he's dealing these stories. Like, there's no there's time travel with his hyperspace or with his warp, whether it be Star Trek or Star Wars. There's no there's no time. It doesn't. Sorry. Star Wars has established that it takes time to travel from planet to planet, but J.J. ignores that for just basically trying to keep it a roller coaster. So, like, I mean, in Star Trek 09, they travel from Earth to Vulcan in, 4 minutes? And then they
there's
travel
another
to, the
planet
Klingon.
that's nearby Vulcan that's not even supposed to be there and shit.
See,
Yeah,
like,
Vega's not supposed to be there. Like, it's
like-
all jumbled.
if at the end of TLJ they had Lando and Chewie go on their mission to start uniting the galaxy, that would have made more sense and been fine by the end of this one. Oh, now you got your army. It took you a year. You gathered everyone. You traveled around. That'd make a little more sense. A year to travel around and gather some people.
But it
Especially
kind of
after-
reminds me of a Doctor Who episode where one of the David Tennant ones where he's in a cage and he's withered and old, and they've got his companion going around the world saying at this time, think about the Doctor, and that's how you kind of collaborate and defeat the bad guy at the very last minute. I didn't think it was a very good ending, but I did enjoy the Tennant years of Doctor Who a lot. But in this one here, it's like Lando's like, okay, I'll go off and gather ships, and an hour later he's got a fleet of 1,000 ships. It's just like,
Well, yeah, especially
time
after
has
they
to
couldn't.
pass.
Yeah, and not only that, they couldn't even get everybody the last time. Remember, they make a point of saying that.
which
Yeah.
is why it would make more sense if a year goes by and like he's got to find people that he thinks could turn possibly, and then also convince them to turn, like to actually put up arms now, and like that it takes time. It feels like, and at least a year would be some semblances to why they have a bigger army. Like, I don't even think it should have been. It should have been half that size, or if not even smaller. Still, like, because that's just too many things on screen. Did that get to you guys too? Like, the amount of
very
stuff,
unrealistic.
the amount of things they show on the screen. I'm like, why is there that many? And
that's
the same
JJ.
Overstimulation, so you don't think. Like, that's what the lens flare is. It's blind you a little bit, so their eyes have to readjust what's going on.
Is that why he was on a dark ass planet too, so you can't fucking see everything?
That's one of the other issues with JJ, and I'm sure Bill will agree with me on this one, is that he thinks shock and awe and overwhelming somebody is actually entertainment.
No, it's just like okay, like that's not
jarring. That's what
it's not. It's not. It's that's all it is. Just okay, too much. Got the Star Destroyers with Death Star things. That is. I'm sorry. I think that is the stupidest idea I've ever heard of.
Well, the way they did it was pretty bad. In the expanded universe, they had what's called the Eclipse Star Destroyer, which was this massive, massive ship that had like 3 points where the beams would combine, and then they could, I think, destroy the crust of a planet. That's as more powerful as they were able to get. And I was really disappointed because I thought when they said, "Oh, it's going to be Star Destroyers with like these Death Star cannons," they'd have to get like 5 or 6 in a position, and then they would combine their lasers, and then that would destroy a planet.
Because they even had to do that on the Death Star.
Yeah, they kind of made it seem like one ship, one laser is impossible to do that power. And the impression I get is that the laser drills to the core and blows it up, because I don't see how you shoot at a planet and it blows up. That doesn't make any sense.
It also goes to just show how JJ just does not know how to do something original. What does he do? He goes back to the tried and true. You get something that blows up a fucking planet.
God damn.
And not only that, you got 1 million of them.
It's like, why is that the threat? Could there have been a different threat, or just a different?
He thinks that sounds exciting.
Like, that's not exciting.
I know. You got to think of this though. This is how JJ probably comes in and sells this shit. It's like, remember the Death Star? We're gonna do that, but it's gonna be a whole planet.
Yeah, he's taking James Cameron's is like adding the S to Alien rumor, and then just saying we're gonna add like that's stars, and like
that's a really good example, but just no nuance there whatsoever. I mean, at least Aliens progressively makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah, this is like, okay, we've already seen 2 big balls before. Are you just trying to say your balls are bigger than George Lucas, or what's the deal here? Because
he's got 3 balls so far.
And not only this one, he had those big cannons coming around looking like big wings.
I remember the people were saying, like, when they're defending The Force Awakens, they're like, well, George Lucas copied the New Hope and Return of the Jedi with the thing. And I'm like, that's no excuse for you to do a triple copy. Like,
that's one of the few times I will give his, because he actually does say that right. And as far as I know, that is correct. And Script Doctor, correct me if I'm wrong, since you've read some of the scripts. In the original vision of the story, he wanted to have a planet of Wookiees that helped them defeat the Empire. And the Empire was supposed to be defeated, the Death Star destroyed, everybody dead and gone at the end of the original story. But it became this big, huge thing. So the parts that got split up weren't so much the father-son story bit that a lot of people think about. It was more so this big battle that kind of got minimized in the original movie.
Oh, that's why Jabba took a while, and then the rest is on the... Okay, that kind of makes more sense.
Well, yeah, bit different because, like, in the original script, the Death Star, there's a battle with the Death Star in the first half, and there's a character named Chewie in there who gets destroyed, and then at the tail end, it's another battle with the Death Star, but the Wookiees who nearly, like, captured Princess Aquilay or whatever her name was at the time.
Aquilay, I think it was.
Aquilay. The Wookiees then are taught by Han Solo and General Skywalker how to fly these ships.
The primitive beings, I assume.
Yes, and it's very Flash Gordon-y, actually.
I want to read these. I've never read these.
I'll DM you the scripts.
Yeah, I've actually read like people's interpretations of them, but stuff like that.
Yeah, I got the scans and everything.
It sounds very interesting.
Yeah, I'll DM you guys the scripts. I'm pretty sure I know how to do that.
It just goes to show you how George Lucas he's a big idea guy. Like Kurt says, and it's in his book, it's quoted in his book, basically, the original Star Wars idea was a bunch of pages that he just had random shit written on. Like the
Somebody
first
else, other
page,
people had to make it a story,
I
right?
think he even put it that way in the book. Like his quote was like, yeah, he just had a bunch of pages with random shit written on it. And like one page said Mace Windy, Master of Jedi Bindu. And the other, and it had like kind of a rough, kind of little real quick story, like outline thing on the bottom underneath it, who the character was and where they came from. And then that's what he had, was like just a big folder of like just pages of what worlds were and what they were like, and then what these characters
There's a
were and
White
what
Sun character in there.
yeah.
It's a fun.
Wow.
It's really. It's actually. I mean, it's a slog to get through, but it's a very fascinating read. Yeah. So I'll DM you, or I'll figure out a way to send you the scripts. I
That'd be
got a
great.
whole bunch of them. You'll love them.
Yeah, I will.
And no, like, yeah, the original movie was 135 pages, 2 Death Star battles. They actually did some decent damage to the Death Star in the first half, and then there was a whole bunch of repair. Star Destroyers were technically the TIE fighters. Yeah, it was a crazy story, and you can see how different it is from that draft to the current one.
Well, so I guess, I mean, that just makes it even more annoying that they put another Death Star type thing in Force Awakens. I mean, knowing that what if they not doing the same exact ideas as the original OT stuff, but it sounds like that'd have been interesting to try to incorporate some of those elements.
Yeah, well, it was just because they had to, because Bob Iger or whoever, KK and Bob Iger, told JJ, make this like Star Wars. Whatever you do, make it like Star Wars.
I hate that, because it's like, because it's a number 3, and like people would always, how they would do the, oh well, you didn't mind the Emperor, why don't you mind Snoke? Why don't you?
I didn't have a problem with Snoke. My problem with Snoke was getting him killed midway through. Well, my problem with Snoke and Rey were that
Poor Andy Serkis.
Yeah, that in The Last Jedi, Rian Johnson had to turn around and say, I'm making these 2 nobodies, so your Snoke theory and your Rey theory aren't true. Because not anybody, not a single person in the world, thought for a second that neither one of them could have been nobody. They had to be somebody.
Right, because you had something established, and now it has to come from something. It doesn't just...
But just because he wanted to flip off the fans and say, your Snoke theory sucks and your Rey theory sucks, I'm going to make them nobody, so nobody's right.
It's like if I was on a desert and then I just blink and then there's just a whole bunch of tall grass, I'd be like, wait, how did that happen? Like, they're like, no, don't think about it. Huh?
Right. So yeah, that in that reason then is this new movie is all completely reactionary to that, where this whole thing should have been like, you know what, we don't need any fucking Death Stars.
No.
And like we were saying earlier, you don't have to have like this instant threat. You make it out like there is this kind of, bubbling thread underneath, and make these movies a bit more about the character arcs and the stories and the interactions. Because that's what people wanted anyway. We wanted to see all the original characters together. We wanted to see them interacting and introduce us to some new characters. And we never got them all on screen together. They never got anything to do in the films that were worth a shit. Luke's the only one who gets to do anything, and it's freaking dumb.
Yeah.
So you're like stuck in this, like, it would have been real easy to make the fans so happy with this trilogy.
And do it in a surprising way too. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of areas they could have explored without repeating some of the same story beats from the previous trilogies.
I think you could have handled and made a brand new Star Wars movie, and the first movie didn't have to have wall-to-wall action. It could have been mostly about character interactions and who these people are, rebuilding the world with us. Yeah, you have a big disturbance midway through and like a big final conflict. But other than that, it didn't have to be a big spectacle.
Well,
that would have probably subdued everybody's expectations in a good way.
Technically, you didn't even need to have a final act, like a final battle either.
You kind of do just because it's expected.
Okay. When I say a final battle, it doesn't need to be this gigantic. There's a lightsaber duel and a space battle thing, and you could make it a more condensed, a condensed battle. Like, honestly, if it was just Kylo versus Rey on the thing, that might have had somewhat more impact. And if Han's there, there's come in something maybe.
Oh yeah. Well, like I said, even if you just have it to where, everybody who's in the original trilogy who's supposed to be running shit, like Han, Leia, and Luke, are also distracted by other shit, that this little coup is able to grow inside of the new Republic. And by the end of the first movie, then you have your big, we are loyal to Palpatine. This whole thing where like Palpatine, you could have set it up from the beginning that he did have a contingency plan.
Could have had cultists too. Like,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you could have had this thing, and
not even part of this plan at all. But
you
people
could
that
have brought him back as a big bad guy in the second or third film, no problem, as long as you pre-established it, had it be a clone and not the Palpatine.
Yeah, well,
and all that other shit.
Or a bunch of his acolytes. Yeah.
To be honest, I mean, I'm okay even if in the sequel to the 7th one, if they were to do it like kind of like how you said, and like maybe cultists or something, trying to do some stuff. If they tried to somewhat try to bring him back or have contact with him or something, like there are
or even just loyalists like script doctor. All you need is somebody who wants to emulate it.
Well, I mean, like there is other forms of like magic kind of in the Star Wars universe other than just the Force, like the Night Sisters. They have like some type of. It's kind of similar to the dark side of the Force, but it's like a little different.
Well, I think that's what they were trying. What JJ was kind of trying to do with the Knights of Ren, wasn't it? Because aren't they supposed to be?
I have no idea what
I thought they were supposed to be fallen Jedi as well.
I was going to say like an offshoot of the Sith or the Jedi. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that would have been interesting because they like the Night Sisters could do these weird things that can technically like either through some type of possession or temporary ghost form that can interact with physical world briefly. They can do some weird stuff, but they make it work within the rules of the Force kind of and like what they establish, and they're not too OP. They can still be defeated. Like so they could have done something with that maybe and have Palpatine or the Emperor. I prefer them referring to him as the Emperor because how would they all know him as Palpatine?
Well, that was another thing that I think we just talked about earlier too, but that's been kind of debated for years. But here's one. Well, I mean, if he is the Emperor and he's well known, his name's going to be known. I mean, he'd be like the president. You know what I mean? So regardless of what you call him, most people are going to know of him by name.
When Kylo said Palpatine, that just sounded stupid too. It's like the Emperor sounds cooler in regards to the past.
The former Emperor or whatever. Yeah, something to that extent. I get where you're coming from. That's just a directorial choice or a script choice.
When they call him Ben, I'm like, or Ren, I'm like, I don't know. It's weird. Just call him Kylo.
Right. But I kind of forgot where I was going to go with the point, but that's all right.
Sorry.
Anyway, no, it's okay. Go ahead. I might remember where I was going here in a minute if you continue.
Yeah, I don't know. I was talking about if they, had the loyalists, like try to resurrect him or briefly bring him back in some state. Could have been interesting, and then you could also dive into other type of powers.
I remember what I was going to say is, well, they should have. Everybody wanted the trilogy that was after.
Yeah, with the wills and stuff.
The Timothy Zahn trilogy and all.
Oh, the Dark Empire, yeah.
Yeah, see, people wanted that kind of stuff, and one thing I think that's going to piss a lot of EU fans after our latest video drops, I believe tomorrow morning, if I can get it done here.
Sorry. Yep.
Is that in these leaks that we found about what went down behind the scenes, in Lucas's version that they consulted him on, it had a lot of ties to the Clone Wars and stuff, the series. So I think that's going to have a lot of fans, especially of the Clone Wars and some of the EU fans, really upset that they decided to go away from that. Because,
when it's like the Clone Wars, as bad as a lot of people make it out to be, I still like. There's a lot of good things in it. So
Matt
much
Smith
good,
or whatever his name is, he was actually supposed to play a bad guy from the Clone Wars.
Yeah, that's what I heard too. He was completely cut out of this film. So.
Yeah, there's a lot of characters in the Clone Wars too. You could obviously have some type of tie.
Well,
to
and
the
he was
future.
supposed to be the big bad guy that was kind of pulling the strings. And Palpatine had a presence, and that's why it was because of him. But it was like him carrying on the legacy or whatever kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it had a Sith dagger and all this other shit involved.
Well, it's like, God, I'm actually okay with when they did the First Order too, but it's like the fact that they made it so copy paste pissed me off.
That's JJ, and then calling it the Final Order, he thinks he's being fucking clever.
My whole thing was like, you could have had it to where like Hux built this army himself, kind of, and then like Kylo would have maybe seen that, like maybe these guys are seen as do-gooders, like better, like a different government position that's better than the Republic, like they're feeding worlds that need help, they're helping take down crime in certain areas and stuff, and maybe he's looking at like Kylo's looking at the Republic and just going like, man, you guys kind of suck. You're just sitting around here, and it's like maybe he goes over there and joins them, and he offers them some type of help, and then you can have and stormtroopers, instead of them just being the typical stormtrooper stuff. Like if they had different armor sets for aliens that could maybe be stormtrooper-esque for them, but like different. And the only reason they would use stormtrooper stuff is because that is armor that is left over, but it's not their required thing. It's
right.
Just,
that makes sense.
It's recycling to me is what I'm saying. Same with the ships. It'd be recycling, and wouldn't it wouldn't be copy paste. This is all of our thing. No, maybe you have a few starships in your fleet, but that's not the whole. The Star Destroyers. That's not your whole fleet. That's just because they are left over. You can rebuild or use their parts and whatever. And then that could be something kind of cool, and you can make something out of the old and not shit on it.
Well, and to bounce off of that and go like even tie it in even more. I don't know if Bill will like this or not, but we could have seen the descent of Kylo Ren in a sense of, like I said, you have like what you said going on where he reappropriates all the shit that Palpatine and his grandfather used to build in their empire, and that's a good way you can have the other stuff come back. But not only that, you show him he's like a higher up, obviously in the hierarchy of the government because of who his mom is and his dad is and so on. But we see him as a quote unquote good guy, but he's actually the one who's pulling the strings all this time because he doesn't agree. And it's kind of a mirror to Anakin then, to where he doesn't agree with a lot of the shit that his mom and Han and all them are doing. And he kind of makes his own coup and goes off on his own. And we find out he's being influenced by this other, bad guy. But in the meantime, you kind of see his, breaking away at first. Like you said, he thinks, you know what, you guys are neglecting everything. You're not taking care of all these people. And he's like Anakin to where at first his intentions are good. Yeah. Like he's like, the Empire at least used to be able to feed everybody and and all these lies that were fed to him by somebody.
And Luke could be holding back training him. And he's like, dude, I know I can learn more about the Force. Why aren't you telling me? And it's like, maybe he goes and seeks some stuff out that the other guys kind of have too, or something.
Well, and
like
you just have Luke keep seeing things in him that he knows that it's like, I see shadows of my father in you.
Yeah.
And that's where you keep building this thing where, and that's where you could have had a better way of Ben being more like his grandfather than him just being, I want to be just like Grandpappy.
He'd be like, dude, why don't you train me? Trust me. And it's like,
he actually makes that same, he actually goes down that exact same path to where he sees the older community. He disagrees with how they're running things. He sees poverty. He sees, all these problems that the new Republic's having to deal with, and all these other issues. And that would make total sense.
Well, it's like maybe he doesn't see his parents actually go down to these planets and talk to the people.
Right.
He's like more. He's more of a. I'm down with the people. Fuck this.
Like he sees his mom off doing this and that and the other, and he's like, you're not actually concentrating and paying attention to these people. And his dad's off always doing schmoozing with whoever, or something. And he's like, you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing. And Luke, you won't fucking train me. None of you trust me to do anything.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna go off on my own. Screw this. And this other guy, another human, and he doesn't have to be a super powerful dude, can help him out too. Help him with that or something. One of his buddies in the Marines that agree with him or whatever.
Yeah, it could have been that Matt Smith character. I can't think of the name of what it is. The script's right down here, actually.
General Bride or something.
No. It was
something with an M, right?
No, it's.
I have no idea who that is.
I have it here. Give me 2 seconds. You guys can talk for a second.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi.
You say, I know.
Just kidding, but
I got the guy's picture right here in front of me too.
That's all good. Do you have any thoughts like this, Script Doctor? After
where'd it go?
Like leading up to the sequels.
Well, I think I really like the idea of like a repurposed kind of guerrilla insurgency stuff. I mean, the conflict of having Kylo Ren or
Son of Mortis. Sorry,
Son of Mortis,
you're right. It wasn't M. You're right. I apologize.
Well, I wasn't offended by that.
No. I hate saying you were wrong and then you were right. I just remembered the S part of it was the Son of Mortis. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I think that's a great idea because you have a compelling argument for his actions. I mean, Anakin kind of has a compelling argument for why he wants to do what he wants to do, which is like save Padme. I think what the Mandalorian adds to it is the irony that Force healing is the light side power. So if he just stuck with the light side long enough, he probably would have still found a way to save his wife.
That's actually a good thing.
And actually, one thing George did a piss poor job of, but is actually poignant in the prequels, is Anakin sick of the bureaucracy and the bullshit they have to get through to get anything done, and that's why he he elevates towards Palpatine because Palpatine's all no nonsense, get shit done, and he's the topmost of the topmost, and he can get everything done. And he likes that idea. And you can have the same thing mirrored in Kylo Ren, where he's like, "You guys take forever to get anything done. You have nothing but meetings and votes and bullshit, and people are dying." You know, it's like, yeah, exactly. So he's like, yeah, totally.
You could have had him have some friends even that die that are like on a planet that's just not getting enough resources, and he's like, "Why don't we just go over here and do this? Why don't you let me gather people and we can find some resources?" No, Kyle, you stay over here. It's like you know.
Well, yeah, and you have on the other side, his mom's just not doing a good job of explaining to him that, yeah, they're using these resources to make more of this medicine. If we give it all to them now, then we won't be able to make more of it, or something, you know, something
right,
simple.
or it would treat their symptom now, but it wouldn't solve virus or something. You'd just be temporarily fixing it, or it could go with the Thanos thing. Okay, let's feed them all right now. What about tomorrow? What about the next day? We gotta find a better solution than just do it right now. And there's a whole galaxy that we have to.
There's a million different avenues they could have went.
Like they still have to grow their own numbers to get the people to help the people. Like, you know, there's a lot of things they'd have to do, and this would be a great story here. And he had a whole government system that was in place for so long, and then 30 years. I don't know if that's so long, really, but you know what I mean. And
it's longer than what we're kind of used to in a lot of ways, as far as like how much we technically are supposed to be changing out. But you know, a lot of senators and congressmen stay for.
Yeah, and it's like he could have been just like, man, you guys just yap all the time, and it's like, why don't you just get down here and do something? And that could lead to him again learning new abilities by trying to seek out different knowledge that, you know, Luke doesn't teach him. Maybe there's other people that studied the Force that aren't Force sensitive that, you know, could be seen as masters instead of doing the typical an old master survived or something. There you
go. Actually, you kind of hit it on the head. What it is Leia keeps telling him, "You quit worrying about my job, and you do your job and go learn how to be a Jedi." And he gets pissed at Luke because Luke's taking so long. He's impatient. Mm-hmm. That's the quickest way to the dark side, is being impatient.
Yep.
Just as we learned from Anakin. So, like I said, you just mirror him with Anakin, and you would have had a great story. And it would have been Kylo Ren's story. You could also have Rey in there. Nothing wrong with that. And she could have been your focal point once he turns to the dark side. You know.
Yeah. And they could have. They didn't. They don't have to have this other faction that he makes rise and beat them or nothing. It could just be a even plane, or it could.
Well, that's why I said you have it flipped. You have the new order or whatever be more like the rebellion, to where they're more of a pain in the ass to the New Republic, to where they keep winning little battles and winning more little battles, and
winning battles by also winning the people. It's like we're here helping you. We're helping you, brothers. So they're like, so when they go, be with the Republic, who takes a goddamn month to get what we want, or these guys who shake my hand and are looking at me and are like, yeah, we're gonna get you some food. Like, I'm gonna be with these guys.
Yeah, and the first big fight is just like one of their convoys gets attacked by Kylo and all his people. You know, and like you said, and he just keeps getting more and more and more people to where by the time,
maybe even with the armies that he's fighting, they're not trying to just kill them. They're trying to convert the Republic armies to their forces.
Well, at first that's the way it starts, but then eventually, by the time you get to the third film,
there'll be a huge battle at some point.
He turns into exactly what his father or his grandfather did, and all that kind of shit, to where he's a cold-blooded murderer because he ends up killing a bunch of people.
You know, that's
he becomes obsessed.
This would be something. Instead of having a Padme that's not Force sensitive or Jedi, you have the Rey that can be the opposite to him, but also have some type of relationship maybe throughout this thing. And then she's on the opposite side though. She's like,
the whole thing. She could be one of the people he helps, and then they form a bond. And
burned a barn full of children. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Well, what it would be is the big turning point would be is he builds something that could destroy a planet. Then you actually give it a reason for it, and he blows up the planet that his mom and all the fucking New Republic are on. So that's what really kind of makes him this demon, is that he kills his mother and all this other shit, and all these people, just like he goes down the exact same path his grandfather did, but not on purpose. That's the problem, is he making him it makes him just a wannabe through the whole thing. That's the problem.
Yeah, and actually the most tragic part, at least from my experience when I was in LA after the Force Awakens came out, is when all these other writers and actors and stuff would talk about how, man, that temper tantrum that Kylo Ren did when he's like lashing out on that console, that's threatening. I'm scared of him now. I'm like, really? I'm not. I have.
He's a baby throwing a fucking tantrum.
If I were one of those troopers, I'd roll my eyes like, God, this fucking guy.
I'm not afraid of a person that has to take out, his anger on an inanimate object. I
He
mean,
stubbed his toe, and he's just fucking gonna destroy
Yeah,
everything.
he was just a big baby. It's like, come
Yeah.
on, dude. There was so many. I mean, I hate doing this because then we become couch critics and we're like, oh, we could have done it better. And then we just get people going, we just didn't like it because it wasn't what you wanted. No, we've gone through how many different iterations of what this could have been. And all 10 of them have been better than what we got. So you can't argue that point anymore. It gets to
and that's just on the concept part. I mean, nailing it with the dialogue and the relationships, that's where the work comes in. But concept-wise, throwing those out there, easy to do. And if you can get it better, you've already surpassed what the original was, because you're thinking with more conflict in mind. Like, what would be more tragic to the character? Like, that's kind of what fuels the stories of
and
Star
it's
Wars.
natural. It's natural for the next generation to rebel against their parents. And go ahead.
And this gives me an idea too, to where this would be a good trilogy, sure, but this would be a great setup for another trilogy. Like, once you get done with this story, then you can have some different type of things happening here. So you already had this could be a good lesson for Luke. Like, okay, I need to maybe not neglect people with their training.
Or maybe he was training too many students when he should only be doing one at a time. Like,
right,
that's
or maybe he didn't teach them the history too much. Like, he was teaching them some stuff, but maybe
Luke was never taught properly, and that's one thing I hate about those people who are like, oh, well, Luke did this, and Luke, it's like, no, stop for a minute. Rey can do all this shit out the box, right? Luke uses the Force the whole of maybe 2.5 times in the first movie, maybe 3 or 4 times in the second movie.
Those are the basic instincts.
About the same amount of times in the third movie.
Yeah, and he really doesn't overuse it. People are like, oh, he's so OP. You want him to just slash all these stormtroopers and take down
the biggest OP thing he does is fucking grab a lightsaber from 3 feet away.
Yeah.
And flip over Vader.
What I'm saying is, like, everybody has this impression that he was a badass, and I'm like, in what scene are you fucking talking about where he is slicing down stormtroopers?
In actuality, Luke would be very not badass, because we've seen in the prequels he would have got his ass handed to him by any number of Jedi, even one of the younglings.
Which is why I'm always flabbergasted when they say he's supposed to be the most powerful Jedi to exist. It's like, listen, he's an embodiment of what the Jedi is at its core, which is basically a pacifist, knowledge defense, caring about others. He's very kind of reserved. He's not this guy that just plows through stormtroopers like they're nothing. It's not of his character, because he goes from farm boy to rebel, from rebel to Jedi. When he's no longer a rebel anymore, he's not doing those violent type of acts. He's above that. He's transcended to being a Jedi, where he's more about the knowledge and the unity and the protection, as opposed to just fighting on a skirmish.
Yeah, and then even when Luke's using the Force, it takes a lot out of it, a lot of attention and other things. And when we get to these new movies here, these kids are able to just use it like it's no big deal. I mean, Kylo's going around like he should have been in the prequels, and so is Rey. But I mean, even in the prequels, I had a hard time with the Jedi being as Superman-esque as they were in some scenes.
I hated the fact that they had a structure. I mean, I like the idea of them just being wandering throughout the galaxy with no real institution. That you could go lifetimes without seeing a Jedi, but still know of their impact with the Republic as knights of peace and justice and all that stuff. But as soon as you put like a school, and that they're taking children from their homes and like doing all these weird things that just don't feel in line with what we suspect the Jedi to be, it just kind of was a double-edged sword for George Lucas. I mean, he takes that line of like where Yoda talks about the council he held to see, or the council he holds to see who was deserved to be trained. He took that literal as like a council of people, where I just took it as like a one-on-one. Like, that's how you have a council held to see if someone's trained. It's a one-on-one interview. It's like a guidance counselor type of thing, but only meaningful. And that's made much more sense. It's like Yoda would test them. Like, he would say, like, why do you want to be a Jedi? And if the person said, like, maybe I don't want to be a Jedi, but I've got this power and I feel responsible, like, that's the pass. And when Luke said, I want to be a Jedi because my father, Yoda's thinking, okay, he failed. He's in it not for himself. He's in it for something else. And that's why you have that conflict in that scene between him, Obi-Wan, and Luke. But George Lucas decided to take it in a completely different direction. He's like, nope, they have a tower, they have temples, they got...
Well, you see, I'm actually
okay religion, yeah.
Because there's also more history with the Jedi and stuff. At least at least in the EU, it seemed like there's different versions all the time that end up being around and how they do it. Same with the Sith, they did it different ways throughout different generations. It's kind of evolved to different. Oh, it's always changing, I guess, to fit the time it's in. Like I kind of liked that they had the council the way it was because it's like so you have there's no more Sith apparently as far as they could tell. So they're like, all right, so now what is the Jedi? Like, what are we even really doing? So technically, there's peace, but there's all these other conflicts. So I guess we could be with the government and then try to see how they're doing with it. And then there's actual war, like a galactic war now. And it's like, okay, now we're back in action. Now you can do stuff. What are we doing? We're supposed to be peacekeepers, and there's a war. Like, holy shit! Like,
well, that's one of the biggest issues of the prequels. Yeah, is the Jedi do every exact thing that, like Samuel Jackson and Qui-Gon Jinn and Yoda and all them say exactly what they're not. They turn into a police force,
right?
Yeah.
But I guess
religion-based police force.
I guess that's why their fall is it's satisfying in a way because it's like
they are wrong. That's the problem. I mean, I guess in his own way, that's kind of like the end of Return of the Jedi. To go back to what we were talking about earlier, Lucas kind of did it on accident. And it was kind of worked just for what it was. But really, I agree with Script Doctor. Yeah. I always saw the Jedi and even the relationship between a Padawan and his teacher like Yoda is kind of like a sensei thing, like kind of like Miyagi and Daniel-san.
Yeah.
You know, for a great example, to where it's like, oh, I met this person, or he thinks he's got the Force. Yoda being as old as he is, he's trained more Jedi than anybody in the world.
The rule of two should have applied to the rule of two should have applied to the Jedi as well.
I never thought. Well, here's the problem with that is there's such an imbalance when you have 5 million fucking Jedi and 2 Sith.
Yeah, I agree.
So you have a hard time arguing that there's some kind of balance. At least the balance of 2, if there's only like a handful of Jedi at a time, it would make more sense and to make the Jedi much more special.
I agree.
And like Script Doctor said, it's like, no, not everybody's meta Jedi, but they know they exist. And they've heard stories of them. And
kind of like what Angus said, like the Knights Templar.
Exactly.
Like 9 or something.
And I'll adopt that from now on, and I'll totally steal that from Angus.
I kind of like that idea.
It's a much better one. I mean, I kind of see that. Yeah.
These knights could help alongside whatever war is going on, but it's like they're their own thing, and they could leave if they wanted to, maybe. But have you guys ever watched Bandit Incorporated's prequel trilogy, how he would have done it?
I think so. Is that the one with there's bullets first and then lasers or something?
Yes, the one where he does a lot of like stop motion.
No, I haven't seen that one actually.
Tom, I highly recommend that you watch it.
I've seen somebody else's who did it, but yeah, send me the links for that. I'll check it out.
Yeah, it's it kind of gave me an idea to do a similar story to that because I know how to make it look like that, but it's like that it takes such a long time.
But no, I always got the Jewish thing because I always thought, the chosen people and the whole thing with the Jedi being.
Yeah, I never thought of it like that.
I don't know why, and I never even. I mean, I guess
I thought about it that way too.
But I mean, I have made the Knights thing a little bit more. I think that makes more sense that if you didn't have as many and they were more mythical and they were a bit more, because like the awe that. The awe that Anakin has when he first meets Qui-Gon and knows he's a Jedi. I expect that of everybody. But if they're everywhere like they're supposed to be, it's like even that reaction's a little out there.
They become less special. And I also think one of the things that made Yoda a better teacher than Obi-Wan is I always kind of had in my own headcanon that a Jedi needed like 100 years of wisdom before they were able to teach another. And that's why Yoda was able to teach so many Jedi and why Obi-Wan felt cocky enough to teach someone by himself. Like he felt like he was a savant and that he was ahead of the game.
That's the inclination I always got was from Obi-Wan. He felt like he was too. Anakin's failure wasn't so much Anakin's own failure, but in Ben himself because he felt like he could teach him and he wasn't ready. And
I always thought Obi-Wan would have met him when he's like 55, and that he's like closer to 70 when he fights him in New Hope.
And actually, even in Phantom Menace, he trained him at a younger age than he should have. Like Obi-Wan just became a master when he killed Darth Maul, basically.
Yeah, well, here's the problem with that is I don't think George even paid much attention to his own shit at that point.
No, I mean, I've got a video I've been working on for a while now. I'm hoping to release probably in the new year about the one aspect that was an accidental character trait of the Jedi in the original trilogy that George either forgot or didn't quite grasp in the prequel, which kind of causes a whole lot of issues with the EU and the games and everything else. And I don't know when I'm going to get that. I just got internet back like this evening, so now I can go back to editing one day. But I have this it's all there. We've discussed a little bits of it throughout tonight's panel, which has been fantastic with you guys because love talking movies.
Yeah.
Yep. Seriously.
And yeah, I mean, like a Jedi, like I mentioned before, a Jedi doesn't defeat the Sith with a lightsaber. As cool as it is to see, they defeat the Sith by just bringing them back to the light side because that's how you do it. Palpatine, you can't because he is the embodiment of evil. So there you go. You can kill him.
Well, you see, like, what if? So, like, I know you guys don't like the way that they did the Jedi with the prequels, but what if, since they got wiped out and Luke was the last remaining one, what if he made that standpoint that you guys are saying, like for his generation?
Possible. If he was able to like say, yeah, these are mistakes of the old ways. The newest way now is for me to focus on one, and after I train them and know that they're in good position, they can go off to train another, and then I can train another and slowly build it up.
That's kind of what I mean. Like, and even he doesn't have to take on a student at such a young age. I mean, the way I kind of saw it too was that you can take on somebody that is older too, that is willing to learn, because sometimes people are at a certain point in their life where they are willing to dedicate themselves to something rather than when they're at a younger age and they don't even know what the hell they want to do with themselves. To me, just focusing on the young does not equal talent and best skilled, because you can train somebody when they're older maybe get better results. I mean, it just depends.
Well, the whole point of the thing with the Jedi when they're young is with Yoda, and I think that's what Script Doctor is getting to is the whole, like, Yoda has the experience, and it takes the experience to train somebody, and you have to have years and years and years and years and years and years and years of training. Humans only live for about 90 to 100 years. You know, maybe
so humans should not be able to train another Jedi. Yeah,
well, like they still said that he was a master when he was done. He's like, once you kill Vader, a master, or once you.
Well, it's more so that he's made because there's really no other trial for him to have at that point, and the defeation of Vader can be taken in many different forms. Like Script Doctor's saying, like, to me, I think he's got a point with bringing Vader back to the light side is something that probably no other Jedi's been able to do, is bring a Sith to the light side. Well, and that act in and of itself could be determined to be the point where there was balance in the Force. But to have true balance, you have to have good and evil. You have to light and dark. So you have a problem there, and that's where I think inherently, when Lucas got to the prequels, he just kind of he really didn't pay attention to his own movies, in a sense that he never really was a Star Wars fan. And I hate it. I know people hate it when I say that, but it's true.
Well, no, that's okay if that's saying
he never watched the movies a million times like the fans did.
Hold on, though. Yeah. I would like to say that I think that what you're saying is good. I never thought of it the way that you guys are saying it, for Luke defeating Vader in that way, like trying to bring him to the light side. And I know their Jedi has done that before. Like, I actually kind of like that in the prequels, their instinct is to try to kill them. And then it's like, but that.
Well, and not only that, it's like the most un-Jedi thing to do.
But, no, exactly. Yeah. It's like their first thought is, oh shit, there's a guy with a lightsaber trying to attack me. Let's kill him. And it's like, well, you guys should, Qui-Gon, you guys should have probably. Did you try to talk to him?
Not only that, the Jedi are overkill in the sense that they say, how long has it been since the Sith have been around?
Right, 1,000 years. And they're like, oh, there's one alive, let's kill him. Like,
well, not just that, it's like there's a little bit overkill here. You've got like tons and tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of Jedi. You know, and I think, you know, it even goes to the instance where, like, Red Letter Media Video breaks it down really well, and they point out the fact that Lucas didn't even really stop to think about the fact that he dressed all the Jedi just like Obi-Wan Kenobi, because that's the way Obi-Wan Kenobi dressed.
But that's a desert garb.
But it's just because of the fact that that's the way he was dressed, because he was in the desert. Just like Yoda's dressed similarly, but he's dressed the way he's dressed because it's just a bunch of freaking rags.
It doesn't make much sense when there's different alien creatures, and same with lightsabers in general. There should be other weapons.
It made more sense when Luke dressed the way he did in the dark garb, to where it was much more sleek. It was kind of like his first costume, but it was much more sleek, and it made sense, because if you got a weapon like a lightsaber, the last thing you're going to want is a bunch of robes and shit.
In your way.
True. Well, yeah, I agree, but it's like the fact that in the prequels they would always do this, and with Dooku, he was a Jedi, and then he's Sith, and all he's trying to do is turn
his costume made more sense.
Well, right, but I'm saying, like, his motivation, like, I'm going on with what Script Doctor was saying.
No, I know. I was just not going off on a tangent.
No, I agree. But it's like it was trying to get them to the dark side. And the fact that he was a Jedi and he's trying to turn them to the dark side, it's like none of them were trying to get him back to the light side. Even Yoda, really, they're just like, no, I'm going to try to attack you. And it's like,
well, they didn't.
None of them have this moment where they're trying to go, I know that there's something with you. Anything Yoda should have, because he was his apprentice apparently. And it's like there's no attempt to try to even somewhat get him back to being good. He's like fear, or he's like dark side in you. It's just like wait a second though. Like Luke,
it's an absolutist, yeah.
That's what I think with Luke and Vader. Yeah, like, that makes more sense. That makes even more sense with the Vader and Luke thing. He's like, I sense a little tiny bit of good in there, so I'm going to try to save him. And Obi-Wan's like, what are you doing? And it's like, you guys were doing it wrong. You guys keep on trying to eliminate them every time, and look what happened to you. It's like, let's try to save them. So I kind of like, to me, I like that. Just the way you just said that there makes me think of it all in a perspective of, they did fail again, even more here. And that makes Luke's, victory even more meaningful, because this was something they never even tried to do. They never tried to talk him down. Grievous was just this killing machine. There's like, why is he doing anything? Yeah. But I think if they could have talked to him, they would ask him, hey, why are you trying to kill us? But it's like, I think they just want to kill him. They have
Grievous made more sense because he was a machine, yeah.
But it's I know I like I like how you guys said that that should be a Jedi thing.
Well, and at least
to pull them back to the good.
At least Obi-Wan did try to talk to Dooku. You got to give him that much.
I mean, he? Well, he talked to him when he was when he himself was captive, but he was but he was to him when they're fighting in their duel. I don't remember him talking much.
Oh yeah, they talked a little bit, and he's like, you should come with me, and like, no, you should come back to, you were a Jedi once, you should know this is wrong, kind of thing.
Wait, I don't remember that dialogue.
I thought he said something to that effect.
It's when Obi-Wan is like floating in those in that thing, they're talking back and forth.
I'm saying when they're in mid duel.
Oh no!
No. That's
that's what I was referring to. I'm referring to when Jedi are in battle, because when Sith are in battle, they seem to always try to still get them to like, I sense your anger and stuff.
That's because they're trying to fuck with you, yeah.
But it's like, but if they did turn, they'd essentially be like, well, I don't really feel like killing you because you just joined our side because
there'd be a fight.
You have a million Jedi, and I, a few of us.
Because that's the rule of two, and that's the whole thing. Is one will always try to kill the other one. Though whichever one's more powerful, the other two will try to team up and kill him.
Right,
that's the whole reason for it.
Still, like I like that contrast.
That at least makes sense. That I like.
That can make sense within the confines, but also think of it from the perspective of, say, you are an apprentice of a dark side user, and you're watching your master fight a Jedi, and all of a sudden your master gives up and decides to go to the light side. That changes your world perspective drastically.
Yeah.
To two things. You either join your master on the light, or you try and double down on the hate. In which case, the cycle will eventually break, because if a Jedi keeps staying moralistic and doing the pulling out of the dark side, eventually, one of those apprentices is going to join their master and walk over to the light side, and boom, the whole dark side is gone. And the only way it's going to come back is if another Jedi from another time stumbles onto that power, gets seduced from whatever way, and then, starts the cycle all over again. And I think that's far more interesting, and also a good philosophy with regards to a message not just for like adults, but also children. And there's actually a musician named Daryl Davis who does that same tactic. He's a blues musician. He's a black man. He goes to white supremacists, and he has conversations with them to convince them that mentality is really not in their best interest, and he ends up being quite successful in these talks. And it's kind of like a very Jedi-like aspect. He's going to the enemy and saying, hey, let me listen to why you want what you want, why you think what you think, and let me offer you my own knowledge, my own experience to maybe enlighten you a little bit more. And if you're receptive, progress will happen. If you reject it, well then, that's that. And I think that's what makes the Jedi so powerful. And with regards to Yoda's lessons of knowledge and defense, it's not even about attack, because if you attack an enemy, you just bolster whoever's attached to that enemy to want revenge or justice or whatever. But if you convince them to come to your side, it just raises more questions and opens up chance for debate. And that seems far more Jedi-like than fun with lightsabers.
Yeah,
At least
it's
for
like
me.
the opposite of what the Jedi. I mean, it would counter what the Sith are doing quite well, because the Sith try to get in your head, they try to psych you out, they try to manipulate you and play with your emotions and
Yeah.
all that kind of shit. The Jedi would probably try to do the opposite, exactly what Bill's saying there, and that is that I laugh every time because Bill's not his name.
I know. Same here.
I just love
Alright.
calling him Bill. It's an inside joke too. It goes way back to when I was a kid. But anyway, yeah, it would be so much of a nice kind of yin and yang to what the Sith are doing, to have, like you said, them being more diplomatic. Like, I'm not going to fight you, but what I am going to do is I'm going to try to talk to you and get in your head and try and get you to come to my side, and that would make complete sense, because then it goes against the whole, absolutes deal, because that's the problem you have, and that's where I've said nine out of the 10 things that everything Yoda and Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan and Samuel Jackson's Mace Windu or whatever says in those movies is not true, and the Jedi's are a bunch of fucking hypocrites because they do the exact opposite of what they say every time. And
Yeah.
it's whatever story choice George had to make within it, but it causes a major conflict within the story itself. It's kind of,
I think it's kind of like what Angus was saying earlier, the light and dark, and it has to do the conflict thing. But it's like, I don't know. I feel like that's not the only way to do it. The way that, like he was saying, with there being that, and I do, like I said, I think that this would all still work great if they did the prequels the way they did, and they did the OT the way they did, and if they were to do the sequels, it's kind of like how you guys are saying, where they take this different approach. Maybe it's even many years later. Luke's already dead, but it's the teachings of him, and Luke's referenced as this guy who taught this new order or something. Like, I feel like there could be something there too. This way you don't have to have Mark Hamill now trying to do this old-fashioned way. I mean, I admit I'd like to see it, but like you guys said, it seems like it takes a while to get that type of mastery. And and you think about what is the test? What would be a test for a Jedi when there's no villain to fight? What would be their final test? His was to do Vader. Obi-Wan, he killed like all the Sith in the prequels. Like,
Well, just think of it this way: like, imagine a Jedi that's of the mentality of just having to argue with the Sith to come to the light side, and then accidentally killing them. How would that Jedi feel? Like, they would feel like they were a failure. They would know that they've just propelled or perpetuating more dark side potential users. I mean, there's a great tragic story in that action alone if you establish that rule that I just mentioned. And then on top of that, to add to your thing, so you have like Luke Skywalker with his new philosophy, and the Jedi just trying to keep themselves together and have this new path where it's all about what is the test? The test would probably be, at best I could see, is like just finding a conflict and resolving it diplomatically without having to raise your blade.
Well, my thing would be that there is no final test. It's like you're always learning anyway.
Right.
Like,
well, that's one thing. Like,
isn't that kind of an Eastern thing too?
That does go with the the martial arts kind of thing with it, and the whole samurai /
you reach the books, but there's nothing on the pages. It's the journey.
You come to the realization that
who you are, not the books.
The final test is the realization that you never stop learning. Like, that's kind of like,
and the fact that there is no conflict that's bigger or even close to competing with the Jedi in the prequels causes a big problem with those stories to begin with. And again, I don't want to keep going back to other things that have less to do with this movie, but it goes right into this, though, with the whole, like, okay, well, what happened to all the Jedi that Luke was training? They never address that.
It all goes backwards because nothing in the movie makes any sense.
Yeah, they never address any of the shit. I mean, in just the last couple hours here all the shit that we've gone through, I can't imagine they didn't have these meetings where they discussed these very things, but evidently they didn't, or they would have been addressed in the movie more. Because, like, a lot of shit in The Rise of Skywalker feels like such an afterthought.
It really does.
Yeah.
And the Lucasfilm Story Group is notoriously not very fond of George Lucas, and I've heard two conflicting statements that The Rise of Skywalker is either going to be 2.5 hours or 3 hours and 5 minutes, and I don't know which one is true, but like, it doesn't matter now because the movie's like 2 hours and 15 or what have you.
It's 2 hours and 35.
With the credits, but
with the credits. But there's definitely stuff clearly cut, and on the cutting room floor. And will that ever be released on the Blu-ray or what have you? Maybe. I think
this one will have the least amount of deleted scenes, so that we can't be. Oops, that's my phone. Sorry. So we can't be proven any more right than we already have been.
Probably, which is
they
ridiculous.
Are that petty,
the leaks were right.
That petty.
I could have
Well, and to
believed
go what you were talking about the story group, we've even reported on prior to, and then they almost, I think they still say it's like, sources say, so I don't think they have it confirmed, but it's pretty much confirmed when you got like a lot of these bigger people like, Deadline and Variety reporting it, that they're, and not only that, I think it was in the Wall Street Journal article where there's a division in right now in Lucasfilm between the loyalists to Kathleen Kennedy and the new regime there, and the loyalists to Lucas of the old regime. I'm assuming that they're a little bit more loyal to like Favreau and Filoni.
make a great movie.
Oh yeah, the making of just
God,
the making of the original Star Wars alone would make a great movie.
I
It's
know,
a
I mean,
modern day Citizen Kane.
I feel like this would be more intense with plot, like
But
of
no, that's the sad part. When you get to some of these modern movies, that's what's worse about a lot of them is the stories behind the scenes are more engaging than the movies on the screen because there's just nothing new anymore. They don't try anything different. They try harder and spend more money to make shit look like it used to look back in the 80s. Think about it for a second.
I don't understand that.
Just think about that for a second now.
I don't understand that at all.
I know.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're right. Everything's trying to be 80s or 90s.
Well, it's just because they're trying to capture that magic that they can't do
like,
it anymore.
You missed the lightning. The lightning's gone. You had your lightning. Now you gotta catch a new one or something. You can't catch the same lightning bolt.
Well, if you want to catch lightning in a bottle, you have to use like go old school, like just go outside in the rain with a metal rod, and you're more likely to do that than building like this giant $1 billion tower with 1,000 lightning rods attached to it.
Well, it's like a minute, Tom. You know, like my projects that I do with the YouTube ones. It's like they're obviously not actual film marvels, but I'm doing
you're getting better with each and every one, and you're learning as you go. And
nobody's ever done this type of movie before, like this type.
Well, people have done stuff like it, but not to this extent that you're doing it on your own like this and actually getting it out there and getting it done and finishing the product. And
and it's like I've learned all that I have by simply doing that, like literally by trying to do it.
There,
so it's like I'm having more appreciation for what people do with actual film work. But it's like, it kind of annoys me that it's like, oh yeah, we have like millions and millions of dollars, and like they make such shit shows sometimes. It's like, what if you had less budget? Would you have done better or not? Like, I'm curious.
Well, Jaws is a perfect example of that.
Yep.
Like, I mean, in the modern times.
In modern times, that's the problem. Is it doesn't matter. That's the problem. Is there's no limitations on what you can imagine and what you can do and where you can go. And
instead of fixing in post, like you shoot it and you add a few things, but it's like you can't add too much. What if like you have to use what you shot and make it work and not. You make it work or you're fucked. Like,
limitations can make you a much more inventive storyteller.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. If you're told you can do anything, you get basically Interstellar by Christopher Nolan, which beautiful looking film, but it felt hollow
apart
to me.
In the third act.
Yeah.
And then the same thing with these Star Wars movies. You have just so much so much eye candy over any kind of substance at all that it's just a muddy mess in the end when you really look at it, because there's nothing to it. And as quaint as certain things may look now, the reason people keep trying to go back to these things before is because the story came first. You didn't have all the money in the world to do everything or able to show everything in the world. So you were like, okay, this is what we can do. What's the most creative thing we can do with this? Or what creative thing can we do to make this work? And the only reason Jaws is the movie it is, and I don't even think you really like it, Rookie, because I think you saw it and you said you weren't that.
Oh, no, I gave it like a 7 out of 10. I liked it. I actually did like it, but it's also not really my flavor. But I liked it, but I don't want to watch it again.
Well, it's a suspense horror film, so I can see that to a point.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
I loved how they were able to do stuff with the problems that had. I remember Drunk 3PO and Proper were on when I did the watch party for it, and they know a lot about the film, and they're telling me about the background stuff, and I'm like, really, wow. And I liked how they still gave the sense of suspense with nothing there. Like, there's nothing on the screen other than the moving fence or something or the moving dock on the water. And it's like they use the music to help with that, and the score and everything, and the way they visually shoot it, and the way it felt like a town. You're in a little town, and it's not this oversensed horror film like they normally shoot horror films these days. It was just like a normal movie, like you're just watching normal people, and there's a shark and nobody knows what it is out there. Really, they're not expecting a shark, and so I kind of like that. And the way even the sequel, wasn't a huge fan of Jaws 2 either, but I like the paranoid aspect of that character. He's like, dude, I don't want there to be another killer shark in the water.
Yeah, Roy Scheider
like,
really makes the second film, and the kids
like
do
he
too.
sees people in the water again, and he's like, I don't want anybody to die. Like, not on my watch.
Right.
Again.
But the reason I bring up
like
Jaws is that shark, if I remember correctly, that prop, well, the three of them that existed, because they had one from one side, one from the other side, and then one they would drag along. That was the most expensive prop, I believe, at that time in history of films.
Wow.
And it never worked. It never fucking worked. The damn thing didn't work to the point where you have one of the most expensive, and the movie itself was one of the most expensive films of all time, too, at that point.
Wow.
But the fact that the shit didn't work right made it so much better in the end, because it made the suspense there. Like you said, you didn't have to see the damn shark. It didn't matter. You just knew it was there. And the fact that you couldn't see where it was scary, because you didn't know where it was going to come from or where it was.
The most boring part was when they're fighting the shark to me.
When I was a kid, it was the most exciting part, but I love that fucking movie to beginning to end now as an adult.
They fought it for 40 minutes. I liked when they're talking about the scars or something or whatever on his chest.
That's my favorite scene. That entire scene is my favorite scene in the film now. When I was a kid, it was the final battle between the shark and Brody. Now my favorite scene is when they talk about their scars leading into the USS Indianapolis story. That monologue is hands down probably in the top 5, if not top 2, best monologues in the history of film. When he goes through that whole thing, because it's just solid. It just gets chills thinking about it now.
And it's like when they're all done and they're on the paddle swimming away, it's like I kind of like that moment. It's just like, wow, you just did this huge epic thingy with a shark that was killing you guys.
I think Milius wrote that one too.
Damn. But yeah, I mean, my appreciation for film grows the more that you realize how much work can be put into it, and what little you have, you're able to make something memorable out of it. And it disappoints me to see like Valerian.
Oh,
you guys see Valerian?
Yes, that is the pinnacle of just.
That was one of the most disappointing movies I've ever seen in my life. I was
miscast.
Like, it looked garbage. It looked good in the trailer. It looked like it was going to be good. They spent $200 million, or how much did they spend on that? Like
too much.
The sad part is it could have been like Guardians of the Galaxy. Andre made me read some of the original comics.
They made it look so nice, but they're so boring. They're like, "Welcome to Alpha. This is your home that you've lived in your whole life. Let me tell you about it. You have the Blehus that are the banking aliens. You have the Dooblies that are the whatever with food or something." And it's like, I'm falling asleep. What the fuck is this movie? And they're like, oh, and then they're weird and bizarre. And that movie had no story as far as I could tell.
No, it didn't. It's
each one gets captured and they have to save each other. That was all I can remember.
Valerian is actually one of the inspirations for Star Wars that never gets brought up.
I actually heard about that when I researched. That was one of my first.
Yeah, it was a European comic book that was, I think, running the same time as Barbarella.
It was a graphic novel series, actually. Yes. It was actually my second ever review that I did.
Yeah,
was on Valerian. And I made a whole skit with my characers of it, actually.
The main character played by what's his face?
Dave DeHaan. Dave DeHaan.
Yeah, he was so miscast. Now, what's her face wasn't so bad, but he was miscast. That character is supposed to be like a Bruce Campbell, like a young Bruce Campbell.
Yeah. He played like the guy in Spider-Man.
No, that's where that movie didn't work. It was supposed to be a comedy. It's supposed to be a Guardians of the Galaxy type movie.
Hayden Christensen could have done better.
Probably. Yes. But no, you needed somebody who had comedic chops, comedic timing,
and charisma.
Looked good, charisma.
Yeah.
And the whole thing is like, you're supposed to be this no nonsense kind of Indiana Jones, Han Solo kind of guy in this crazy kind of world, and he's like he's supposed to be a debonair suave, almost 007 type, but he's kind of a klutz. Not a klutz, but
it's the doof.
He's overconfident, and he's over. That's why I bring up Bruce Willis, or not Bruce Willis, Bruce Campbell,
because
he has the perfect attitude for it.
Yeah,
the overconfidence, I'm so hot, baby, you can't resist.
Yeah, and something bad could happen to him, but it's like he still looks cool saying it. He doesn't look like an idiot, but something bad always happens usually.
Or even at least maybe like a Kurt Russell type.
Kurt Russell, something narcissistic, like not hugely, but like enough to still keep you charming. Like,
exactly.
Like they spent $200 million and they made like 17.
It killed the film studio. I can't remember the name of the studio, but it killed it.
No, I remember too. It only had like 3 or 4 films under it, I think, at the time.
Well, it was It was his own studio, didn't it kill, right? Or
Yeah, Luc
Yes.
Besson's own studio. Yeah.
Yes, there was at least 4 or 5 movies under that studio. I think. I don't know if Fifth Element counted or not, but I don't
The
know.
effects and everything looked good in it, but it was
That's what I'm saying.
it
I
was
bring
just,
it up. I bring it up because like what you're talking about with story is like they had awesome effects. I loved it. It was a great concept actually for an idea for a story. I love that idea. Like when they're meeting all the aliens and the humanity's advancing and stuff. They're getting. It's like going Star Trek, Stargate, Star Wars
well, yeah,
kind
it
of
was
in
the
their own way.
inspiration for a lot of
And-
these things.
And
Yeah.
it's like it was so bland, boring, dumb, stupid. They had little talking like pterodactyls. They're like like minions. I'm just like these fucking things. And then those goobly dudes that were trying to eat the chick reminded me of Gungans, but in a
What's
worse
sad
way
is
than
Luc
Gungans.
Besson's
Like,
good. I don't know if you've seen any of his other movies, but most of the time he's good.
yeah,
I
he's
don't know what
actually-
the
has a
fuck happened
better
to him.
focus. This one, he just couldn't focus on the story he wanted to tell. Like, I think he even went out to like a couple of film schools to get the kids there, the students, to help him do this one special effects set piece because no one with experience could understand what he was trying to get at. But these
Yeah.
kids somehow figured it out, and he pulled it
Yeah,
off, I guess. 'Cause
I guess my point is like if he had like because their budget was 200 something million. It's like what if they had like 50 million? Like would they have been able to make a better story
yes,
instead of pour it onto the effects and stuff? Like would they have been able to make it memorable or not? Because he also made Fifth Element, right? And I
yeah.
haven't seen that in forever. I remember hating it because Chris Tucker, I think. But I might rewatch it one of these days to see if I get a different opinion. But I don't know. It's like
Fifth Element is one of those movies where I can understand people who don't like it and people who love it. Like I'm kind of in the middle. I love elements of the Fifth Element,
yeah,
but
Yep.
yeah, there's parts of it that like, especially the end, that I feel like are really dumb.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
ending was a bit rushed. However, almost every character, even side character, is memorable, which is
Yeah.
a huge feat. I mean,
yeah. Actually, I
that's
remember a
the
lot of
one
those
thing-
characters.
It felt
I hate.
like Star Wars and Blade Runner had a baby.
yeah. And you remember all of its middle names. Like that's the
Yeah, and then Prince
Right.
showed up.
Right. Yeah,
It
there's a
just
lot of
sprinkled a little
cameos.
Prince dust all
A lot
over.
of weird cameos, I imagine, that was in that.
Well, that's where like everything just kind of had that weird twist. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess I mean that's the thing. Shouldn't that be one of the requirements? Is like, can you make a good story before you even start to attempt to make your film? Like, if you have
That's
a
our goal.
decent enough story, I mean, you can't tell what always is going to be the best story, and that could still even be executed
I
poorly.
would rather see
but-
somebody take a lot of chances and fail miserably doing that
Yeah,
than be as pretentious and have something like Star Wars the way that Ryan Johnson and JJ have treated this trilogy.
God, the more you guys have been talking, and the more I've been thinking about the films, it's like I know that JJ did Force Awakens, but there's so much more in that I think I can appreciate than that's
Oh yeah,
in this
it's a
one,
more
'cause,
competent film. by
like
far.
even their fights, like Kylo and Rey have fought like a million times by now. It feels like at least 5. But in the Force Awakens, I feel like that was their only good fight because this dark, it's nighttime, snow planet, blue glowing lightsaber, red glowing lightsaber. He just got shot. There's an emotional thing that just happened, and they kind of fight a little bit. It's still dumb fight, but it's like that was their best shot at thematic moment. Finn just got sliced up a bit. Like that was their best like scenario of battle, I guess, in the whole sequel trilogy.
I
that
did
could
like
think
the
of.
fight in
like
the Force Awakens. Yeah,
because in this last one in Rise of Skywalker, there's none. There's
No, it
nothing. I'm
was-
like every fight they had was boring. The fight with Sidious was boring. The fight with herself was boring. I'm just like, what the fuck
that's
is even
the
the
biggest
point here?
problem
Like,
with this movie is it's boring and there's a lot of unmemorable parts
Yeah.
because you forget them after a while, and the most memorable shit is some of the worst shit in the movie.
you know, you could have had Finn not even be a Force user. He did not have to have the Force, in my
that was
opinion.
so
He could-
tacked on.
He could, no,
Yep.
he could have still just been Finn, but he could have been, like a stormtrooper that defected, and he like when he wielded the lightsaber in the first one, like he could be a lightsaber wielder who is learning how to use it. So with his fighting style and be a formidable
Well,
challenge
and that's
to
another.
somebody.
Yeah, that's another
And
missed
maybe-
opportunity too.
And,
yeah.
and maybe if he were to have, I don't know, instead of being separated from Ray, if he trained with Ray sometimes, maybe he learns how to do some things to avoid being affected by the Force. Like, if somebody's Force
Well, at
choking
least it
you,
would.
how can you respond? Like,
Well, not
I don't
just
know.
that. If you would have had them simultaneously learning together,
Yes.
and having her be like learning, like see how she's so much farther advanced, at least would have gave that a little bit more reason and a little bit more pause to where you see, oh, he's, you know, progressing about like Luke did, but something's up with her. And that's something you could have
Right.
set up from the very start. And it
Yeah.
would have made more sense, and it would have added a little bit something different
Well,
as far as an element to this movie is, you know.
yes. And it's like
Yeah,
maybe
a
he's
potential
got
dynamic.
maybe he's got better combat skills, like hand-to-hand combat, and she's got the force power stuff. So it's like they can teach each other certain things, oddly,
Well, and
and
like I said,
learn
not
by
only
doing.
that, you can bounce off the fact that she is a Palpatine because she has this ability to just jump in leaps and bounds ahead of him. You know, all of a sudden she's, you know, I don't mind her being so force powerful if they give me a good explanation.
And if she herself was confused by it, like I have no idea how the hell I can do this stuff, but I can, and it's like,
But her
maybe,
just downloading it from Kylo was stupid as shit. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
it's like maybe that's the thing too, where you see them sitting down reading some old books that they find, and they at least learn that there were these abilities in the past, and maybe they can go a mind trick. What the fuck is that? And you know, at least something.
There
like,
was
what does that
elements
mean?
there, and that,
and they can learn. And, hey, Han, what's a mind trick or something?
or
Like,
there's other things like, or better yet, you have it a situation where like, okay, here's a scenario: her and Finn are combating a little bit, and he gets cut. And she's like, oh my God, and grabs his arm, and she's freaking out, and then all of a sudden it just heals without her realizing how it happens. Just because it's like a reactionary force thing. And then Luke's just like, holy shit.
And if she
You tapped into something.
And then you have the scene where he just like goes away and he's like, we're done, we're not doing this no more. And they're like, well, what the fuck is going on? You know, you spend a few minutes like, and you cut away to something. You cut back to those two like they're trying to figure it out. And then finally Rey and him get it out of him. And it's like, that's a power of the dark side and the dark side only, you know, kind of thing. To where it's like you start setting up this reason for her to have these immense powers, you know.
Or maybe that just gave me an idea too. Like if the healing thing is a dark side ability, maybe like it's like, okay, you're taking somebody else's wound away, but you're like it adds some type of, you know, something to you where
you're a scar or something. Yeah.
Like I don't know if it gets you a scar,
but and the hate inside.
Yeah, it like builds toward you to where you're a little less nice. I guess I don't know what else.
Well, it's just another step towards, because it's you're using the force. What it is, and I know this is why I think this is a force. This is actually a dark side force power normally. It's because you're using the force for something that's selfish, kind of, in a sense.
Yeah.
Is what it's all about. I mean, you can look at it one way. No, you're not, because you're healing somebody. But
if you're healing someone else, it'd be selfuless. But if you're doing it for yourself,
yeah, exactly. That's my point. I was getting to. Yes.
Yeah.
So she would be doing it for her own, like, because she loves this person or wants this, you know, whatever. She did it. She made a mistake, and she's the one who caused the wound, kind of thing. Yeah.
And it would be risky to have her use that ability more often because of the danger, and that would be really cool. See, we're okay with them having stuff. Just have fucking explanations of some kind.
And that's all goes down to rules.
This would have been really cool to see this Rey and Finn thing go down, and especially with him not being a Force user. Again, I'm totally good with that, but that'd be still cool if he was a lightsaber wielder.
Well, I like him as a Force user too, but like I said, you have him at a normal level. You have him progressing along as Luke did, you know, just getting to be able to lift some rocks and do this and that, and stand on his head and shit. But here she is, just leaps and bounds, keep going, and it keeps scaring Luke too, because he's like, this is just not right. Something's unnatural about this. Yeah. And every time he keeps thinking about it being unnatural, the more and more it makes him think about the dark side. And you see him get to this whole thing where he figures out that she's got some kind of very powerful element in her that is strong in the dark side.
And maybe she has a thing like with the ship where she accidentally electrocutes somebody and she's mortified and they're mortified. Like, you just fucking killed somebody. Like, you weren't supposed to do that. Like, you know, that would have made... This would have been... It's a good movie, Tom. Let's make a movie.
Well, I know, and that's what
do this shit, man. This sounds cool.
Well, and it's just because of the simple fact that when you get into these writers' rooms, and I'm sure Bill can help us out with this and tell me it's either true or tell me what's right and what's wrong, is a lot of these people, they sit around and they're stuck with these agendas and other ideas and things they want to do and get in their own words and get in. You have too many people who want to have an idea instead of trying to work together on a singular idea. And it's not even so much the SJW part of it, but I mean agendas in general. You know, so like they want to have the one to be to say, oh, that was their idea, so they can, you know, whatever, and nurse that to the end. And instead of being able to set your ego aside for a few minutes and going, no, that's the better idea.
Right.
You know,
Exactly. Like writers' rooms nowadays, at least the ones that I've had the privilege of being a part of for a very short time, uh, it is a tug of war. Where when I was being taught in college, it was all about, like, we had to take Second City improv classes. In fact, under similar teachers who did Dan Aykroyd and Harold Ramis and Bill Murray and all those guys. And the whole goal was, whatever idea you present is to try and make the other people in your scene like to carry it and stand out. And if everybody in that group is trying to make everyone else look good, the whole idea is going to be better. And right. That's kind of like the doctrine that at least a lot of writers in my circle try to do, which is like, okay, we'll throw out an idea, and if you can build on that to make it better, good. If you can break it down to see why it's flawed, even better, because then from there you can actually explore other avenues of the idea, or at least toss it away entirely and not waste your time on it. But yeah. I can only speculate what's going on in these George Lucas writers' rooms, where they're taking the core principle of, like, every writer has an agenda, but the agenda is usually a single message that can transcend time, because that's what we want. We want our stories to be watched or read or whatever forever. So you don't want to make it dated, but you can definitely draw some allegory from the current times. But here it appears like they're just saying, okay, what's happening now? Why does the story have to take now? How does it reflect now? It's all now, when stories are really about, like, the past and the possible future. And that's kind of where you have to sort of direct and focus what you want to tell, because those are the things that have lasted and stood the test of time and the potential to stand the test of time.
Yeah. And to get on the SJW side of things, and I don't know if you'll agree with this much, Script Doctor, or not, because you and I have had several conversations about this stuff, or at least a few. I don't know about several. But I think the other problem we have is that people have forgotten that the diversity should come through the characters on screen and not so much who's playing them. Yes. And that they get more worried about, oh, we got to have a black person, we got to have an Asian person, we got to have this girl, we got to have that guy, we got to have this, that, and the other, LGBTQ.
You have to spread the dialogue, and spread the characters.
Yes, you have to, instead of just worrying about, okay, let's just make some interesting characters. It doesn't matter what color they are. They could even be robots and aliens. Right. As long as the audience can relate to them. And that's one thing I've been pushing for a while, and before this even, but it's been kind of one of my mantras I've always carried through to this, is like, I remember a time, and that's why people keep trying to get back to these movies of back in the day, is because they have forgotten that all a movie was supposed to be about is you can watch a movie and get, transported to a whole nother world, whole nother dimension, live through somebody else's eyes, walk in somebody else's shoes that you never would ever get to meet in an everyday life setting. And that's what a movie is supposed to do, is pull you into somebody else's life for a window of 2 hours. They have forgotten that. Instead, they have worried more about the woke points and the brownie points and making sure everybody has their representation on screen, it seems like, than actually just the ability to say, how do I make this character interesting enough that it doesn't matter what color the person is who's watching, it doesn't matter what sex the person is watching, it doesn't matter what orientation they are that's watching it, or religion that's watching it, or political background that's watching it, but they can relate to this character no matter what. And that's what Baby Yoda does, because the kid don't say a damn word.
Well, I agree with you. I agree with you completely. They've actually, I've seen this thing where they did a test on rocks. They like had different groups of people look at these rocks. They're just rocks, and they're like, "What do you want?" Like nothing. And then they add like little features to them. So like just like glasses, or like a tie, like blue and green and like pink or something to represent the kids or something. And then they smashed one of them or something, and they set it up in a way to get more of an emotional reaction, and some people were like, "Oh man, you killed it!" Like the more things they were adding to the rock, they got people to sympathize for a rock is the point, right. I guess, and is like that's a great way to look at things. Yeah. But when you can't even, if you can't get me to care about it, like the Rise of Skywalker is just the plain rock.
Look at Pixar. Or at least earlier Pixar, anyway.
Yeah.
Look at the way they cared about the characters in the story and the way things worked and the relationships. It was very much, they could make you give a shit about a talking whatever.
Yeah, an ant.
Exactly my point. It doesn't matter what it is. They could put some life into
it. A toy, a monster, a fish.
Especially their shorts. I love their shorts.
God, yeah. The old man playing chess, the birds on the wire.
Well, it's just the point of that you can take anywhere from 5, 6, 7 minutes.
Yeah.
And take us through a roller coaster of emotions, or as everybody loves to pull this one out, and I hate doing it because it feels so cheap, but look at the first few minutes of Up.
Yeah,
If you ain't
great.
crying within the first few minutes of Up, then you ain't a human being. You know,
Yeah, true.
and there ain't a single damn word uttered in that first few minutes of that movie.
But it's a beautiful story, man. It's just
Exactly, and it's all one story already. You can end that movie at the end of that little bit right there, and it would still be just as poignant as it was without the rest of the movie. Sorry, go ahead, Bill.
Me or the script doctor?
oh no,
Um,
like he's
he was gonna say
100%.
something.
Tom's 100% right. Like Pixar, old school Pixar was like where dreams were made of, and
Yeah.
it was like what Disney used to be, and it's just not. I mean, now it's kind of turning into its own weird thing. But
Was Disney ever a small corporation? Like, I
Oh
mean,
yeah,
it sounds
when
weird to
Yeah,
say,
when it
Disney
but I
started
actually
out, I
don't know
mean,
its origin.
you can have your feelings about Disney himself, whatever you want. I mean, I don't know.
yeah,
I don't know him nearly as well as I do George Lucas as far as his history. But one
Yeah.
thing I do know that you can't take away from the guys, he built that from the ground up. And not only that, he was the only original old school Hollywood guy to make it through all the bullshit that went down through Hollywood and managed not to sell out. Ever.
yeah. He stayed very like that company stayed true to what it was for the entire 20th century.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, it started changing at the turn a little bit towards the end
Well,
of the
once
90s.
Eisner and all those guys started coming
Yeah,
in, yeah, it was.
when
What
Eisner's came in,
year?
Eisner tried, but as soon as Iger got in, which was like 2004, I think.
I think you're right. I think it was either
Yeah, as soon as
2002 or
Iger got in,
2004.
that's
Yeah.
when Disney was
Well,
no longer
is that
recognizable
when
as
they
Disney.
started busting out sequels galore and
No, that was
No,
actually during Eisner's phase. So
Eisner
here's the
did a lot of
thing.
Aladdin sequels.
Yeah, here's the thing with Eisner. He has like a good decade and a half, maybe, and then after that, he just went downhill. And he
Yeah,
was unfairly, I will say, he was kind of unfairly represented through some of the media and a few other things. I do feel like he did have Disney's best interest at heart, but he lost the way, kind of thing, and it became more
yeah.
about the end of the day what the bottom dollar was, and then the company just turned into
Well, I was kind of saying
what we
they
know now.
they pulled a Darth Vader, didn't they? Kind of a you were good,
I
I mean,
think Eisner was
I guess
having trouble keeping up with the times because the times were changing quite drastically in the late 80s and early 90s.
Eisner was just there too
yeah.
long. If
Yeah,
he would have left a little sooner, I think he just got too much in his bubble. And
Yeah.
and he, I feel sorry for the last some of the bits I feel sorry for, some of them I don't so much. But he's one of those that I feel like I don't want to say too much because I feel like he was very misrepresented
Yeah.
in the situation, and I don't know what exactly went down per se. So that I can't comment on too much. But Iger himself, I both admire and fear
Well,
and
with
respect all at the same time. It's really weird.
knowing that, and like what happens with Lucas and with seems with anything that gets big enough at some point for long enough, do you think that there should be like a what can people do? Like, I mean, when you get like with George Lucas, he was an indie guy, and then he got all this power, and then it's just like he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. And Disney themselves,
Well,
Lucasfilm,
George was really just one of those. He got
all
so
these.
powerful, nobody could tell him no.
Well, it's like that's kind of what I'm saying. Or like when people
Yeah.
get so, when companies get so successful, they started out with these great roots and these origins, and they're telling these stories as best they can, and it's like all great and from the heart, and then it becomes cheap cash grabs later. Like where is a point? Or what can stop it? What can break that cycle? What can make the somebody that went through all this original stuff kind of keep it or adapt in a good way that doesn't just dampen it? Like I don't know, you know what I mean? I guess with what
Well,
seems
the
to
thing
happen to
is, I
everybody.
don't know. Bob Iger turned the company. It was like both the best and worst thing to ever happen to Disney. And I don't know. I read his book. I know all the stories kind of about him to a point. I mean, Script Doctor might know more about him than I do.
No, actually, he's so far outside of my circle.
Yeah, I mean, you may have heard stories more than I have, though. At least where
Oh, probably, yeah.
I can't. I mean, of course, in his book, he presents himself in one light, and I mean, I've heard some things, but I mean, I gotta, like I said, I admire, respect, and fear him all at the same time because there's many different aspects of the guy, and the way he controls things and the decisions he makes. I admire him in that respect because he's a hell of a businessman. Hell of a
Okay.
businessman.
Yeah,
He's turned
absolutely.
Disney around from Disney to the height that it has been, higher than it ever has been. And the only folly he's had to this point really has been Star Wars and spreading Lasseter too thin between Pixar and Disney Animation instead of just making them one. And
Yeah, and I think the Star Wars purchase was manipulated by another party. I don't think Iger was really focused on it at the start. I think he was pretty happy with Marvel and the stuff that he was doing with Pixar, and I think
yeah,
I think this is my own like speculation based on like very few stories I have, and I can't even confirm them because the people who I got them from no longer work at those companies anymore. But I strongly think that someone convinced Iger that it would be a good idea for him to absorb Lucasfilm before George Lucas passes away, because there would definitely be a big bidding war on the estate after he died, and someone else would probably get it first before Disney.
yeah. Well, according to his book, and I'm willing to believe this, he had a list
Whose
way back.
book?
Bob Iger,
I,
sorry.
Okay.
He had a list way back when, before he was even president of Disney, of the three main companies he wanted to get his hands on if he ever were to become president, because it was kind of it wasn't never a set in stone thing, but it was kind of he was kind of Eisner's um, right hand man and stuff like that. And he didn't really expect it at the end because of the way things went, but for the longest time he did kind of expect to be his successor. But when Eisner didn't name him as his successor and Eisner just kept going, and all the shit that went down with Eisner and the board, Iger wasn't sure if he was going to get the job, just because he was so loyal to Eisner.
yeah,
So it was kind of like there was a moment in time where it looked like he might not get it, and then he did. But so then right there, then and there, the first thing he did was fix the Pixar problem. And it took him a little while, but that's because he played it the way he played it, and he did it respectfully with Steve Jobs and made sure that Steve felt comfortable, and they did a good deal, and he did a great deal with them. And the Marvel deal he got for a steal, and if anything, he'll go down in history for making the greatest deal of all time with Marvel.
yeah. And
Well,
Paramount will go down in history for making the dumbest deal of the whole time with
Well,
Marvel by selling.
well,
Exactly.
I have a question going on with that kind of. Why did Disney stop doing 2D animation?
It's expensive.
It's expensive, and in their eyes, nobody wanted to see that shit no more. And I don't agree with that, but that's just basically
It's like
Yeah, I
kind
don't
of
know where they're
like
getting their data from on that part. I know.
it's like replaced by that 3D animation.
exactly.
Kind of.
They thought that's all kids want to see.
I'm
And there
fine with
is,
it, but it's like so bubbly and boofy that it's like
well,
it's like the spectacle of the colors that they were able to put into the
my
old
kid
stuff.
will
It's
enjoy
like,
both versions, but he's had friends and shit over to where my kid's watching stuff that's 2D animation when he was a little kid. They'd be like, "Why are you watching? It looks old."
it's like, do they think it's more for babies when it's the 2D
No, they
or
just think
something?
it looks old. They
Yeah.
don't like it.
That can't seriously be what they
I think
say.
that there's been a change. There's been a bit of a swing because if you notice, 'cause of course, it's a lot easier to do with computers now. But
Yeah,
I think they noticed that tastes have changed, and
the talent that would go into that is so. I mean, damn. I mean, compared to the 3D ones and the
well,
heart that they would
you
put into
can
that.
do really good 2D animation with computers now, or at least assisted by computer, and I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Right.
But it
I
is
guess.
a very lost art.
Yeah.
I miss the days when we had really well done hand drawn animation, and the imperfections were a part of it. You know, because you knew then that somebody was. Because just if you stop and think of how many drawings it takes to make 24 frames a second, it's
Yeah,
crazy.
like that's just so impressive. Like,
And it's about 26 cents to an artist per frame that they make, and that's just if it's a character. If it's a background, I think it's like less than that because the background's stable. It's like I have a good friend up in Canada who's an animator, and she works on a bunch of TV shows, and it's like 3-4 weeks of steady work where she makes only maybe a few $100s because they only pay her for so many frames, so she has to get the most out of that. And she's only
That's
doing maybe
crazy.
like 2 or 3 seconds, and then someone else takes over afterwards, and it's contract to contract, and it's really expensive. And I have another friend who did that for hand drawn and computer animation, and because they wouldn't pay him a decent wage that he could live off of, he just took the whatever money he had and went out to the furthest reaches of Eastern Canada you can, and he's been living off of that for like 7 years without a job, raising a family. Because it's like, what's the point in trying to work as an animator if they're not going to pay you a living wage? and that's what
Yeah,
it
well,
is.
I feel like they should be better compensated, but it seems like that
Yeah.
that will eventually be an art that nobody will know how to do anymore because nobody does it anymore.
What you're gonna have is, I mean, you'll have here and there with TV shows and stuff just because of the whatever style they go with.
Yeah.
But what you're gonna have is in about, I don't know, anywhere from, it could happen probably about 5, 6, 7 years, maybe 10. Somebody's gonna independently make a really beautiful 2D, fully hand-drawn animated movie, and it's gonna take Hollywood by storm, and it's gonna
Oh, it's going to be
hopefully,
the first time it's ever happened, right?
well, that's what they'll treat it like. Well, and hopefully, I'm crossing my fingers this happens and it makes a comeback. I could be wrong,
That
but
would be fine with me.
to me, it doesn't really matter as long as it's engaging. Because look at Pixar; they can make the 3D animation. It doesn't bother me.
True.
But I do miss, and that's one thing Steve Ernst said. You know, it's much more charming, and that's the thing is you have that direct human contact
Yeah,
with it.
it's kind of like with black and white films. Like I'm not the biggest fan of them because I haven't watched that many in my life. But the few I've seen, it's like, well, have you guys seen The Artist? Like that one was made in 2011, stars John Goodman and a couple. Well, he doesn't star in it, but he's a cast.
Yeah, I know what
member
you're
in it.
talking about.
Like,
But yeah.
like that's like a modern take on a black and white film, and that was pretty good, I would say. I mean, and that's a one made in modern time, trying to emulate the old. And I love how it's a lot of visual acting and music to go with it and choreography on there, and you can't do all these cuts like you normally would for something like. I don't know why people don't do projects like that these days. It's always what can be flashier, what can be the next Abrams or
that's
the
Hollywood.
next Avengers.
Yeah.
Like
There
Avengers,
is people out there doing hand-drawn animation. They're using computers to do it, but it's still technically hand-drawn animation. Now, to me, I feel like the thing is with like the 3D click, done, paste, this, that, and build it, draw, the skeleton, all that animation. There's such a sterile distance from it to where unless you're somebody as good as Pixar used to be, it's really difficult for me to get into a movie because I mean I can't even take shit like Shrek all that seriously. Yeah, it's goofy and funny, but I'm not gonna watch it a million times like I am Pinocchio.
Like once every 10 years, maybe.
And that's just because my kid wants to watch or something, but he's not even a kid anymore to want to watch it. But now Pinocchio, I'll put that on right now and I'll watch that to beginning to end.
Oh, that's a very deep movie anyway. So
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, there's several of the original Disney movies, and there's tons of adult animated 2D movies I could pull out and say that I would watch anytime.
Like it's because they would emphasize the colors, the magic, or like not the magic, the music would like flow with the movement of what's going on, and it's like that isn't.
Well, every second, every moment, every frame is thought of. You thought over and meticulously to where it's not like every other film to where. It's
in the 3D ones, everything seems like I've seen it before.
Well, it's just, there's no. Unless you can get a really good story and a charming character and a good actor or actress or whatever to voice it and stuff like the old Pixar, it's really difficult for me, at least, in my opinion, to relate to some CG animation because it's just so sterile and
well, it's too clean and there's nothing as natural about it anymore.
No tactileness or anything. No.
Somewhat.
Sure.
I mean. Usually, in some cases, it's a couple of people in a motion capture suit doing a whole slew of physical movements. They're captured. They're put on a rig. The rig's inserted into the 3D model. Then they position the camera wherever they want in the 3D space, record, composite, figure out if that's what they want.
I do have a bit more respect for guys like Andy Serkis, like with the way he does.
Oh, that's way different. Yeah, that's
a little bit more because like now the few movies where I'll say that I don't mind the CG as much as like the 8 movies, but that's because of him and his crew and the way they were able to make the effects look so good. Like, I know it's computer animated, but I'm like, damn, there's a few scenes and shots in that movie, especially the last one, where I'm like, man, that almost tricks my eye. And I'm one of those uncanny valley people. Like it sticks out to me like a sore thumb. I mean, of course, old effects stick out to me like a sore thumb too. But
if I see anything in 4K, I can't help but not see where all the effects are. My eyes are just way too well adjusted to that.
Right.
Well, I think that's what throws a lot of people off, and they feel like that to me. But to me, that feels a bit better because at least it has a more realistic feeling to it for some reason. Where a lot of times they're getting better with CGI and environments and certain things, but especially earlier CGI and just even up till recent years, it always felt so flat in a lot of ways and just not there. Like they had a hard, like I feel like what they pulled off with Roger Rabbit in 1988 without a computer outside of the motion control cameras what they pulled off with that to me is more realistic than a lot of CGI nowadays.
It's one of my favorite movies too. So like, how can you...
Yeah, so I mean, it's like, come on, guys, we've done better before, you know?
Yeah.
Look at Terminator 2.
Yep.
There's hardly, I mean, there's CGI in there, but it's really not as much as you'd think.
Forrest Gump has more CGI in it, and you'd never know.
Yep. And actually, that's not the best CGI. And
It's not the best, no, but it's so good.
It's a good movie, but the CGI didn't age very well. But the movie is good, yes.
Right.
Yeah,
Which
I think the feather is probably the biggest one because it's not CGI, but it's also not 100% real.
You know, speaking of CGI, I don't know, with beasts that they always show in like movies these days, monsters, I'm so tired of the look. It's just really plain
part of that
now.
is because you got the same. I'm sure Bill knows this. You got like the same 3 or 4 guys designing everything.
And they always go at the screen, like with Predator.
Well, it's not only that, you get the same drool effect that's across the teeth from the lips to like the jaw.
It's the same 3 animator guys who's like, oh, he's good at monsters, get him.
They just copy paste pretty much.
Well, it's usually like there's a lot more than the same, but there's also pre-established protocols within the compositing and the CG stuff.
And crews and shit like that.
Yeah. They have like, okay, we're going to use template drool 4 on this face, and they put it over top of the mask, and it just does its thing.
It's getting worse in that respect.
Yeah. It's like
it's cut and paste.
I guess my whole thing goes with not just the look, but like the actions they make them do. It's like like I said, like the roaring that they do, like in Predator. They literally have the Predator go. It's like I thought Predators were stealthy aliens that don't fucking talk.
Well, that's because during actual production of a movie, it's a little bit more safer to be derivative than to take a risk. But on the script side of things, they always want something new and risky, because they can always cut it when they get to production.
I guess I mean because there's that, and then in other movies they always have a beast just roar at them, and it's just like, why are they wasting their time roaring at you, like the T-Rex or something? Like,
it's a natural thing you get from. Well, first of all, these guys will think like, okay, what does an animal normally do? Well, they roar to scare you away.
Yeah, it's like in everything when it's across the board and so many things. It's like
if they did something different than you would. Then they think that here's the thing. First of all, Rookie, I'm sure you've heard this before. Is they think you are stupid. They think us, the audience, is stupid. They think we're all so fucking stupid that we can't work any of this shit out in our brains. And you would think that our groups like us with the Phantom Menace and all that kind of shit, and the YouTube channels and everything that's out there, and the critics, and no, we're not that fucking stupid, because there's so many more of us than you'd ever imagine.
Yeah.
And every day there's more. You know.
True.
And it's like, come on, you guys think by now you could make, and it shows when you make movies like Joker and stuff like that that are actually really good and engaging and smart and clever and all this other shit. It's like, oh, they get surprised that people actually like it. Well, duh. People used to like engaging good movies.
Yes.
And Joker is actually like the best type of veneer movie you can have, because, I mean, I liked it a lot, but I've seen it, the things that Joker's done, I've seen that done better in other films, but the way that they managed to pull it off for Joker, it was a breath of fresh air, because we don't get stuff that intimate anymore. And that's one thing that's going to be a double-edged sword, because if Hollywood is true to form, they're just going to copy it over and over again. And it's going to actually end up hurting what's unique about it, because Hollywood wants, at least my experience with Hollywood, is that they want to make brand new, fresh and exciting films. Problem is getting the money for it. It's a lot easier for them to get the money and make the money back for something safer than something riskier. And if they end up making like a huge amount of money back, they'll take a portion of that and invest it in something riskier, but it's only a portion, which means they still have to find money from other people who have that same extra profit to invest in the risk project. And if the risk project pays off, everybody else is going to copy it, in which case it'll eventually become derivative. It'll no longer be the alternative.
Kind of like the MCU effect, where like they got the team together and then
oh shoot, he dropped out.
He could have been on his phone, maybe.
Yeah, he'll probably be back.
I don't know, but it's like, with the Avengers, they did the Avengers, like, wow, they did all these movies and made it into one, and then it just became kind of, everybody else tried to copy them.
That's just Hollywood in general.
Yeah.
But like, to go with what Bill was saying there, if they can find something that's fresh and new that they think they can turn into a franchise, they'll jump on it like piranhas.
Absolutely.
That's where the YA thing comes in. Like, that's the one place between horror and YA where they'll actually test some new things.
Yeah.
Because YA can be done quite cheap.
Yeah.
What is YA exactly?
Young adult.
What?
Young adult.
Like the
Okay.
Twilight,
Okay.
Insurgents.
Yeah, I got
Technically,
you.
like the latter end of Harry Potter films.
Yeah, Harry Potter
right.
kind of.
I
Yeah,
get
whatever,
that now.
and that's what spawned a lot of that was Harry Potter. Was like
Yeah.
if we can find a series of books that a million kids already know. That's the thing. If they can find something that you know, and I don't have a problem with that. See, I think it's okay to be able to, I don't have a problem. I mean, even though we've had a million of them, we should be able to, every generation, be able to do our own Robin Hood, our own Frankenstein, our own Dracula. These kind of characters should be an evergreen thing, and these newer characters that we're growing up with will eventually be more evergreen to the next generations, but we're still in this generation. In a way, and the other problem is I don't know how old you are, script doctor. I'm not going to ask you, but
I'm 35.
okay, I was going to say, I was assuming you're somewhat close to me. So yeah, you're fairly close to me. All right. So you kind of know what I'm talking about. When we were the last generation, or we were the first generation to grow up. I mean, not last, first generation to grow up with VCRs in the home. Okay. It was the first time you had this idea where not only could you watch a movie, but you can watch it any fucking time you want. Any time of the day, a million times over, blah, 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 blah. Because before that, we had to wait to see it in the theater, and then if we're lucky, we got to catch it on TV when it would be the premiere, like 2-3 years down the road, and that kind of a thing. So we were the first generation to grow up, and not only that, we had cable, and we had HBO type channels, not just HBO, but yeah, so we had all these things for the first time ever. Before that, Hollywood, a lot of movies were very disposable, and sequels were never really a big thing because people would forget. They figured a movie would do its run, and people would forget about it.
None of people would have seen it the first time.
Yeah, for every Wizard of Oz you had a million other fucking movies that you've never ever heard of and probably never see the light of day again.
Yep.
And it's just the way it worked for years and years and years, all the way up through to like the 60s.
They weren't meant to be.
James Bond was the only franchise.
Yeah, you had a few, like the monster movies and some other shit,
It sounds like they weren't intended to be watched again because they showed them in the theater, and if you missed it, that was the last time you saw it. And
they found a second life on television. Yeah,
they
found a second life on television, but you were, at the mercy of
finding it. Seems like you have to be the right time that they choose for you.
Well, that's the thing, and not only that, even up through when I was a kid, you only had a very limited choice of channels. So, like,
I had 30 growing up.
I didn't even have that until I was much older. Like, when I was first growing up, we actually had a black and white. When I was still a kid, we had my grandparents' old black and white TV for a few years. Then I remember my dad buying our first color TV in the very early 80s, and then it was like weird. I mean, I normally wouldn't have a black and white TV, but yeah, my parents weren't like worried about that kind of shit. So
I grew up in Canada, so we had like a lot of the British shows were broadcast in Canada as well. So we had a lot of channels like that. Plus, we get everything that the United States have.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of Canadian channels were sent down to the United States, which is surprising for me when I started, working in the U.S. Like, you never heard of this show? You never heard of that show?
But I remember getting cable.
Yeah.
Like,
Everybody
that
remembers
was weird.
the first
Like,
day
I
of
remember
cable.
for the first time getting cable, and not only that, it only had 13 channels, and most of them were repeats of networks. So you had like 2 ABCs and 2 NBCs. So most of them weren't shit,
And I remember in the 90s when the movie channel first debuted, that was like crazy because they were showing everything. That's how I first found Barbarella.
Yeah. I mean, HBO existed when I got cable, but we hadn't have access to it, but my cousins did, so I loved seeing HBO back in the early 80s and shit because it was like first time I'd ever seen a lot of shit like that,
Okay.
So yeah, it was like, and not only that, my point I was getting to, sorry, because we got on a little bit.
That's all good. I understand.
But my point was we actually grew up with these movies. Like Ghostbusters was available to us at all times, and it grew up and it was passed down to another generation. Sure, it went from a video to a disc, but the point being, it was still Back to the Future. All these movies, you had a lot more movies become more memorable and cherished because they were able to be remembered. I mean, that's why I said, all these movies from the past were lost. Yeah. But now these movies that we were brought up with through the 70s and 80s and not on, if they were able to stand the test of time, they're still around. Well, that's the ones Hollywood wants to go after because we recognize those. And that's what's at most stake is them getting a hold, and they have been doing it, and they have done it for years. Yeah. And that's why they keep failing and falling flat on their ass, and they keep going back to trying to make it look like these old movies, is because we remember this shit. You can't, it's a little different when you haven't seen a movie in 30 years and they bring out King Kong and it's like, oh yeah, I remember seeing King Kong when I was a kid, but this is so much different than the one I remember. You know, that's a little
Right.
different than I've seen Star Wars. You can't remake Star Wars. You know, you can't remake
Yep.
Back to the Future. You can't
Right.
do that. You can't remake Ghostbusters. Oh, you did.
like we should there.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
But
if you'd have told me 5 years ago Ghostbusters was going to be remade, I'd have laughed at your face.
well, I like how you
which is funny
described.
because 10 years ago I pitched to my friend at Sony for Ghostbusters 3, and I was immediately shot down by the other exec because they wouldn't pass it along to Ivan Reitman, who was taking open requests at the time. It was so frustrating, man.
That history of that film is just crazy.
Well, I was gonna say real quick. I liked how you're walking through your experience with growing up with film and TV and stuff because that's one thing I don't really consider very much. Is that film since its inception has been evolving all the time, right? Like
Yeah,
the way
it just
that
kinda
it's
quit.
viewed, the way that it's made, the way that it's viewed, the way that it like is makes its mark on history. It's like now we've evolved to a different point to where it's like anybody can access anything at any point in time, and people like to look into how it's made and all the things and when they're going to release it and what the directors are doing, what the actors are doing.
Well,
It's a
we always
different.
have had this community, but it's never been so connected because of the internet.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
It's easy. It's easily accessible, I guess.
Because I mean, I grew up loving movies, and a big part of that was the ability to have the access to them in video cassette. You know, I mean, that was the big thing,
Yeah.
and to be able to watch Star Wars whenever I wanted, or watch Gremlins.
I mean,
whenever I
now you
wanted.
can watch it on the toilet if you want.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Like,
but that was
yeah.
it was a little bit more difficult then to be able to find stuff. But
Right.
but the point is still there, is that I don't understand why they can't just find a way to work within, like look at Cobra Kai.
yeah, that's a brilliant show.
At some point, I will soon because I that's all I need to watch as far as
I know I
the
brought it
Karate
up
Kid
as
stuff.
a little bit of a
That's okay.
nudge, nudge. But
Yeah,
no,
no.
yeah, I mean, it's also a great example of how you can take an old franchise, and especially one that, I mean, the first film is beloved by many. Second film, to a point, yes, too, and most people forget it after that. But this one learned, no, we're not gonna disregard the third one just because people don't like it, because it didn't go off the rails enough to disregard it anyway.
Yeah.
But it pays homage and respect to everything that came before, does not at the expense of anybody from the past, creates new characters that are engaging, and they work within the vicinity of the story that already exists in the universe that already exists, and you're not like making some major changes just to fit some kind of box that you want to fill. Instead, it works in a natural way, and you can do that. It's very it's very easy to do, and that's where we started from way back when in this conversation, and might be a good place to wrap it up here soon anyways.
Yeah.
That we've gone through how many scenarios, and like we said, Star Wars was one of the easiest things to not fuck up in the world.
Yes.
Like, it is so literally, it was the easiest thing. All you had to do to make everybody fanboy out in their pants was get Luke, Leia, and Han on screen together.
Yep.
In a little adventure. One more time. You could have passed the baton after that. Episode 8 and 9 could have been about the kids and push the older folks back to the background. We get that.
Yep.
But that's what the fans wanted, and that's what they wanted out of Ghostbusters 3. They just want to see the original cast paid respect to and work and be a part of, and not neglected and forgotten and treated
Yeah.
like dog shit.
They wanted the respect of the elders, which they couldn't pull off. And on top of that, I think Disney tried to say, hey, episode like A New Hope was great. Let's do that for all three of the characters. Let's each give them all, like, let's give Han Solo his New Hope. Let's give Luke his A New Hope. And let's give Leia their New Hope. And they just didn't really capture what A New Hope was. And that's why we ended up getting this mess of they don't know what the heck's going on.
It's like it makes me ask, why would they even want to make these continuation films if it's not to either please fans, please fans, respect the old, and make people happy, or just make money? Pretty much is all.
Listen, green is the most powerful color in Hollywood, but sometimes it just never works out the way that they plan.
Well, you got to look at it this way. It's all about money in the end of the day, right?
Yeah,
Everybody
of
wants to
course.
make money. You're going to get paid if you work on it. You pay to see the movie.
True.
If it's worth your while and you like it, you not only pay to see the movie, you buy it again on Blu-ray and DVD or whatever, and you buy the toys or you buy the posters and the T-shirts. I'm guilty of that 100% and beyond. But that's where they're losing people. It's like you can make, a hot dog, but if it tastes like shit, nobody's going to buy it. You could call, you could have had the greatest hot dog in the world, but you turn around and change it to cheaper meat and, cheaper condiments and all that kind of crap and a cheaper bun. People are going to notice. People are going to care. They've noticed in the fast food industry. Why do you think the fast food industry is kind of in this, wavy kind of place that it's at right now? Beyond just people are eating better or whatever. I mean, no, it's more so just because besides the glut of it in the industry, which is a very good, similarity to the film industry, because, that's the other reason why so many movies out of the 80s and stuff were more memorable. They didn't release that many movies a year. Not nearly as many as they do now.
Yeah.
Like, we have twice as many movies now coming out as they did back then in most cases.
Yeah,
And
it's hard whenever I meet
more.
somebody and they're asked, like, how many movies are there a year? I'm like, oh, I can't even give you a number, man. Like, it's so many.
Like the
streaming
average-
service is doing it now.
Yeah, well, not only that, yeah, you had that, but I mean, back then, let's just say probably roughly the average in like mid 80s would have been, I think 30 to 50 major films a year were released, let's say.
Yeah,
That's
roughly.
a rough guesstimate. By the time you hit 2000, you're talking hundreds of movies a year released. At least, if not 100 and some.
Yeah,
'Cause you got
average
almost
between
4
3 and 6 a weekend.
Yeah, I was just going to say about 4 a weekend on average. So just let that sink in and that's the thing. It's just like fast food. They've flooded the industry, and they've made the product cheaper, faster, and less
healthy.
and no substance, and all, flash, and you have your few spots here and there you can find that are good places to eat still, but
Oh yeah, the good stuff does rise to the top, but it's few and far between nowadays. So at least just because of the frequency with so much everything else.
Yeah.
And we have really called it the McDonaldization of films, and I think it's really true.
Well, Ray Kroc would be proud of that.
Oh yeah, it's crank them out as fast as you can, as many as you can.
And I want Hollywood to literally, like, everybody that's there, like, literally put their pencils down, take a step back, go home, or not go home, go to a bar, have a nice meal, have a drink for it with a chick or something, go home, make love to your wife, whatever. Wake up, have a nice breakfast, smell your coffee, get your shoes on, make your day all fresh, take a good shower, all that. Come back into work and start with something else.
There's a lot of guys that do that, but they're all on the fringe. They're about 5 to 10 years away from being in some really good positions, but they're coming.
I mean, also, in general, I thought, what if they just, didn't release a movie on a Friday? Just one day where they just don't release.
Well, they've gotten to the point where they're starting to do it on Thursdays for that.
I guess what I mean
Thursdays
is,
and Wednesdays.
the day that they would release a brand new movie, they don't for a while.
It used to be because of that's the tradition, because of the date night, and the weekends are when people are home, and of course it makes sense.
Yeah.
That'll never change.
Yeah.
I don't see that changing anytime soon, and it's just it's a cultural thing, because you go to other countries, they open in different days sometimes. It just depends.
Right. I guess my point though being, if they to release less movies per year, how you're just
that'll
saying,
never happen. More
like,
product
my
means
point-
more money.
My point being, because there's so many movies always made. Some good ones probably get missed. A bunch of crappy ones get pushed to the surface.
Lots of good ones
it's
get
like-
missed.
And
That's always been that
I'm
way,
at this point too, where I'm almost annoyed browsing. Browsing for a movie is so annoying because there's so many options. And in a way, this is a good. See, this is why I don't know if I can agree with the McDonald's thing 100%, because at least McDonald's made it simple. You get chicken
it's
nuggets.
not so much that you have one place.
and
It's
there you go.
it's the fact that we have a Taco Bell, we have a Pizza Hut, we have a KFC, we
Fast
have a.
food.
It's just I just use McDonaldization as a shorthand.
So,
yeah.
McDonald's is simple as far as
Yeah.
how it is.
Well, it is. They are simple at their heart,
this-
though. If you stop and think about it, you know what you get when you get a Marvel movie. You know what you get when you get whatever it is. It may not be. May not be good.
I'm meaning by the quantity of movies that
Exactly.
exist.
Yeah,
they're
that
always
too.
more.
But
And
it
then
works in many ways.
So many of them have the same title, and it's like, Jesus Christ!
Oh yeah.
I'm really annoyed now when they make a remake or reboot of a movie and they have the same name.
It's
I'm like,
lazy.
can you please?
It's really just trying to bank more on the original IP as opposed to adding something new.
I honestly would also like if they put reference in the beginning, like before the actual title sequence or something, or the menu screen is like, this is based, or this is an adaptation of the original blanks, and these other versions are blanks, so that you can at least learn that there's other stuff there. Because there's a lot of movies that I watched that I had no idea were book series or graphic novels.
Well, the DVDs at least used to, when they did special features, you could learn some of that stuff more often.
Yeah, we have a
that's kind of
network
a
in
loss.
Canada that does that.
It's mandatory when you watch a new movie, like in the theater. Like if somebody watched the 2017 Mummy and they're like, "Wow, this is the first Mummy movie ever," or something, they can go.
They don't want you to know that, though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
And that's the same thing with the why you get a Halloween instead of a Halloween 2020.
Like, I learned that from the Lone Wolf Cub. I had no idea there's so many Mummy movies, like The Mummy or whatever.
Oh God, yeah.
Type of story told. I thought there was the Brendan Fraser one and maybe another black and white one, and that was it.
Oh hell no.
Oh no,
No.
he went through all these ones.
Oh, Hollywood's always done this. It's not new.
So, I know, but it's like I wish that they would reference them now, because I need the time
Unless
machine.
it's the same studio, they're not going to do it because
No.
the studio can make money off of old movies, but they want you to spend your money on the new stuff now.
It's like the time machine. I didn't know that there was an older time machine version. It's
see,
I would never know this. How would
the
I? And if
thing
I looked
was,
up,
in the 90s, you had the stigma of you don't want a numeral after your title.
Yeah.
that's fine.
And it's because you didn't want people to know that you were 5 movies in. Like it was more of an embarrassment.
Like that's
because
fine.
at least then the studios had a little bit of dignity to stand behind and go, yeah, we know we're, kind of looking down and kicking rocks, saying, yeah, we know we're trying to pull a fast one, but you want to see another one. You do. So it was kind of like a mutual thing. Like we're doing it to ourselves, knowing we can't expect anything better than what we're going to get out of it because it's a part 6 of something, as opposed to, when they started doing the name of movie and then add whatever freaking subtitle, but we don't know which number in the series it is.
Like the Predator.
Yeah, well, Predator, that's one of the examples. Like Tomb Raider did that. They didn't have a Tomb Raider. I don't think they had a 2 after that. It was Tomb Raider, whatever.
Cradle of Life, was it?
Cradle of Life.
I guess I see what you mean, but it's
they stopped putting the Roman numerals for a while after.
I don't know. I don't know how they would do it, but I'd like to have some acknowledgement that there's more that before this. But I understand what you mean. Like that would get confusing for a lot of people.
Well, not just that. Well, they did it on purpose so they would confuse you. They didn't want you to know that it was that number. And not only that, they set sequels off a little bit more like you didn't have to necessarily see all the other movies. Like they had this thing where, because before video became even when video was around but not as mainstream, they still had the idea that people won't go see a sequel because they may not have seen the first movie. So at least if you get them into a sequel, you got to make it something more original, or at least recap the first movie somehow, or make it exactly like the first movie so they don't have to have seen the first movie. There was this weird stigma around sequels that really shifted in the 90s, that like it became the thing, like if you can get a franchise and you can bank on that shit, do it. And I think that really started, well, I mean, of course it started with Star Wars, but I mean the real big turning point was probably Terminator 2.
Yeah.
Because that was the first big sequel to ever make more money than the first movie. Because even Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back didn't make quite as much as Star Wars. Return of the Jedi didn't make quite as much as Empire. Oh yeah, they still made money. But back then you were like, okay, a sequel, if it can make 50% of its original movie, that's what they banked on. But the problem was they would usually spend 3 times as much on a sequel.
Right. Yeah, like you can take a look at like even the 60s. They had like In Like Flint and Our Man Flint, like as a pair of films, like, but they're like the same movie, but nobody really cared because that was like the formula. It's like we're making a sequel, so it's the same plot, a couple of different names are changed with the bad guys, but you're on a ride for something very safe and familiar.
That's why the Bond series is the way it is too.
Yeah. Especially
because,
that.
Yeah, they never really expected the longevity of a series like that to where people would be like, oh, well, why did they change? No, it's because it's been a few years. We'll get a new guy in there. We'll just reinvigorate the series. Just keep going. Like
other the intentional reboot or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of where it started. It was a soft reboot of a way of putting it. They would do it every few years, even a little more harder. But, it's just, it was just the way Hollywood was. It was a stigma. You didn't want a sequel. You didn't make a sequel to shit. And 9 times out of 10, a sequel would fail miserably.
Yeah.
And it's just, and then I think people aren't stopping to think, here we are at the 9th movie, actually more than that, in the series of these films. And outside of like Marvel, where can you say that the 9th movie is even semi decent? So I guess we can't bitch too much.
I mean, I don't know. To me, it goes with my thing of I think some franchises need to stop because you keep on continuing and you just have more chances to run it through the ground. And it's like
Right?
I
It's like
want
name
also,
5 movies at a part 9
like,
that are better than the Rise of Skywalker.
it's also
I guess.
I use this comparison, like
There's a
like
few.
you have a cat or a dog and they're old, and you're keeping them alive on medicine and stuff, and it's like you're making the last few years of their life kind of crappy by keeping them around, but it's like you want to spend time with them still, but it's like I don't know, something about ending, like you want to be able to miss them, like at some point, because otherwise they're just around and they're lifeless, just like they're around, but they're not doing well, and you're keeping them around by making more sequels. And it's like, I want to miss it. I want to think back on Star Wars, not just what 10 films are they going to make now. Like I want to, I want to have some finality with it, And I like how they brought back the Emperor. It's like, well, now that's not final in the Return of the Jedi anymore. So, it's I want some things to go to bed. Some things need to go.
Steve Burns, he wanted to leave on a higher note. I think he was talking about being depressed. Here's the if you like The Mandalorian, the guys that are making The Mandalorian, they're most likely going to be the ones running the show from here on out.
Yeah,
so
in some capacity, yeah.
Yeah, so I think there's at least a bit of a bright light at the end of the tunnel here with Star Wars. There's that. I mean, I think if anything, we can look at that. And the other side of it is we have a great community because of these movies now.
Yeah, I agree.
And if worse comes to worse, Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker were horrible movies, but at least we got a lot of new friends. And with the Rise of Skywalker, I gotta keep it. I guess I keep getting to the point where I gotta say, in the end, maybe it is a better movie than The Last Jedi, because even though it's a cobble fucked mess and it's not really a movie, at least we're talking about the story and stuff, and we're not bitching about some of the outside, crap that got into TLJ and and some of the other nonsense.
Well, plus TLJ felt like it was intentionally trying to insult us, as to where this one is accidentally insulting us.
And I got to give JJ credit, because I just seen a video before I jumped on here, and they asked him about the backlash and certain things that fans disagree with, and he's like, "Oh no, they're right. The fans are right."
Oh yeah, that's the real voice of Hollywood right now. Like,
even if he doesn't believe it, he knew exactly what to say, and he said it exactly the way you need to say it. And he justified everybody's feelings, and that's what Hollywood and a business is supposed to do. And that's where I get back to the fast food thing again too. But it's like Hollywood is the only business on the face of this earth in recent years where they've ever come out and told the customer, no, you're wrong, and been able to get away with it for so long.
Yeah,
like if McDonald's come out tomorrow and said, oh no, you're wrong, you need to like this instead of the old Big Mac. Then how many people would lose their minds, and how well would McDonald's...
Every franchise owner of McDonald's would be freaking out.
It's honestly more baffling the way you put it like that, because it's like they're saying the creator should be able to make what he wants, but you have to pay for it still. It's just kind of like, even if you like it or not or something, it's like, wait
well,
a
when
second.
It comes to a franchise, you don't get that luxury. When it comes to regular movies where it's your baby and it's a singular vision of a director or writer, it's a little bit different story.
But it's still if they complain about something or insult the fans, it's like, we paid to see this though.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
not only that, we've carried this torch for years, and it started with it started with a little bit with Ninja Turtles, but really blew up with Ghostbusters.
Yes, it did. Oh boy.
When Paul Feig really came out and said, fuck you guys, in a very big way. And that really set this whole thing off.
It really did. And the fact that the media ran with it instead of saying, like, hey, what the hell? Because I was in LA when that announcement came, when he started saying, like, the allegory of, like, oh, it's just trolls and fanboys and toxic. And me and all of my friends and even some of the associates I work with were like, what the hell is he doing? He's killing his career, and yet it didn't kill him. And we're like, what's going on? This is not good. This is really bad, because like everybody in Hollywood that I know of is like, yes, the audience dictates whether or not the product is good. So you want to listen to them. If they say, oh, it sucks and it sucks, you can ignore that. But if they give a cogent reason, you got to listen to that, because it's a chance to learn and do better and not repeat the mistake.
Yeah.
Which is a huge thing among the young, at least it used to be among the younger people in Hollywood. Now I'm no longer considered the younger people anymore. I'm in between. But like, that's still the mentality for us. Like, the readers that I meet and the young kids coming out of college, they're very much like, screw the fans. Like, the fans aren't real fans. They have to like what we like. They have to like our agendas. They have to like my politics. It's really ridiculous, because I'm thinking, you're just out of college. You don't know anything about the world. I was in your position too. I didn't think that, but I thought, like, maybe I got a chance of making a mark here. And now you have these kids, that are screening stuff from the people like higher up, and the higher ups only getting one specific type of information, or thinking that's what the rest of the world wants. And then they're going on the retaliation when they're being accused of, like, this isn't what we want. And they're getting such conflicting information from two ends of the spectrum that they don't know really what to do. So luckily, JJ did something very smart in this video, which he said goes back to the well, which is, yeah, the fans are right. Like, the people who pay us money, they're right. And that's just how it works.
That's good. Well, even if they don't really believe it, that's what you say. Because
right,
Exactly,
that's my
yeah.
point exactly. Like Venkman said in Ghostbusters 2, aren't you supposed to lie to me and kiss my butt?
Yep.
I think you brought that up, Script Doctor, in our one on our one.
Oh yeah,
discussion
that was with the Ghostbusters thing. That was
Yeah.
a great panel.
And that's the truth. I mean, the customer is always right, unless they're being completely unrealistic. I mean, you got to listen to the fans, and I'm not saying you got to bow to the fans.
No,
Right,
you just got to listen to them, because you will find out what they need out of all their demands of what they want. Like,
I
what
get a lot of criticism on Midnight's Edge. I listen to it. Now, if you're going to be a dick about it, that doesn't mean you don't get a...
I saw that Twitter thing with the...
Well, that I'm not going to talk about. The other thing, though, is, no, I mean, if you're going to be somebody who's going to give us some constructive criticism in a very respectable way, or even not so respectable, but at least not a dickish way, we will try to take that in consideration and may even respond in kind. But if you're going to be nothing but a jerk, then don't be surprised if we come back with a jerky response. But, I mean, I've even seen Andre pull a few here and there. So,
right. Your content kills children. Fuck you.
Oh, wow. I've never had that one that bad. But
you'd be like, what?
But, I mean, well, really, if you want to kind of talk about the argument we had earlier, look at us here. I've been sticking up for JJ quite a bit in this argument. And it goes against everything that's unsaid person tries to paint, not just me, but this entire community as, or even if you don't consider yourself part of the fandom menace, but I don't know if you do necessarily, Rookie, but I think you do.
Yeah, Phantom Menace.
Yeah, I thought so. I just want to assume, yeah, you're on the poster, so.
I made the poster.
Oh, that's right.
I made that.
I never want to assume people, because I've had some people get really pissy if they're not.
No, you're good, man. I tried to make a Fandom Menace trilogy thing. I tried to make a whole Fandom Menace thing a long time ago, and I put Fandom Menaces on the poster of my Rookie's Quest.
I totally forgot all about that.
In my chance, I'm like, this is from the Fandom Menace, the Fandom Collective, and good people. Come on.
I just thought you were more of a just like all over the place.
It's like overall, I'm film specific, but I was as founded by the Fandom Menace as far as interactions go and meeting all you guys, and I mean that's part of what got me to pick up my camera, and I've interacted with like you guys right now. I would have never had these types of conversations with people in my real life ever. No one ever gives this much of a shit about film or anything. So.
Well, and that's what blows up that said person's or unsaid person's whole argument, and he knows this. He fucking knows it.
Yep.
Is that Andre and Rob and my entire point of Midnight's Edge and why I came on board is, and because I agreed with the whole sentiment, is we want to teach the next generation. And because we know there's guys like Bill out there, and they want to make things better, and they do give a shit about the character and what's really important in the end, and that is to make something that will last forever. Otherwise, there won't be a bunch of money in the end. Sure, you can make a buttload right now, but what really matters is if you can keep something going forever. It's not only good monetarily, but it's good for the community as a whole of people, not just community, but family. I mean, and not just us as a community, but I mean, in general, all together, all over the world. you know, for people to be able to have a joint experience where you go into a little dark room, or not little dark room, but you know, like
Yeah.
a dark room, and for a couple hours, all have a shared experience looking at this big screen that's got lights flashing on it, you know, and sound coming through speakers and music, and you know, this experience that we're all experiencing at the same time. It's just, you know, we don't have that anymore. It doesn't feel like we have that. And of course, a lot of it's because of the stupid
True.
phones and bullshit. But no,
Low.
you know, I think that's a big thing that I think that we want to influence and push back to, is like, we need to get back to that. These are a big deal because of this reason, and people who care about that in the next generation. And yeah, teach your children well.
Yep.
Exactly, you know. I mean, I did my kid. He doesn't like movies, but he's good with music. I taught him very well with music, so he's got a very good taste in music. So I got to give him that much. But you know, yeah, it's the same thing with anybody else who's up and coming as a filmmaker, like you, rookie. You know, you want to soak it up. You want to learn. You're one of the most receptive members of the community, as far as, you know, especially taking not so much criticism, but taking advice.
Yeah.
In that you really relish it, and you take it, and you can tell from what you're doing on the other side that you're really listening to what people say. So, you know, and those especially that you respect and know what they're talking about. And I don't know everything I'm talking about. I
Yeah.
try to when I do talk, I try to know what I'm talking about. But if I don't, I'll pass it to
Right.
somebody like Bill, who will know more about what I'm trying to talk about.
Well, I
Yeah.
might, because I always say I still have a lot to learn as well. Like it, you never stop learning. Like just a few months ago, before I came back to Canada, I met this young writer who was like 21, and he taught me some things that I didn't even realize before. So, I mean, you can get education about your craft from anyone, anywhere, even people that was completely outside of the industry. And
Yeah.
as long as you approach it as like always being willing to learn and not trying to, plant your, draw a line in the sand and say nothing past this, then you will, however long it takes or however fast it comes, it will serve you well.
Exactly. I mean, that's why I called my channel the Rookie Critic. It's like, even if people consider me skilled at some point, I'm still learning. It's like, there's still always something to learn. I'll never be a pro 100%. Even if I could qualify as one, there's still more to learn
Well, and I
all
don't
the
think
time.
you want to be. I mean, look at guys like Clint Eastwood. I don't think they'd still be doing what they're doing if they felt like they've said everything they've had to say.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
I
and
feel like
it's proven that.
I'll never be able to say all that I want to say.
Well, not, and I don't mean just by saying it, but I mean by being able to express
But
yourself through film and story and
that's the
cinema.
thing.
And
I always have ideas. I've always had ideas. I always do them, but I've learned to try to implement them now, as to where I would just write. That was all I did, was write, but they weren't going anywhere. I wasn't sharing them with anybody. It was just, that's all it was. And I'm like, that's not all that I want to do. I want to be able to literally bring something to life, not just write it on the page and have people read it. I want to like get people to see it. And that was like my big thing, to pick up a camera and start recording. And if do experiments, try to figure out what I can. There's no film school near me. Try to learn again from everybody. I mean, that's always what I try to do. I mean, that's why you don't see as many videos on my channel all the time, because I am working on ones, but they're just taking longer to do, because they're not just normal reviews anymore. Like, I don't do straight up reviews because I don't want to just watch a movie and review it. Personally, I want to just look at topics that I like about film and try to comment on them from somebody that's trying to learn about it, I suppose.
yeah, and I've went away from the normal. I don't do too many normal reviews anymore either, because not just because I don't get views, which I say a lot of the time, but everybody's doing it. So I like to, if I'm gonna do something like that, I would like to do it a little differently. Or I like these kind of conversations where you
Yes.
can really break down a movie, and I mean, get to the heart of it. And I love doing that, because I
Me
mean,
too.
if it wasn't for conversations like this, I never would have gotten to the point where, like, I think Gremlins is a Christmas movie.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm doing with my videos. I'm not just doing a simple review. I'm analyzing what it is from a writing perspective. That's mostly for me, just so I don't forget the lessons that I've learned, because I stopped being able to articulate some of them after many years going back and forth between Hollywood and my home, and doing film work in two different countries and outsourcing work in other countries. You kind of forget you know the rules, but you forget how to articulate them. So that's why I started this channel. And on top of that, also to remind people outside of Hollywood that writers that care about telling good stories do still exist, even though we can be bought. Like, I'm not going to deny it. You give me enough money, I will write whatever you want. But I will try to make sure that if I can, sneak in something that is of my own value for character and storytelling there, as opposed to like an agenda-driven thing. Because my perspective, my agenda is whatever. They change constantly, so I don't ever want to be anchored in by all that stuff.
Definitely. That's right.
But yeah, I will sell out in a second if I have to.
I think we all would, at least a little bit.
Yeah,
I agree. But I think this is a good way to kind of wrap it up. This went along a lot longer. Right before this, this is good because I was just gonna record a video. I was gonna record my review of Rise of Skywalker, but I was just like, I was talking to myself for a little bit. I'm like, hey, this happened. I know what the fuck to say. I was just like, I'd rather talk about it. I can't just review it.
I'm like, to do on your own,
like everybody's reviewed it, so I was just kind of like, I don't need to have that my review of it out there. I don't care if my review's out there, but I do want to talk about it because there's a lot of things I want to say about it. And this was such a more fruitful conversation than I would if I just did a recorded review for myself and that was it. I'm glad I did this because.
But I gotta say one thing, and then I'll let you close it out, Rookie, and I'll shut up. Gremlins may be a Christmas movie, but it transcends being a Christmas movie, just like Die Hard. You can watch it anytime.
Sure.
It's not just a Christmas movie.
Maybe. Maybe. I think it's kind of funny now. People are waking up.
I gotta get this fucking video.
Right? He's like, you're still streaming. Curtis is like, hey. I'd like to thank everybody for coming on here today. Yeah, the stream was meant to be maybe 2 hours long, but these conversations were so great. I'd say about 3 hours were about film and stuff, and 2 were about talking about Rise of Skywalker. We only did that for a little bit, it feels like. But man, I love these conversations with you guys. You guys know your stuff too, so it's a good perspective.
Well, I don't know that much, but
well, I mean, regardless, you got enough to know around here. More stuff than you know, stuff that I don't necessarily know. So these conversations are pretty fun, I would say. But thank you, Script Doctor, as well, for coming by. One of these days, I want to have you one-on-one so we can do some talk too, as well as Tom. It's I like to have big panels, but I don't think enough gets said from each person sometimes. And one-on-ones are pretty good too. These,
well, I'm happy to have caught you. I mean, I've been out without internet for 2.5 days, so I'm doing a lot of writing, which is great. But as soon as everything got sorted out and I saw you were announcing the live stream, I'm like, oh, I gotta listen to this guy. I'm like, I gotta see what a young, like, up and coming director take on the Rise of Skywalker. So I was glad to get involved here and listen to your takes and offer some of my own. It was great talking to all you guys.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm hoping that I have some type of influence on people too at some point. Like, because I don't know how people see me in this. I feel like I'm the baby sometimes because I'm 25 and everybody else is at least 30. And I'm like,
you're over 22. That's already a good thing to have in your ballpark.
Age is generally, I hate, okay, I'll be honest. I hate making it sound like I'm really ageist against young people or anything like that. Mm-hmm. It's just that I have a kid and I know so many that are so stupid.
Yeah.
That it's tough not to it's tough to remember that not everybody's like that. And seeing, people like you who are so insightful and, so engaged and so passionate about something and not just a bump on a log who wants to sit on their phone all day it's just very refreshing. It's a very good thing. And it makes me feel like there's some hope for the next generation. And not just you. There's other people who do things in other places. But, it's like, I mean, I get to the point where it's like sometimes I get scared with my own kid because, like, God, these kids are in trouble.
Yeah, I feel
I meet people like you and a few other people I've met in the community, and I'm like, oh, at least there's a few out there that are.
We'll try to lead the pack. We'll try. It's not going to be easy, but we'll try it.
No, I pick on my kid, but I love him. So.
Yeah, we'll try to lead this next generation somehow. We'll do something. But yeah, this was a great conversation. Again, I want to do some more like these again. I call them film talks in a way because we're not talking about a specific movie.
Anytime you want to do this, and I can squeeze it in my schedule. I mean, I even did it when I shouldn't probably be doing it, but they're so much fun. So.
I know. I appreciate because you do this quite a lot.
I love talking to you and Script Doctor. Of course, I love talking to you too. So I want to get Script Doctor to talk to Andre and a few other things. So, yeah. Anyway, but yeah, we
We'll
gotta
work
have you
something
on
out.
again, Rookie Critic. We haven't had you on in a while, so
Yeah,
definitely
it's
have
all
to
good.
make that happen in the next week or two. And you too, Script Doctor, soon.
Hey,
Sounds good.
I'm actually really patient because I haven't, like many of you guys, I also have a day job when I'm not in Hollywood, so I totally understand. And yeah, I'm happy to make some time for all you guys because, hey, if I stayed in my bubble, I would never have been able to meet people like you. And I think this is more valuable to myself personally because I'm going to be selfish that way, to meet you guys than it is to just stay in the same thing, hearing the same platitudes. So that's why I like reaching out to you all. Yeah.
All right.
We
Well,
appreciate it, man, because you do have a lot of insight and information.
yeah, I love it. Well, no, Tom, Script Doctor and I met on Twitter.
Yeah.
No, I just got to know him too, and he's been really. I've had a lot of insightful conversations with him. I don't want to say a lot because it feels like it's been a lot. It's long conversations. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I think I reached out to you, Tom, in I want to say
A while
September,
back,
maybe,
yeah.
just
And that's the
because you
thing.
you
Twitter
hit the
was,
nail.
yeah. Twitter is like I just kind of learning Twitter, so you have to excuse
Me too.
I just
If
realized,
you,
a bunch of people messaged me.
yes,
Like,
you got it. You got it. But yeah, I feel like this would be a good EFAP group in a way. Except for what's funny is that we're not even breaking down anything by watching it. We're just talking about stuff and then bringing it up. So,
well, that's
is
where.
Rookie been going 5 hours now?
Yeah, almost 6. I think.
6 almost, yeah.
I know, man. If only I had the super chats Doomcock would get, this would be
You got a
fantastic.
few, but yeah,
I know. It's
you'll
one of
get
these
there.
days.
You'll get
Someday.
there. Like I said, you'll get there.
But again, I thank everybody who watched. We had over 7 viewers the whole time, so it's middle. It's almost morning for you there. It's 2 a.m. for me. I'm surprised there's anybody watching this whole time.
It's 4:20 here.
Stephen Ernest, I know he was here the whole time. TechCom, I think, was listening in the background. Riot Kitty was there at the beginning. Yeah, I appreciate you guys coming by. I don't know if I'll have an actual Rise of Skywalker review. Like I just don't know if I care enough to really make one. It's just like I want to get on the view train, and I don't know if I care. It's like this is more fun to just talk about this type of thing. So we'll see.
Yeah,
but,
I don't think I'm going to do a review either. I haven't yet, anyway.
I can't. I feel like the conversation's more fun than just talking about it. I'm like, and it happens, and it's I don't know. I've never felt that.
I'd have to figure out how I'm going to approach it because it's still like when the movie itself is a jumble, it's kind of hard to organize.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know where to begin.
Review.
I feel like when I tried to start, I was like, I'll talk about Kylo Ren first, and then I was like, well, there's things about him I could mention from the oh my god, it's gonna take forever. couldn't do it, but I'm just gonna end the broadcast as I'm talking because I don't know where to end it anymore.